Book 1, Chapter 1 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Linda Andress. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 1, Chapter 1. Some account of the family of Armine, and especially of Sir Ferdinand and of Sir Ratcliffe. The family of Armine entered England with William the Norman. Ralph d'Armine was standard bearer of the Conqueror, and shared prodigally in the plunder, as appears by Domesday Book. At the time of the general survey, the family of Armine possessed numerous manors in Nottinghamshire and several in the shire of Lincoln. William d'Armine, Lord of the Honour of Armine, was one of the subscribing barons to the Great Charter. His predecessor died in the Holy Land before Ascalon. A succession of stout barons and valiant knights maintained the high fortunes of the family, and in the course of the various struggles with France they obtained possession of several fair castles in Guyenne and Gascony. In the War of the Roses the Armines sided with the house of Lancaster. Ferdinand Armine, who shared the exile of Henry VII, was knighted on Bosworth Field, and soon after created Earl of Tewkesbury. Faithful to the Church, the second Lord Tewkesbury became involved in one of those numerous risings that harassed the last years of Henry VIII. The rebellion was unsuccessful. Lord Tewkesbury was beheaded, his blood attainted, and his numerous estates forfeited to the Crown. A younger branch of the family, who had adopted Protestantism, married the daughter of Sir Francis Walsingham, and attracted, by his talents in negotiation, the notice of Queen Elizabeth. He was sent on a secret mission to the Low Countries, where, having greatly distinguished himself, he obtained on his return the restoration of the family estate of Armine, in Nottinghamshire, to which he retired after an eminently prosperous career, and amused the latter years of his life in the construction of a family mansion, built in that national style of architecture since described by the name of his royal mistress, at once magnificent and convenient. His son, Sir Walsingham Armine, figured in the first batch of baronets under James I. During the memorable struggle between the Crown and the Commons, in the reign of the unhappy Charles, the Armine family became distinguished cavaliers. The second Sir Walsingham raised a troop of horse, and gained great credit by charging at the head of his regiment and defeating Sir Arthur Haselrigg's cuirassiers. It was the first time that the impenetrable band had been taught to fly, but the Conqueror was covered with wounds. The same Sir Walsingham also successfully defended Armine House against the Commons, and commanded the cavalry at the Battle of Newbury, where two of his brothers were slain. For those various services and sufferings Sir Walsingham was advanced to the dignity of a baron of the realm, by the title of Lord Armine of Armine, in the county of Nottingham. He died without issue, but the baronetcy devolved on his younger brother, Sir Ferdinando. The Armine family, who had relapsed into popery, followed the fortunes of the second James, and the head of the house died at Saint Germain. His son, however, had been prudent enough to remain in England and support the new dynasty, by which means he contrived to secure his title and estates. Roman Catholics, however, the Armines always remained, and this circumstance accounts for this once distinguished family no longer figuring in the history of their country. So far, therefore, as the house of Armine was concerned, time flew during the next century with immemorial wing. The family led a secluded life on their estate, intermarrying only with the great Catholic families, and duly begetting baronets. At length arose, in the person of the last Sir Ferdinand Armine, one of those extraordinary and rarely gifted beings who require only an opportunity to influence the fortunes of their nation, and to figure as a Caesar or an Alcibiades. Beautiful, brilliant, and ambitious, the young and restless Armine quitted, in his 18th year, the house of his fathers and his stepdame of a country, and entered the imperial service. His blood and creed gained him a flattering reception. His skill and valour soon made him distinguished. The world rang with stories of his romantic bravery, his gallantries, his eccentric manners, and his political intrigues, for he nearly contrived to be elected King of Poland. Whether it were discussed at being foiled in this high object by the influence of Austria, or whether, as much whispered at the time, he had dared to urge his insolent and unsuccessful suit on a still more delicate subject to the Empress Queen herself, certain it is that Sir Ferdinand suddenly quitted the imperial service and appeared at Constantinople in person. The man whom a point of honour prevented from becoming a Protestant in his native country had no scruples about his profession of faith at Stambul. Certain it is that the English baronet soon rose high in the favour of the Sultan, assumed the Turkish dress, conformed to the Turkish customs, and finally led against Austria a division of the Turkish army. Having gratified his pique by defeating the imperial forces in a sanguinary engagement, and obtaining a favourable peace for the Porte, Sir Ferdinand Armine doffed his turban and suddenly reappeared in his native country. After the sketch we have given of the last 10 years of his life, it is unnecessary to observe that Sir Ferdinand Armine immediately became what is called fashionable, and as he was now in Protestant England, the empire of fashion was the only one in which the young Catholic could distinguish himself. Let us then charitably set down to the score of his political disabilities the fantastic dissipation and the frantic prodigality in which the liveliness of his imagination and the energy of his soul exhausted themselves. After 3 startling years he married the Lady Barbara Ratcliffe, whose previous divorce from her husband, the Earl of Falconville, Sir Ferdinand had occasioned. He was, however, separated from his lady during the first year of their more hallowed union, and, retiring to Rome, Sir Ferdinand became apparently devout. At the end of a year he offered to transfer the whole of his property to the Church, provided the Pope would allow him an annuity and make him a cardinal. His Holiness not deeming it fit to consent to the proposition, Sir Ferdinand quitted his capital in a huff, and, returning to England, laid claim to the peerages of Tewkesbury and Armine. Although assured of failing in these claims, and himself perhaps as certain of ill success as his lawyers, Sir Ferdinand nevertheless expended upwards of £60,000 in their promotion, and was amply repaid for the expenditure in the gratification of his vanity by keeping his name before the public. He was never content except when he was astonishing mankind, and while he was apparently exerting all his efforts to become a King of Poland, a Roman cardinal, or an English peer, the crown, the coronet, and the scarlet hat were in truth ever secondary points with him, compared to the sensation throughout Europe which the effort was contrived and calculated to ensure. On his second return to his native country, Sir Ferdinand had not re-entered society. For such a man, society, with all its superficial excitement, and all the shadowy variety with which it attempts to cloud the essential monotony of its nature, was intolerably dull and commonplace. Sir Ferdinand, on the contrary, shut himself up in Armine, having previously announced to the world that he was going to write his memoirs. This history, the construction of a castle, and the prosecution of his claims before the House of Lords, apparently occupied his time to his satisfaction, for he remained quiet for several years, until, on the breaking out of the French Revolution, he hastened to Paris, became a member of the Jacobin Club and of the National Convention. The name of Citizen Armine appears among the regicides. Perhaps in this vote he avenged the loss of the crown of Poland, and the still more mortifying repulse he may have received from the mother of Marie Antoinette. After the execution of the royal victims, however, it was discovered that Citizen Armine had made them an offer to save their lives, and raise an insurrection in La Vendue, provided he was made Lieutenant General of the kingdom. At his trial, which, from the nature of the accusation and the character of the accused, occasioned to his gratification a great sensation, he made no effort to defend himself, but seemed to glory in the chivalric crime. He was hurried to the guillotine, and met his fate with the greatest composure, assuring the public with a mysterious air that, had he lived 24 hours longer, everything would have been arranged, and the troubles which he foresaw impending for Europe prevented. So successfully had Armine played his part, that his mysterious and doubtful career occasioned a controversy, from which only the appearance of Napoleon distracted universal attention, and which, indeed, only wholly ceased within these few years. What were his intentions? Was he or was he not a sincere Jacobin? If he made the offer to the royal family, why did he vote for their death? Was he resolved, at all events, to be at the head of one of the parties? A middle course would not suit such a man, and so on. Interminable were the queries and their solutions, the pamphlets and the memoirs which the conduct of this vain man occasioned, and which must assuredly have appeased his manes. Recently it has been discovered that the charge brought against Armine was perfectly false and purely malicious. Its victim, however, could not resist the dazzling celebrity of the imaginary crime, and he preferred the reputation of closing his career by conduct which at once perplexed and astonished mankind, to a vindication which would have deprived his name of some brilliant accessories, and spared him to a life of which he was perhaps wearied. By the unhappy victim of his vanity and passion Sir Ferdinand Armine left one child, a son, whom he had never seen, now Sir Ratcliffe. Brought up in sadness and in seclusion, education had faithfully developed the characteristics of a reserved and melancholy mind. Pride of lineage and sentiments of religion, which even in early youth darkened into bigotry, were not incompatible with strong affections, a stern sense of duty, and a spirit of chivalric honour. Limited in capacity, he was, however, firm in repose. Trembling at the name of his father, and devoted to the unhappy parent whose presence he had scarcely ever quitted, a word of reproach had never escaped his lips against the chieftain of his blood, and one, too, whose career, how little soever his child could sympathise with it, still maintained in men's mouths and minds the name and memory of the house of Armine. At the death of his father Sir Ratcliffe had just attained his majority, and he succeeded to immense estates encumbered with mortgages, and to considerable debts, which his feelings of honour would have compelled him to discharge, had they indeed been enforced by no other claim. The estates of the family on their restoration had not been entailed, but until Sir Ferdinand no head of the house had abused the confidence of his ancestors, and the vast possessions of the house of Armine had descended unimpaired, and unimpaired, so far as he was concerned, Sir Ratcliffe determined they should remain. Although by the sale of the estates not only the encumbrances and liabilities might have been discharged, but himself left in possession of a moderate independence, Sir Ratcliffe at once resolved to part with nothing. Fresh sums were raised for the payment of the debts, and the mortgages now consumed nearly the whole rental of the lands on which they were secured. Sir Ratcliffe obtained for himself only an annuity of 300 per annum, which he presented to his mother, in addition to the small portion which she had received on her first marriage, and for himself, visiting Armine Place for the first time, he roamed for a few days with a sad complacency about that magnificent demesne, and then, taking down from the walls of the magnificent hall the sabre with which his father had defeated the imperial host, he embarked for Cadiz, and shortly after his arrival obtained a commission in the Spanish service. Although the hereditary valour of the Armines had descended to their forlorn representative, it is not probable that, under any circumstances, Sir Ratcliffe would have risen to any eminence in the country of his temporary adoption. His was not one of those minds born to command and to create, and his temper was too proud to serve and to solicit. His residence in Spain, however, was not altogether without satisfaction. It was during this sojourn that he gained the little knowledge of life and human nature he possessed, and the creed and solemn manners of the land harmonised with his faith and habits. Among these strangers, too, the proud young Englishman felt not so keenly the degradation of his house, and sometimes, though his was not the fatal gift of imagination, sometimes he indulged in day dreams of its rise. Unpractised in business, and not gifted with that intuitive quickness which supplies experience and often baffles it, Ratcliffe Armine, who had not quitted the domestic hearth even for the purposes of education, was yet fortunate enough to possess a devoted friend, and this was Glastonbury, his tutor and confessor to his mother. It was to him that Sir Ratcliffe entrusted the management of his affairs, with a confidence which was deserved, for Glastonbury sympathised with all his feelings, and was so wrapped up in the glory of the family that he had no greater ambition in life than to become their historiographer, and had been for years employed in amassing materials for a great work dedicated to their celebrity. When Ratcliffe Armine had been absent about 3 years his mother died. Her death was unexpected. She had not fulfilled 2/3 of the allotted period of the Psalmist, and in spite of many sorrows she was still beautiful. Glastonbury, who communicated to him the intelligence in a letter, in which he vainly attempted to suppress his own overwhelming affliction, counselled his immediate return to England, if but for a season, and the unhappy Ratcliffe followed his advice. By the death of his mother, Sir Ratcliffe Armine became possessed for the first time of a small but still an independent income, and having paid a visit, soon after his return to his native country, to a Catholic nobleman whom his acquaintance had been of some use when travelling in Spain, he became enamoured of one of his daughters, and his passion being returned and not disapproved by the father, he was soon after married to Constance, the eldest daughter of Lord Grandison. End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Book 1, Chapter 2 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Linda Andress. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 1, Chapter 2. Armine described. After his marriage Sir Ratcliffe determined to reside at Armine. In one of the largest parks in England there yet remained a fragment of a vast Elizabethan pile that in old days bore the name of Armine Place. When Sir Ferdinand had commenced building Armine Castle, he had pulled down the old mansion, partly for the sake of its site and partly for the sake of its materials. Long lines of turreted and many windowed walls, tall towers, and lofty arches now rose in picturesque confusion on the green ascent where heretofore old Sir Walsingham had raised the fair and convenient dwelling, which he justly deemed might have served the purpose of a long posterity. The hall and chief staircase of the castle and a gallery alone were finished, and many a day had Sir Ferdinand passed in arranging the pictures, the armour, and choice rarities of these magnificent apartments. The rest of the building was a mere shell, nor was it in all parts even roofed in. Heaps of bricks and stone and piles of timber appeared in every direction, and traces of the sudden stoppage of a great work might be observed in the temporary saw pits still remaining, the sheds for the workmen, and the kilns and furnaces, which never had been removed. Time, however, that had stained the neglected towers with an antique tint, and had permitted many a generation of summer birds to build their sunny nests on all the coignes of advantage of the unfinished walls, had exercised a mellowing influence even on these rude accessories, and in the course of years they had been so drenched by the rain and so buffeted by the wind, and had become so covered with moss and ivy, that they rather added to, than detracted from, the picturesque character of the whole mass. A few hundred yards from the castle, but situate on the same verdant rising ground, and commanding, although well sheltered, an extensive view over the wide park, was the fragment of the old place that we have noticed. The rough and undulating rent which marked the severance of the building was now thickly covered with ivy, which in its gamesome luxuriance had contrived also to climb up a remaining stack of tall chimneys, and to spread over the covering of the large oriel window. This fragment contained a set of pleasant chambers, which, having been occupied by the late baronet, were of course furnished with great taste and comfort, and there was, moreover, accommodation sufficient for a small establishment. Armine Place, before Sir Ferdinand, unfortunately for his descendants, determined in the 18th century on building a feudal castle, had been situate in famous pleasure grounds, which extended at the back of the mansion over a space of some 100 acres. The grounds in the immediate vicinity of the buildings had of course suffered severely, but the far greater portion had only been neglected, and there were some indeed who deemed, as they wandered through the arbour walks of this enchanting wilderness, that its beauty had been enhanced even by this very neglect. It seemed like a forest in a beautiful romance, a green and bowery wilderness where Boccaccio would have loved to woo, and Watteau to paint. So artfully had the walks been planned, that they seemed interminable, nor was there a single point in the whole pleasaunce where the keenest eye could have detected a limit. Sometimes you wandered in those arched and winding walks dear to pensive spirits, sometimes you emerged on a plot of turf blazing in the sunshine, a small and bright savannah, and gazed with wonder on the group of black and mighty cedars that rose from its centre with their sharp and spreading foliage. The beautiful and the vast blended together, and the moment you had beheld with delight a bed of geraniums or myrtles, you found yourself in an amphitheatre of Italian pines. A strange exotic perfume filled the air. You trod on the flowers of other lands, and shrubs and plants that usually are only trusted from their conservatories, like sultanas from their jalousies, to sniff the air and recall their bloom. Here learning from hardship the philosophy of endurance, had struggled successfully even against northern winters, and wantoned now in native and unpruned luxuriance. Sir Ferdinand, when he resided at Armine, was accustomed to fill these pleasure grounds with macaws and other birds of gorgeous plumage, but these had fled away with their master, all but some swans, which still floated on the surface of a lake, which marked the centre of this paradise. In the remains of the ancient seat of his fathers, Sir Ratcliffe Armine and his bride now sought a home. The principal chamber of Armine Place was a large irregular room, with a low but richly carved oaken roof, studded with achievements. This apartment was lighted by the oriel window we have mentioned, the upper panes of which contained some ancient specimens of painted glass, and having been fitted up by Sir Ferdinand as a library, contained a collection of valuable books. From the library you entered through an arched door of glass into a small room, of which it being much out of repair when the family arrived, Lady Armine had seized the opportunity of gratifying her taste in the adornment. She had hung it with some old fashioned pea green damask, that exhibited to advantage several copies of Spanish paintings by herself, for she was a skilful artist. The third and remaining chamber was the dining room, a somewhat gloomy chamber, being shadowed by a neighbouring chestnut. A portrait of Sir Ferdinand, when a youth, in a Venetian dress, was suspended over the old fashioned fireplace, and opposite hung a fine hunting piece by Schneiders. Lady Armine was an amiable and accomplished woman. She had enjoyed the advantage of a foreign education under the inspection of a cautious parent, and a residence on the Continent, while it had afforded her many graces, had not, as unfortunately sometimes is the case, divested her of those more substantial though less showy qualities of which a husband knows the value. She was pious and dutiful, her manners were graceful, for she had visited courts and mixed in polished circles, but she had fortunately not learnt to affect insensibility as a system, or to believe that the essence of good breeding consists in showing your fellow creatures that you despise them. Her cheerful temper solaced the constitutional gloom of Sir Ratcliffe, and indeed had originally won his heart even more than her remarkable beauty, and while at the same time she loved a country life, she possessed in a lettered taste, in a beautiful and highly cultivated voice, and in a scientific knowledge of music and of painting, all those resources which prevent retirement from degenerating into loneliness. Her foibles, if we must confess that she was not faultless, endeared her to her husband, for her temper reflected his own pride, and she possessed the taste of splendour which was also his native mood, although circumstances had compelled him to stifle its gratification. Love, pure and profound, had alone prompted the union between Ratcliffe Armine and Constance Grandison. Doubtless, like all of her race, she might have chosen amid the wealthiest of the Catholic nobles and gentry one would have been proud to have mingled his life with hers, but with a soul not insensible to the splendid accidents of existence, she yielded her heart to one who could repay the rich sacrifice only with devotion. His poverty, his pride, his dangerous and hereditary gift of beauty, his mournful life, his illustrious lineage, his reserved and romantic mind, had at once attracted her fancy and captivated her heart. She shared all his aspirations and sympathised with all his hopes, and the old glory of the house of Armine, and its revival and restoration, were the object of her daily thoughts and often her nightly dreams. With these feelings Lady Armine settled herself at her new home, scarcely with a pang that the whole of the park in which she lived was let out as grazing land, and only trusting, as she beheld the groups of ruminating cattle, that the day might yet come for the antlered tenants of the bowers to resume their shady dwellings. The good man and his wife, who hitherto had inhabited the old place, and shown the castle and the pleasaunce to passing travellers, were, under the new order of affairs, promoted to the respective offices of serving man and cook, or butler and housekeeper, as they styled themselves in the village. A maiden brought from Grandison to wait on Lady Armine completed the establishment, with her young brother, who, among numerous duties, performed the office of groom, and attended to a pair of beautiful white ponies which Sir Ratcliffe drove in a phaeton. This equipage, which was remarkable for its elegance, was the especial delight of Lady Armine, and certainly the only piece of splendour in which Sir Ratcliffe indulged. As for the neighbourhood, Sir Ratcliffe, on his arrival, of course received a visit from the rector of his parish, and by the courteous medium of this gentleman he soon occasioned it to be generally understood that he was not anxious that the example of his rector should be followed. The intimation, in spite of much curiosity, was of course respected. Nobody called upon the Armines. This happy couple, however, were too much engrossed with their own society to require amusement from any other sources than themselves. The honeymoon was passed in wandering in the pleasure grounds, and in wondering at their own marvellous happiness. Then Lady Armine would sit on a green bank and sing her choicest songs, and Sir Ratcliffe repaid her for her kindness with speeches softer even than serenades. The arrangement of their dwelling occupied the second month. Each day witnessed some felicitous yet economical alteration of her creative taste. The third month Lady Armine determined to make a garden. "I wish," said her affectionate husband, as he toiled with delight in her service, "I wish, my dear Constance, that Glastonbury was here. He was such a capital gardener." "Let us ask him, dear Ratcliffe, and perhaps for such a friend we have already allowed too great a space of time to elapse without sending an invitation." "Why, we are so happy," said Sir Ratcliffe, smiling, "and yet Glastonbury is the best creature in the world. I hope you will like him, dear Constance." "I am sure I shall, dear Ratcliffe. Give me that geranium, love. Write to him to day. Write to Glastonbury to day." End of Book 1, Chapter 2.
Book 1, Chapter 3 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amanda Friday. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 1, Chapter 3 Arrival of Glastonbury. Adrian Glastonbury was a younger son of an old but decayed English family. He had been educated at a college of Jesuits in France, and had entered at an early period of life the service of the Romish Church, whose communion his family had never quitted. At college, young Glastonbury had been alike distinguished for his assiduous talents, and for the extreme benevolence of his disposition. He was one of those minds to which refinement is natural, and which learning and experience never deprive of simplicity. Apparently his passions were not violent, perhaps they were restrained by his profound piety. Next to his devotion, Glastonbury was remarkable for his taste. The magnificent temples in which the mysteries of the deity and saints he worshipped were celebrated developed the latent predisposition for the beautiful which became almost the master sentiment of his life. In the inspired and inspiring paintings that crowned the altars of the churches and the cathedrals in which he ministered, Glastonbury first studied art, and it was as he glided along the solemn shade of those Gothic aisles, gazing at the brave groining of the vaulted roofs, whose deep and sublime shadows so beautifully contrasted with the sparkling shrines and the delicate chantries below, that he first imbibed that passion for the architecture of the Middle Ages that afterwards led him on many a pleasant pilgrimage with no better companions than a wallet and a sketch-book. Indeed, so sensible was Glastonbury of the influence of the early and constant scene of his youth on his imagination, that he was wont to trace his love of heraldry, of which he possessed a remarkable knowledge, to the emblazoned windows that perpetuated the memory and the achievements of many a pious founder. When Glastonbury was about 21 years of age, he unexpectedly inherited from an uncle a sum which, though by no means considerable, was for him a sufficient independence, and as no opening in the service of the Church at this moment offered itself, which he considered it a duty to pursue, he determined to gratify that restless feeling which seems inseparable from the youth of men gifted with fine sensibilities, and which probably arises in an unconscious desire to quit the commonplace and to discover the ideal. He wandered on foot throughout the whole of Switzerland and Italy, and after more than 3 years' absence returned to England with several thousand sketches, and a complete Alpine hortus siccus. He was even more proud of the latter than of having kissed the Pope's toe. In the next 7 years the life of Glastonbury was nearly equally divided between the duties of his sacred profession and the gratification of his simple and elegant tastes. He resided principally in Lancashire, where he became librarian to a Catholic nobleman of the highest rank, whose notice he had first attracted by publishing a description of his Grace's residence, illustrated by his drawings. The Duke, who was a man of fine taste in antiquarian pursuits, and an exceedingly benevolent person, sought Glastonbury's acquaintance in consequence of the publication, and from that moment a close and cherished intimacy subsisted between them. In the absence of the family, however, Glastonbury found time for many excursions, by means of which he at last completed drawings of all our cathedrals. There remained for him still the abbeys and the minsters of the west of England, a subject on which he was ever eloquent. Glastonbury performed all these excursions on foot, armed only with an ashen staff which he had cut in his early travels, and respecting which he was superstitious, so that he would have no more thought of journeying without this stick than most other people without their hat. Indeed, to speak truth, Glastonbury had been known to quit a house occasionally without the necessary appendage, for, from living much alone, he was not a little absent. But instead of piquing himself on such eccentricities, they ever occasioned him mortification. Yet Glastonbury was a universal favourite, and ever a welcome guest. In his journeys he had no want of hosts, for there was not a Catholic family which would not have been hurt had he passed them without a visit. He was indeed a rarely accomplished personage. An admirable scholar and profound antiquary, he possessed also a considerable practical knowledge of the less severe sciences, was a fine artist, and no contemptible musician. His pen, too, was that of a ready writer. If his sonnets be ever published, they will rank among the finest in our literature. Glastonbury was about 30 when he was induced by Lady Barbara Armine to quit a roof where he had passed some happy years, and to undertake the education of her son Ratcliffe, a child of 8 years of age. From this time Glastonbury, in a great degree, withdrew himself from his former connections, and so completely abandoned his previous mode of life that he never quitted his new home. His pupil repaid him for his zeal rather by the goodness of his disposition and his unblemished conduct than by any remarkable brilliancy of talents or acquirements. But Ratcliffe, and particularly his mother, were capable of appreciating Glastonbury, and certain it is, whatever might be the cause, he returned their sympathy with deep emotion, for every thought and feeling of his existence seemed dedicated to their happiness and prosperity. So great indeed was the shock which he experienced at the unexpected death of Lady Barbara, that for some time he meditated assuming the cowl, and if the absence of his pupil prevented the accomplishment of this project, the plan was only postponed, not abandoned. The speedy marriage of Sir Ratcliffe followed. Circumstances had prevented Glastonbury from being present at the ceremony. It was impossible for him to retire to the cloister without seeing his pupil. Business, if not affection, rendered an interview between them necessary. It was equally impossible for Glastonbury to trouble a bride and bridegroom with his presence. When, however, 3 months had elapsed, he began to believe that he might venture to propose a meeting to Sir Ratcliffe, but while he was yet meditating on this step, he was anticipated by the receipt of a letter containing a warm invitation to Armine. It was a beautiful sunshiny afternoon in June. Lady Armine was seated in front of the place looking towards the park, and busied with her work, while Sir Ratcliffe, stretched on the grass, was reading to her the last poem of Scott which they had just received from the neighbouring town. "Ratcliffe, my dear," said Lady Armine, "someone approaches." "A tramper, Constance?" "No, no, my love. Rise. It is a gentleman." "Who can it be?" said Sir Ratcliffe, rising. "Perhaps it is your brother, love." "Ah, no, it is Glastonbury." And at these words he ran forward, jumped over the iron hurdle which separated their lawn from the park, nor stopped his quick pace until he reached a middle-aged man of very prepossessing appearance, though certainly not unsullied by the dust, for assuredly the guest had travelled far and long. "My dear Glastonbury!" exclaimed Sir Ratcliffe, embracing him, and speaking under the influence of an excitement in which he rarely indulged. "I am the happiest fellow alive. How do you do? I will introduce you to Constance directly. She is dying to know you, and quite prepared to love you as much as myself. Oh, my dear Glastonbury, you have no idea how happy I am. She is a perfect angel." "I am sure of it," said Glastonbury, seriously. Sir Ratcliffe hurried his tutor along. "Here is my best friend, Constance," he eagerly exclaimed. Lady Armine rose, and welcomed Mr. Glastonbury very cordially. "Your presence, my dear sir, has, I assure you, been long desired by both of us," she said, with a delightful smile. "No compliments, believe me," added Sir Ratcliffe. "Constance never pays compliments. She fixed upon your own room herself. She always calls it Mr. Glastonbury's room." "Ah, madam," said Mr. Glastonbury, laying his hand very gently on the shoulder of Sir Ratcliffe, and meaning to say something felicitous, "I know this dear youth well, and I have always thought whoever could claim this heart should be counted a very fortunate woman." "And such the possessor esteems herself," replied Lady Armine, with a smile. Sir Ratcliffe, after a quarter of an hour or so had passed in conversation, said, "Come, Glastonbury, you have arrived at a good time, for dinner is at hand. Let me show you to your room. I fear you have had a hot day's journey. Thank God we are together again. Give me your staff. I will take care of it, no fear of that. So, this way. You have seen the old place before. Take care of that step. I say, Constance," said Sir Ratcliffe, in a suppressed voice, and running back to his wife, "how do you like him?" "Very much indeed." "But do you really?" "Really, truly." "Angel!" exclaimed the gratified Ratcliffe. End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Recording by Amanda Friday. Book 1, Chapter 4 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amanda Friday. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 1, Chapter 4. Progress of Affairs at Armine. Life is adventurous. Events are perpetually occurring, even in the calmness of domestic existence, which change in an instant the whole train and tenor of our thoughts and feelings, and often materially influence our fortunes and our character. It is strange, and sometimes as profitable as it is singular, to recall our state on the eve of some acquaintance which transfigures our being. With some man whose philosophy revolutionizes our mind, with some woman whose charms metamorphose our career. These retrospective meditations are fruitful of self-knowledge. The visit of Glastonbury was one of those incidents which, from the unexpected results that they occasion, swell into events. He had not been long a guest at Armine, before Sir Ratcliffe and his lady could not refrain from mutually communicating to each other the gratification they should feel could Glastonbury be induced to cast his lot among them. His benevolent and placid temper, his many accomplishments, and the entire affection which he evidently entertained for everybody that bore the name, and for everything that related to the fortunes of Armine, all pointed him out as a friend alike to be cherished and to be valued. Under his auspices the garden of the fair Constance soon flourished. His taste guided her pencil, and his voice accompanied her lute. Sir Ratcliffe, too, thoroughly enjoyed his society. Glastonbury was with him the only link in life between the present and the past. They talked over old times together, and sorrowful recollections lost half their bitterness from the tenderness of his sympathetic reminiscences. Sir Ratcliffe, too, was conscious of the value of such a companion for his gifted wife. And Glastonbury, moreover, among his many accomplishments, had the excellent quality of never being in the way. He was aware that young people, and especially young lovers, are not averse sometimes to being alone, and his friends, in his absence, never felt that he was neglected, because his pursuits were so various and his resources so numerous that they were sure he was employed and amused. In the pleasaunce of Armine, at the termination of a long turfen avenue of purple beeches, there was a turreted gate, flanked by round towers, intended by Sir Ferdinand for one of the principal entrances of his castle. Over the gate were small but convenient chambers, to which you ascended by a winding staircase in one of the towers; the other was a mere shell. It was sunset; the long vista gleamed in the dying rays, that shed also a rich breadth of light over the bold and baronial arch. Our friends had been examining the chambers, and Lady Armine, who was a little wearied by the exertion, stood opposite the building, leaning on her husband and his friend. "A man might go far, and find a worse dwelling than that portal," said Glastonbury, musingly. "Methinks life might glide away pleasantly enough in those little rooms, with one's books and drawings, and this noble avenue for a pensive stroll." "I wish to Heaven, my dear Glastonbury, you would try the experiment," said Sir Ratcliffe. "Ah, do, Mr. Glastonbury," added Lady Armine, "take pity upon us." "At any rate, it is not so dull as a cloister," added Sir Ratcliffe; "and say what they like, there is nothing like living among friends." "You would find me very troublesome," replied Glastonbury, with a smile; and then, turning the conversation, evidently more from embarrassment than distaste, he remarked the singularity of the purple beeches. Their origin was uncertain, but one circumstance is sure, that before another month had passed, Glastonbury was a tenant for life of the portal of Armine Castle, and all his books and collections were safely stowed and arranged in the rooms with which he had been so much pleased. The course of time for some years flowed on happily at Armine. In the second year of their marriage, Lady Armine presented her husband with a son. Their family was never afterwards increased, but the proud father was consoled by the sex of his child for the recollection that the existence of his line depended upon the precious contingency of a single life. The boy was christened Ferdinand. With the exception of an annual visit to Lord Grandison, the Armine family never quitted their home. Necessity, as well as taste, induced this regularity of life. The affairs of Sir Ratcliffe did not improve. His mortgagees were more strict in their demands of interest than his tenants in payment of their rents. His man of business, who had made his fortune in the service of the family, was not wanting in accommodation to his client. But he was a man of business. He could not sympathize with the peculiar feelings and fancies of Sir Ratcliffe, and he persisted in seizing every opportunity of urging on him the advisability of selling his estates. However, by strict economy and temporary assistance from his lawyer, Sir Ratcliffe, during the first 10 years of his marriage, managed to carry on affairs, and though occasional embarrassments sometimes caused him fits of gloom and despondency, the sanguine spirit of his wife, and the confidence in the destiny of their beautiful child which she regularly enforced upon him, maintained on the whole his courage. All their hopes and joys were indeed centred in the education of the little Ferdinand. At 10 years of age he was one of those spirited, and at the same time docile boys, who seem to combine with the wild and careless grace of childhood the thoughtfulness and self-discipline of maturer age. It was the constant and truthful boast of his parents that in spite of all his liveliness he had never in the whole course of his life disobeyed them. In the village where he was idolized, they called him the little prince. He was so gentle and so generous, so kind and yet so dignified in his demeanour. His education was remarkable, for though he never quitted home, and lived in such extreme seclusion, so richly gifted were those few persons with whom he passed his life, that it would have been difficult to have fixed upon a youth, however favoured by fortune, who enjoyed greater advantages for the cultivation of his mind and manners. From the first dawn of the intellect of the young Armine, Glastonbury had devoted himself to its culture, and the kind scholar, who had not shrunk from the painful and patient task of impregnating a young mind with the seeds of knowledge, had bedewed its budding promise with all the fertilizing influence of his learning and his taste. As Ferdinand advanced in years, he had participated in the accomplishments of his mother. From her he derived not only a taste for the fine arts, but no unskilful practice. She too had cultivated the rich voice with which nature had endowed him, and it was his mother who taught him not only to sing but to dance. In more manly accomplishments, Ferdinand could not have found a more skilful instructor than his father, a consummate sportsman, and who, like all his ancestors, was remarkable for his finished horsemanship and the certainty of his aim. Under a roof, too, whose inmates were distinguished for their sincere piety and unaffected virtue, the higher duties of existence were not forgotten. And Ferdinand Armine was early and ever taught to be sincere, dutiful, charitable, and just, and to have a deep sense of the great account hereafter to be delivered to his Creator. The very foibles of his parents which he imbibed tended to the maintenance of his magnanimity. His illustrious lineage was early impressed upon him, and inasmuch as little now was left to them but their honour, so it was doubly incumbent upon him to preserve that chief treasure, of which fortune could not deprive them, unsullied. This much of the education of Ferdinand Armine. With great gifts of nature, with lively and highly cultivated talents, and a most affectionate and disciplined temper, he was adored by the friends who nevertheless had too much sense to spoil him. But for his character, what was that? Perhaps, with all their anxiety and all their care, and all their apparent opportunities for observation, the parent and the tutor are rarely skilful in discovering the character of their child or charge. Custom blunts the fineness of psychological study. Those with whom we have lived long and early are apt to blend our essential and our accidental qualities in one bewildering association. The consequences of education and of nature are not sufficiently discriminated. Nor is it indeed marvellous that for a long time temperament should be disguised and even stifled by education. For it is, as it were, a contest between a child and a man. There were moments when Ferdinand Armine loved to be alone, when he could fly from all the fondness of his friends, and roam in solitude amid the wild and desolate pleasure grounds, or wander for hours in the halls and galleries of the castle, gazing on the pictures of his ancestors. He ever experienced a strange satisfaction in beholding the portrait of his grandfather. He would sometimes stand abstracted for many minutes before the portrait of Sir Ferdinand in the gallery, painted by Reynolds, before his grandfather left England, and which the child already singularly resembled. But was there any other resemblance between them than form and feature? Did the fiery imagination and the terrible passions of that extraordinary man lurk in the innocent heart and the placid mien of his young descendant? No matter now. Behold, he is a light-hearted and airy child. Thought passes over his brow like a cloud in a summer sky, or the shadow of a bird over the sunshiny earth, and he skims away from the silent hall and his momentary reverie to fly a kite or chase a butterfly. End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Recording by Amanda Friday.
Book 1, Chapter 5 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 1, Chapter 5. A Domestic Scene. Years glided away without any remarkable incidents in the life of young Ferdinand. He seldom quitted home except as companion to Glastonbury in his pedestrian excursions, when he witnessed a different kind of life from that displayed in the annual visit which he paid to Grandison. The boy amused his grandfather, with whom therefore he became a favourite. The old lord, indeed, would have had no objection to his grandson passing half the year with him, and he always returned home with a benediction, a letter full of his praises and a £10 note. Lady Armine was quite delighted with these symptoms of affection on the part of her father towards her child, and augured from them important future results. But Sir Ratcliffe, who was not blessed with so sanguine a temperament as his amiable lady, and who, unbiassed by blood, was perhaps better qualified to form an opinion of the character of his father-in-law, never shared her transports, and seldom omitted an opportunity of restraining them. "It is all very well, my dear," he would observe, "for Ferdinand to visit his relations. Lord Grandison is his grandfather. It is very proper that he should visit his grandfather. I like him to be seen at Grandison. That is all very right. Grandison is a first-rate establishment, where he is certain of meeting persons of his own class, with whom circumstances unhappily," and here Sir Ratcliffe sighed, "debar him from mixing. And your father, Constance, is a very good sort of man. I like your father, Constance, you know very much. No person could ever be more courteous to me than he has ever been. I have no complaints to make of him, Constance, or your brother, or indeed of any member of your family. I like them all. Persons more kind or more thoroughly bred, I'm sure I never knew. And I think they like us. They appear to me to be always really glad to see us, and to be unaffectedly sorry when we quit them. I am sure I should be very happy if it were in my power to return their hospitality and welcome them at Armine. But it is useless to think of that. God only knows whether we shall be able to remain here ourselves. All I want to make you feel, my love, is that if you are building any castle in that little brain of yours, on the ground of expectations from Grandison, trust me, you will be disappointed, my dear. You will indeed. But, my love, if your father die tomorrow, my dear, he will not leave us a shilling, and who can complain? I cannot. He has always been very frank. I remember when we were going to marry, and I was obliged to talk to him about your portion. I remember it as if it was only yesterday. I remember his saying, with the most flattering smile in the world, "I wish the 5,000 pounds, Sir Ratcliffe, were 50,000 pounds for your sake, particularly as it will never be in my power to increase it." But, my dear Ratcliffe, surely he may do something for his favourite Ferdinand. My dear Constance, there you are again. Why favourite? I hate the very word. Your father is a good-natured man, a very good-natured man. He is one of the best-natured men I ever was acquainted with. He has not a single care in the world, and he thinks nobody else has. And what is more, my dear, nobody ever could persuade him that anyone else has. He has no idea of our situation. He never could form an idea of it. If I chose to attempt to make him understand it, he would listen with the greatest politeness, shrug his shoulders at the end of the story, tell me to keep up my spirits, and order another bottle of Madeira in order that he might illustrate his precept by practice. He is a good-natured, selfish man. He likes us to visit him because you are gay and agreeable, and because I never asked a favour of him in the whole course of our acquaintance. He likes Ferdinand to visit him because he is a handsome, fine-spirited boy, and his friends congratulate him on having such a grandson. And so Ferdinand is his favourite. And next year I would not be surprised if you were to give him a pony, and perhaps if he die, he will leave him 50 guineas to buy a gold watch. Well, I dare say you are right, Ratcliffe, but still nothing that you can say will ever persuade me that Ferdinand is not papa's decided favourite. Well, we shall soon see what this favour is worth, retorted Sir Ratcliffe rather bitterly. Regularly, every visit for the last 3 years, your father has asked me what I intended to do with Ferdinand. I said to him last year more than I thought I ever could say to anyone. I told him that Ferdinand was now 15, and that I wished to get him a commission, but that I had no influence to get him a commission, and no money to pay for it, if it were offered me. I think that was pretty plain, and I have been surprised ever since that I ever could have placed myself in such a degrading position as to say so much. Degrading, my dear Ratcliffe, said his wife. I felt it as such, and such I still feel it. At this moment Glastonbury, who was standing at the other end of the room examining a large folio, and who had evidently been uneasy during the whole conversation, attempted to quit the room. My dear Glastonbury, said Sir Ratcliffe with a forced smile, you are alarmed at our domestic broils. Pray, do not leave the room. You know we have no secrets from you. No, pray do not go, Mr. Glastonbury, added Lady Armine. And if indeed there be a domestic broil, and here she rose and kissed her husband, at any rate witness our reconciliation. Sir Ratcliffe smiled and returned his wife's embrace with much feeling. My own Constance, he said, you are the dearest wife in the world, and if I ever feel unhappy, believe me, it is only because I do not see you in the position to which you are entitled. I know no fortune to be compared to your love, Ratcliffe, and as for our child, nothing will ever persuade me that all will not go right, and that he will not restore the fortunes of the family. Amen, said Glastonbury, closing the book with a reverberating sound. Nor indeed can I believe that Providence will ever desert a great and pious line. End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Book 1, Chapter 6 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 1, Chapter 6. Containing another domestic scene. Lady Armine and Glastonbury were both too much interested in the welfare of Sir Ratcliffe not to observe with deep concern that a great, although gradual, change had occurred in his character during the last 5 years. He had become moody and querulous, and occasionally even irritable. His constitutional melancholy, long diverted by the influence of a vigorous youth, the society of a charming woman, and the interesting feelings of a father, began to reassert its ancient and essential sway, and at times even to deepen into gloom. Sometimes whole days elapsed without his ever indulging in conversation, His nights, once tranquil, were now remarkable for their restlessness. His wife was alarmed at the size and agitation of his dreams. He abandoned also his field sports, and none of those innocent sources of amusement, in which it was once his boast that retirement was so rich, now interested him. In vain Lady Armine sought his society in her walks, or consulted him about her flowers. His frigid and monosyllabic replies discouraged all her efforts. No longer did he lean over her easel, or call for a repetition of his favourite song. At times these dark fits passed away, and if not cheerful, he was at least serene. But on the whole he was an altered man, and his wife could no longer resist the miserable conviction that he was an unhappy one. She, however, was at least spared the mortification, the bitterest that a wife can experience, a feeling that this change in his conduct was occasioned by any indifference towards her. For, adverse as Sir Ratcliffe was to converse on a subject so hopeless and ungrateful as the state of his fortune, still there were times in which he could not refrain from communicating to the partner of his bosom all the causes of his misery, and these indeed too truly had she divined. "Alas!" she would sometimes say as she tried to compose his restless pillow, "what is this pride to which you men sacrifice everything? For me, who am a woman, love is sufficient. Oh, my Ratcliffe, why do you not feel like your Constance? What if these estates be sold? Still we are Armines, and still our dear Ferdinand is spared to us. Believe me, love, that if deference to your feelings has prompted my silence, I have long felt that it would be wiser for us at once to meet a necessary evil. For God's sake, put an end to the torture of this life which is destroying us both. Poverty, absolute poverty, with you and with your love, I can meet even with cheerfulness. But indeed, my Ratcliffe, I can bear our present life no longer. I shall die if you be unhappy. And oh, dearest Ratcliffe, if that were to happen, which sometimes I fear has happened, if you were no longer to love me—" But here Sir Ratcliffe assured her of the reverse. "Only think," she would continue, "if when we married we had voluntarily done that which we may now be forced to do, we really should have been almost rich people. At least we should have had quite enough to live in ease, and even elegance. And now we owe thousands to that horrible Bagster, who I am sure cheated your father out of house and home, and I dare say, after all, wants to buy Armine for himself." "He buy Armine? An attorney buy Armine? Never, Constance, never. I will be buried in its ruins first. There is no sacrifice that I would not sooner make." "But, dearest love, suppose we sell it to some one else? And suppose after paying everything we have 30,000 pounds left? How well we could live abroad on the interest of 30,000 pounds." "There would not be 30,000 pounds left now." "Well, 25, or even 20. I could manage on 20, and then we could buy a commission for dear Ferdinand." "But to leave our child—" "Could not he go into the Spanish service? Perhaps you could get him a commission in the Spanish Guards for nothing. They must remember you there. And such a name as Armine! I have no doubt that the king would be quite proud to have another Armine in his guard. And then we could live at Madrid, and that would be so delightful. Because you speak Spanish so beautifully, and I could learn it very quickly. I am very quick at learning languages. I am indeed." "I think you are very quick at everything, dear Constance. I am sure you are really a treasure of a wife. I have cause every hour to bless you. And if it were not for my own sake, I should say that I wish you had made a happier marriage." "Oh, do not say that, Ratcliffe. Say anything but that, Ratcliffe. If you love me, I am the happiest woman that ever lived. Be sure always of that." "I wonder if they do remember me at Madrid." "To be sure they do. How could they forget you? How could they forget my Ratcliffe? I dare say you go to this day by the name of the handsome Englishman." "Pooh! I remember when I left England before. I had no wife then, no child, but I remembered who I was, and when I thought I was the last of our race, and that I was in all probability going to spill the little blood that was spared of us in a foreign soil. Oh, Constance, I do not think I could ever forget the agony of that moment. Had it been for England, I would have met my fate without a pang. No, Constance, I am an Englishman. I am proud of being an Englishman. My fathers helped to make this country what it is. No one can deny that, and no consideration in the world shall ever induce me again to quit this island. But suppose we do not quit England? Suppose we buy a small estate and live at home? A small estate at home? A small new estate, bought of a Mr. Hopkins, a great tallow chandler, or some stock jobber about to make a new flight from a lodge to a park? Oh, no, that would be too degrading. But suppose we keep one of our own manors, and be reminded every instance of every day of those we have lost, and hear the wonderful improvements of our successors? I should go mad. But suppose we live in London? Where? I am sure I do not know, but I should think we might get a nice little house somewhere. In a suburb of fitting lodgment for Lady Armine? No, at any rate we will have no witnesses to our fall. But could not we try some place near my father's? And be patronized by the great family with whom I had the good fortune of being connected? No, my dear Constance, I like your father very well, but I could not stand his eleemosynary hunches of venison, and great baskets of apples and cream cheeses sent with the housekeeper's duty. But what shall we do, dear Ratcliffe? My love, there is no resisting fate. We must live or die at Armine, even if we starve. Perhaps something will turn up. I dreamed the other night that dear Ferdinand married an heiress. Suppose he should, what do you think? Why, even then, that he would not be as lucky as his father. Good night, love. End of Book 1, Chapter 6.
Book 1, Chapter 7 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 1, Chapter 7. Containing an unexpected visit to London and its consequences. The day after the conversation in the library, to which Glastonbury had been an unwilling listener, he informed his friends that it was necessary for him to visit the metropolis, and as young Ferdinand had never yet seen London, he proposed that he should accompany him. Sir Ratcliffe and Lady Armine cheerfully assented to this proposition, and as for Ferdinand, it is difficult to describe the delight which the anticipation of his visit occasioned him. The 3 days that were to elapse before his departure did not seem sufficient to ensure the complete packing of his portmanteau, and his excited manner, the rapidity of his conversation, and the restlessness of his movements were very diverting. "Mamma, is London 20 times bigger than Nottingham? How big is it then? Shall we travel all night? What o'clock is it now? I wonder if Thursday will ever come. I think I shall go to bed early, to finish the day sooner. Do you think my cap is good enough to travel in? I shall buy a hat in London. I shall get up early the very first morning and buy a hat. Do you think my uncle is in London? I wish Augustus were not at Eton. Perhaps he would be there. I wonder if Mr. Glastonbury will take me to see St. Paul's. I wonder if he will take me to the play. I'd give anything to go to the play. I should like to go to the play and St. Paul's. What fun it will be dining on the road." It did indeed seem that Thursday would never come, yet it came at last. The travellers were obliged to rise before the sun, and drive over to Nottingham to meet their coach, so they bid their adieus the previous eve. As for Ferdinand, so fearful was he of losing the coach, that he scarcely slept, and was never convinced that he was really in time, until he found himself planted in breathless agitation outside of the Dart light post coach. It was the first time in his life that he had ever travelled outside of a coach. He felt all the excitement of expanding experience and advancing manhood. They whirled along. At the end of every stage, Ferdinand followed the example of his fellow travellers and dismounted, and then with sparkling eyes hurried to Glastonbury, who was inside, to inquire how he sped. "Capital travelling, isn't it, sir? Did the 10 miles within the hour. You have no idea what a fellow our coachman is. And the guard! Such a fellow, our guard! Don't wait here a moment. Can I get anything for you? We dine at Millfield. What fun!" Away whirled the dashing dart over the rich plains of our merry Midland, a quick and dazzling vision of golden cornfields and lawny pasture land, farmhouses embowered in orchards and hamlets, shaded by the straggling members of some vast and ancient forest. Then rose in the distance the dim blue towers, or the graceful spire of some old cathedral, and soon the spreading causeways announced their approach to some provincial capital. The coachman flanks his leaders, who break into a gallop. The guard sounds his triumphant bugle. The coach bounds over the noble bridge that spans a stream covered with craft. Public buildings, guild halls, and county jails rise on each side. Rattling through many an inferior way, they at length emerge into the High Street, the observed of all observers, and mine host of the Red Lion or the White Hart, followed by all his waiters, advances from his portal with a smile to receive the gentlemen passengers. "The coach stops here half an hour, gentlemen. Dinner quite ready." 'Tis a delightful sound. And what a dinner! What a profusion of substantial delicacies! What mighty and iris-tinted rounds of beef! What vast and marble-veined ribs! What gelatinous veal pies! What colossal hams! Those are evidently prize cheeses. And how invigorating is the perfume of those various and variegated pickles! Then the bustle emulating the plenty, the ringing of bells, the clash of thoroughfare, the summoning of ubiquitous waiters, and the all-pervading feeling of omnipotence, from the guests, who order what they please, to the landlord, who can produce and execute everything they can desire. 'Tis a wondrous sight. Why should a man go and see the pyramids and cross the desert, when he has not beheld York Minster, or travelled on the road? Our little Ferdinand, amid all this novelty, heartily enjoyed himself, and did ample justice to mine host's good cheer. They were soon again whirling along the road, but at sunset Ferdinand, at the instance of Glastonbury, availed himself of his inside place, and wearied by the air and the excitement of the day, he soon fell soundly asleep. Several hours had elapsed, when, awaking from a confused dream, in which Armine and all he had lately seen were blended together, he found his fellow traveller slumbering, and the mail dashing along through the illuminated streets of a great city. The streets were thickly thronged. Ferdinand stared at the magnificence of the shops blazing with lights, and the multitude of men and vehicles moving in all directions. The guard sounded his bugle with treble energy, and the coach suddenly turned through an arched entrance into the courtyard of an old-fashioned inn. His fellow passengers started, and rubbed their eyes. "So, we have arrived, I suppose," grumbled one of these gentlemen, taking off his nightcap. "Yes, gentlemen, I am happy to say our journey is finished," said a more polite voice, "and a very pleasant one I have found it. Porter, have the goodness to call me a coach." "And one for me," added the gruff voice. "Mr. Glastonbury," whispered the awestruck Ferdinand, "is this London?" "This is London, but we have yet 2 or 3 miles to go before we reach our quarters. I think we had better alight and look after our luggage. Gentlemen, good evening." Mr. Glastonbury hailed a coach, into which, having safely deposited their portmanteaus, he and Ferdinand entered. But our young friend was so entirely overcome by his feelings and the genius of the place, that he was quite unable to make an observation. Each minute the streets seemed to grow more spacious and more brilliant, and the multitude more dense and more excited. Beautiful buildings, too, rose before him, palaces, and churches, and streets, and squares of imposing architecture. To his inexperienced eye and unsophisticated spirit, their route appeared a never-ending triumph. To the hackney coachman, however, who had no imagination, and who was quite satiated with metropolitan experience, it only appeared that he had had an exceeding good fare, and that he was jogging up from Bishopsgate Street to Charing Cross. When Jarvis, therefore, had safely deposited his charge at Morley's Hotel in Cockspur Street, and extorted from them an extra shilling in consideration of their evident rustication, he bent his course towards the Opera House, for clouds were gathering, and with the favour of Providence there seemed a chance about midnight of picking up some helpless beau or desperate cabless dandy, the choicest victim, in a midnight shower, of these public conveyances. The coffee-room at Morley's was a new scene of amusement to Ferdinand, and he watched with great diversion the 2 evening papers portioned out amongst 12 eager quidnuncs, and the evident anxiety which they endured, and the nice diplomacies to which they resorted to obtain the envied journals. The entrance of our 2 travellers, so alarmingly increasing the demand over the supply, at first seemed to attract considerable and not very friendly notice. But when a malignant half-pay officer, in order to revenge himself for the restless watchfulness of his neighbour, a political doctor of divinity, offered the journal, which he had long finished, to Glastonbury, and it was declined, the general alarm visibly diminished. Poor Mr. Glastonbury had never looked into a newspaper in his life, save the County Chronicle, to which he occasionally contributed a communication, giving an account of the digging up of some old coins, signed Antiquarius, or of the exhumation of some fossil remains, to which he more boldly appended his initials. In spite of the strange clatter in the streets, Ferdinand slept well, and the next morning, after an early breakfast, himself and his fellow traveller set out on their peregrinations. Young and sanguine, full of health and enjoyment, innocent and happy, it was with difficulty that Ferdinand could restrain his spirits, as he mingled in the bustle of the streets. It was a bright sunny morning, and although the end of June, the town was yet quite full. "Is this Charing Cross, sir? I wonder if we shall ever be able to get over. Is this the fullest part of the town, sir? What a fine day, sir! How lucky we are in the weather! We are lucky in everything. Whose house is that? Northumberland House. Is it the Duke of Northumberland's? Does he live there? How I should like to see it! Is it very fine? Who is that? What is this? The Admiralty! Oh, let me see the Admiralty! The Horse Guards! Oh, where? Let us set our watches by the Horse Guards. The guard of our coach always sets his watch by the Horse Guards. Mr. Glastonbury, which is the best clock, the Horse Guards or St. Paul's? Is that the Treasury? Can we go in? That is Downing Street, is it? I never heard of Downing Street. What do they do in Downing Street? Is this Charing Cross still, or is it Parliament Street? Where does Charing Cross end, and where does Parliament Street begin? By Jove, I see Westminster Abbey. After visiting Westminster Abbey and the 2 Houses of Parliament, Mr. Glastonbury, looking at his watch, said it was now time to call upon a friend of his, who lived in St. James's Square. This was the nobleman with whom, early in life, Glastonbury had been connected, and with whom and whose family he had become so great a favourite that, notwithstanding his retired life, they had never permitted the connection entirely to subside. During the very few visits which he had made to the metropolis, he always called in St. James's Square, and his reception always assured him that his remembrance imparted pleasure. When Glastonbury sent up his name, he was instantly admitted, and ushered upstairs. The room was full, but it consisted only of a family party. The mother of the Duke, who was an interesting personage, with fine grey hair, a clear blue eye, and a soft voice, was surrounded by her great-grandchildren, who were at home for the midsummer holidays, and who had gathered together at her rooms this morning to consult upon amusements. Among them was the heir presumptive of the house, a youth of the age of Ferdinand, and of a prepossessing appearance. It was difficult to meet a more amiable and agreeable family, and nothing could exceed the kindness with which they all welcomed Glastonbury. The Duke himself soon appeared. "My dear, dear Glastonbury," he said, "I heard you were here, and I would come. This shall be a holiday for us all. Why, man, you bury yourself alive." "Mr. Armine," said the Duchess, pointing to Ferdinand. "Mr. Armine, how do you do? Your grandfather and I were well acquainted. I am glad to know his grandson. I hope your father, Sir Ratcliffe, and Lady Armine are well. My dear Glastonbury, I hope you have come to stay a long time. You must dine with us every day. You know we are very old-fashioned people. We do not go much into the world, so you will always find us at home, and we will do what we can to amuse your young friend. Why, I should think he was about the same age as Digby. Is he at Eton? His grandfather was. I shall never forget the time he cut off old Barnard's pigtail. He was a wonderful man. Poor Sir Ferdinand! He was indeed." While his Grace and Glastonbury maintained their conversation, Ferdinand conducted himself with so much spirit and propriety towards the rest of the party, and gave them such a lively and graceful narrative of all his travels up to town, and the wonders he had already witnessed, that they were quite delighted with him; and, in short, from this moment, during his visit to London, he was scarcely ever out of their society, and every day became a greater favourite with them. His letters to his mother, for he wrote to her almost every day, recounted all their successful efforts for his amusement, and it seemed that he passed his mornings in a round of sight-seeing, and that he went to the play every night of his life. Perhaps there never existed a human being who at this moment more thoroughly enjoyed life than Ferdinand Armine. In the meantime, while he thought only of amusements, Mr. Glastonbury was not inattentive to his more important interests. For the truth is that this excellent man had introduced him to the family only with the hope of interesting the feelings of the Duke in his behalf. His Grace was a man of generous disposition. He sympathised with the recital of Glastonbury as he detailed to him the unfortunate situation of this youth, sprung from so illustrious a lineage, and yet cut off, by a combination of unhappy circumstances, from almost all those natural sources whence he might have expected support and countenance. And when Glastonbury, seeing that the Duke's heart was moved, added that all he required for him, Ferdinand, was a commission in the army, for which his parents were prepared to advance the money, his Grace instantly declared that he would exert all his influence to obtain their purpose. Mr. Glastonbury was, therefore, more gratified than surprised. A few days after the conversation which we have mentioned, his noble friend informed him, with a smile, that he believed all might be arranged, provided his young charge could make it convenient to quit England at once. A vacancy had unexpectedly occurred in a regiment just ordered to Malta, and an ensigncy had been promised to Ferdinand Armine. Mr. Glastonbury gratefully closed with the offer. He sacrificed a fourth part of his moderate independence in the purchase of the commission and the outfit of his young friend, and had the supreme satisfaction, ere the third week of their visit was completed, of forwarding a gazette to Armine, containing the appointment of Ferdinand Armine as ensign in the Royal Fusiliers. End of Book 1, Chapter 7.
Book 1, Chapter 8 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Sarah. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 1, Chapter 8. A visit to Glastonbury's chamber. It was arranged that Ferdinand should join his regiment by the next Mediterranean packet, which was not to quit Falmouth for a fortnight. Glastonbury and himself, therefore, lost no time in bidding adieu to their kind friends in London and hastening to Armine. They arrived the day after the Gazette. They found Sir Ratcliffe waiting for them at the town, and the fond smile and cordial embrace with which he greeted Glastonbury more than repaid that good man for all his exertions. There was, notwithstanding, a perceptible degree of constraint, both on the part of the baronet and his former tutor. It was evident that Sir Ratcliffe had something on his mind, of which he wished to disburden himself, and it was equally apparent that Glastonbury was unwilling to afford him an opportunity. Under these rather awkward circumstances, it was perhaps fortunate that Ferdinand talked without ceasing, giving his father an account of all he had seen, done, and heard, and all of the friends he had made, from the good Duke of to that capital fellow, the guard of the coach. They were at the park gates. Lady Armine was there to meet them. The carriage stopped. Ferdinand jumped out and embraced his mother. She kissed him and ran forward and extended both her hands to Mr. Glastonbury. "Deeds, not words, must show our feelings," she said, and the tears glittered in her beautiful eyes. Glastonbury, with a blush, pressed her hands to his lips. After dinner, during which Ferdinand recounted all his adventures, Lady Armine invited him, when she rose, to walk with her in the garden. It was then, with an air of considerable confusion, clearing his throat and filling his glass at the same time, that Sir Ratcliffe said to his remaining guest, "My dear Glastonbury, you cannot suppose that I believe that the days of magic have returned. This commission, both Constance and myself feel, that is, we're certain, that you are at the bottom of it all. The commission is purchased. I could not expect the Duke, deeply as I feel his generous kindness, to purchase a commission for my son. I could not permit it. No, Glastonbury," and here Sir Ratcliffe became more animated, "you could not permit it. My honour is safe in your hands?" Sir Ratcliffe paused for a reply. "On that score my conscience is clear," replied Glastonbury. "It is then, it must be then, as I suspect," rejoined Sir Ratcliffe. "I am your debtor for this great service." "It is easy to count your obligations to me," said Glastonbury, "but mine to you and yours are incalculable." "My dear Glastonbury," said Sir Ratcliffe, pushing his glass away as he rose from his seat, and walked up and down the room, "I may be proud, but I have no pride for you. I owe you too much. Indeed, my dear friend, there is nothing that I would not accept from you, were it in your power to grant what you would desire. It is not pride, my dear Glastonbury, do not mistake me, it is not pride that prompts this explanation, but had I your command of language I would explain myself more readily. But the truth is, I cannot permit that you should suffer for us, Glastonbury, I cannot indeed." Mr. Glastonbury looked at Sir Ratcliffe steadily, then rising from his seat, he took the baronet's arm, and without saying a word walked slowly towards the gates of the castle where he lodged, and which we have before described. When he had reached the steps of the tower he withdrew his arm, and saying, "Let me be pioneer," invited Sir Ratcliffe to follow him. They accordingly entered this chamber. It was a small room lined with shelves of books, except in one spot, where was suspended a portrait of Lady Barbara, which she had bequeathed him in her will. The floor was covered with so many boxes and cases that it was not very easy to steer a course when you had entered. Glastonbury, however, beckoned to his companion to seat himself in one of his two chairs, while he unlocked a small cabinet, from a drawer of which he brought forth a paper. "It is my will," said Glastonbury, handing it to Sir Ratcliffe, who laid it down on the table. "Nay, I wish you, my dear fellow, to peruse it, for it concerns yourself." "I would rather learn its contents from yourself, if you positively desire me," replied Sir Ratcliffe. "I have left everything to our child," said Glastonbury, for thus, when speaking to the father alone, he would often style the son. "May it be long before he enjoys the bequest," said Sir Ratcliffe, brushing away a tear. Long, very long. As the Almighty pleases, said Glastonbury, crossing himself. But living or dead, I look upon all as Ferdinand's, and hold myself but the steward of his inheritance, which I will never abuse. Oh, Glastonbury, no more of this, I pray. You have wasted a precious life upon our forlorn race. Alas, how often and how keenly do I feel that had it not been for the name of Armine, your great talents and goodness might have gained for you an enviable portion of earthly felicity. Yes, Glastonbury, you have sacrificed yourself to us. Would that I could, said the old man, with brightening eyes and unaccustomed energy of manner. Would that I could. Would that any act of mine, I care not what, could revive the fortunes of the house of Armine. Honoured for ever be the name, which with me is associated with all that is great and glorious in man, and, here his voice faltered, and he turned away his face, exquisite and enchanting in woman. No, Ratcliffe, he resumed, by the memory of one I cannot name, by that blessed and saintly being from whom you derive your life, you will not, you cannot deny this last favour I ask, I entreat, I supplicate you to accord me who have ever eaten of your bread, and whom your roof hath ever shrouded. My friend, I cannot speak, said Sir Ratcliffe, throwing himself back in the chair, and covering his face with his right hand. I know not what to say, I know not what to feel. Glastonbury advanced and gently took his other hand. Dear Sir Ratcliffe, he observed, in his usual calm, sweet voice, if I have erred you will pardon me. I did believe that, after my long and intimate connection with your house, after having for nearly 40 years sympathized as deeply with all your fortunes as if, indeed, your noble blood flowed in these old veins, after having been honoured on your side with a friendship which has been the consolation and charm of my existence, indeed too great a blessing, I did believe, more especially when I reminded myself of the unrestrained manner in which I had availed myself of the advantages of that friendship, I did believe, actuated by feelings which perhaps I cannot describe, and thoughts to which I cannot now give utterance, that I might venture, without offence, upon this slight service, that the offering might be made in the spirit of most respectful affection, and not altogether be devoid of favour in your sight. Excellent, kind-hearted man, said Sir Ratcliffe, pressing the hand of Glastonbury in his own. I accept your offering in the spirit of perfect love. Believe me, dearest friend, it was no feeling of false pride that for a moment influenced me. I only felt that venturing upon this humble service I deprived myself of some portion of my means of livelihood. You are mistaken. When I cast my lot at Armine, I sank a portion of my capital on my life. So slender are my wants here, and so little does your dear lady permit me to desire, that, believe me, I have never yet expended upon myself this apportioned income. And as for the rest, it is, as you have seen, destined for our Ferdinand. Yet a little time, and Adrian Glastonbury must be gathered to his fathers. Why then deprive him of the greatest gratification of his remaining years? The consciousness that, to be really serviceable to those he loves, it is not necessary for him to cease to exist. May you never repent your devotion to our house, said Sir Ratcliffe, rising from his seat. Time was we could give them who served us something better than thanks, but, at any rate, these come from the heart. End of Book 1, Chapter 8. Recorded by Sarah.
Book 1, Chapter 9 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 1, Chapter 9. The Last Day and the Last Night. In the meantime, the approaching departure of Ferdinand was the great topic of interest at Armine. It was settled that his father should accompany him to Falmouth, where he was to embark, and that they should pay a visit on their way to his grandfather, whose seat was situate in the west of England. This separation, now so near at hand, occasioned Lady Armine the deepest affliction, but she struggled to suppress her emotion. Yet often, while apparently busied with the common occupations of the day, the tears trickled down her cheek, and often she rose from her restless seat, while surrounded by those she loved, to seek the solitude of her chamber and indulge her overwhelming sorrow. Nor was Ferdinand less sensible of the bitterness of this separation. With all the excitement of his new prospects, and the feeling of approaching adventure and fancied independence, so flattering to inexperienced youth, he could not forget that his had been a very happy home. Nearly 17 years of an innocent existence had passed, undisturbed by a single bad passion, and unsullied by a single action that he could regret. The river of his life had glided along, reflecting only a cloudless sky. But if he had been dutiful and happy, if at this moment of severe examination of his conscience were serene, he would not but feel how much this enviable state of mind was to be attributed to those who had, as it were, imbued his life with love, whose never varying affection had developed all the kindly feelings of his nature, had anticipated all his wants, and listened to all his wishes, had assisted him in difficulty and guided him in doubt, had invited confidence by his kindness, and deserved it by sympathy, had robbed instruction of all its labour, and discipline of all its harshness. It was the last day. On the morrow he was to quit Armine. He strolled about among the mouldering chambers of the castle, and a host of thoughts and passions, like clouds in a stormy sky, coursed over his hitherto serene and light-hearted breast. In this first great struggle of his soul some symptoms of his latent nature developed themselves, and, amid the rifts of the mental tempest, occasionally he caught some glimpses of self-knowledge. Nature, that had endowed him with a fiery imagination and a reckless courage, had tempered those dangerous and hitherto those undeveloped and untried gifts with a heart of infinite sensibility. Ferdinand Armine was, in truth, a singular blending of the daring and the soft, and now, as he looked around him and thought of his illustrious and fallen race, and especially of that extraordinary man, of whose splendid and ruinous career, that man's own creation, the surrounding pile, seemed a fitting emblem, he asked himself if he had not inherited the energies with the name of his grandsire, and if their exertion might not yet revive the glories of his line. He felt within him alike the power and the will, and while he indulged in magnificent reveries of fame and glory and heroic action, of which career, indeed, his approaching departure was to be the commencement, the association of ideas led his recollection to those beings from whom he was about to depart. His fancy dropped like a bird of paradise in full wing, tumbling exhausted in the sky. He thought of his innocent and happy boyhood, of his father's thoughtful benevolence, his sweet mother's gentle assiduities,
on Glastonbury's devotion. And he demanded aloud, in a voice of anguish, whether fate could indeed supply a lot more exquisite than to pass existence in these calm and beauteous bowers with such beloved companions. His name was called. It was his mother's voice. He dashed away a desperate tear, and came forth with a smiling face. His mother and father were walking together at a little distance. "Ferdinand," said Lady Armine, with an air of affected gaiety, "we have just been settling that you are to send me a gazelle from Malta." And in this strain, speaking of slight things, yet all in some degree touching upon the mournful incident of the morrow, did Lady Armine for some time converse, as if she were all this time trying the fortitude of her mind and accustoming herself to a catastrophe which she was resolved to meet with fortitude. While they were walking together, Glastonbury, who was hurrying from his rooms to the Place, for the dinner hour was at hand, joined them, and they entered their home together. It was singular at dinner too in what excellent spirits everybody determined to be. The dinner also, generally a simple repast, was almost as elaborate as the demeanour of the guests, and, although no one felt inclined to eat, consisted of every dish and delicacy which was supposed to be a favourite with Ferdinand. Sir Ratcliffe, in general so grave, was to day quite joyous, and produced a magnum of claret, which he had himself discovered in the old cellars, and of which even Glastonbury, a habitual water drinker, ventured to partake. As for Lady Armine, she scarcely ever ceased talking. She found a jest in every sentence, and seemed only uneasy when there was silence. Ferdinand, of course, yielded himself to the apparent spirit of the party, and, had a stranger been present, he could only have supposed that they were celebrating some anniversary of domestic joy. It seemed rather a birthday feast than the last social meeting of those who had lived together so long and loved each other so dearly. But as the evening drew on, their hearts began to grow heavy, and every one was glad that the early departure of the travellers on the morrow was an excuse for speedily retiring. "No adieus to night," said Lady Armine with a gay air, as she scarcely returned the habitual embrace of her son. "We shall be all up to morrow." So wishing his last good night with a charged heart and faltering tongue, Ferdinand Armine took up his candle and retired to his chamber. He could not refrain from exercising an unusual scrutiny when he had entered the room. He held up the light to the old accustomed walls, and threw a parting glance of affection at the curtains. There was the glass vase which his mother had never omitted each day to fill with fresh flowers, and the counterpane that was her own handiwork. He kissed it, and, flinging off his clothes, was glad when he was surrounded with darkness and buried in his bed. There was a gentle tap at his door. He started. "Are you in bed, my Ferdinand?" enquired his mother's voice. Ere he could reply, he heard the door open, and observed a tall white figure approaching him. Lady Armine, without speaking, knelt down by his bedside, and took him in her arms. She buried her face in his breast. He felt her tears upon his heart. He could not move. He could not speak. At length he sobbed aloud. "May our Father that is in heaven bless you, my darling child. May he guard over you. May he preserve you." Very weak was her still solemn voice. I would have spared you this, my darling. For you, not for myself, have I controlled my feelings. But I knew not the strength of a mother's love. Alas, what mother has a child like thee? Oh, Ferdinand, my first, my only born, child of love and joy and happiness, that never cost me a thought of sorrow, so kind, so gentle, and so dutiful, must we, oh, must we indeed part? It is too cruel, continued Lady Armine, kissing with 1,000 kisses her weeping child. What have I done to deserve such misery as this? Ferdinand, my beloved Ferdinand, I shall die. I will not go, mother, I will not go, wildly exclaimed the boy, disengaging himself from her embrace and starting up in his bed. Mother, I cannot go. No, no, it never can be good to leave a home like this. Hush, hush, my darling. What words are these? How unkind, how wicked it is of me to say all this. Would that I had not come. I only meant to listen at your door a minute, and hear you move, perhaps to hear you speak. And like a fool, how naughty of me. Never, never shall I forgive myself. Like a miserable fool, I entered. My own mother, what shall I say? What shall I do? I love you, mother, with all my heart and soul and spirit's strength. I love you, mother. There is no mother loved as you are loved. 'Tis that that makes me mad. I know it. Oh, why are you not like other children, Ferdinand? When your uncle left us, my father said good bye and shook his hand, and he scarcely kissed us, he was so glad to leave his home. But you, to morrow, no, not to morrow. Can it be to morrow? Mother, let me get up and call my father, and tell him I will not go. Good God, what words are these? Not go? 'Tis all your hope to go, all ours, dear child. What would your father say were he to hear me speak thus? Oh, that I had not entered. What a fool I am. Dearest, dearest mother, believe me we shall soon meet. Shall we soon meet? God, how joyous will be the day. And I will write to you by every ship. Oh, never fail, Ferdinand, never fail. And send you a gazelle, and you shall call it by my name, dear mother. Darling child. You know I have often stayed a month at grandpapa's, and once 6 weeks. Why, 8 times 6 weeks, and I shall be home again. Home, home again. 8 times 6 weeks. A year, nearly a year. It seems eternity. Winter and spring and summer and winter again, all to pass away. And for 17 years he has scarcely been out of my sight. Oh, my idol, my beloved, my darling Ferdinand, I cannot believe it. I cannot believe that we are to part. Mother, dearest mother, think of my father. Think how much his hopes are placed on me. Think, dearest mother, how much I have to do. All now depends on me, you know. I must restore our house. Oh, Ferdinand, I dare not express the thoughts that rise upon me. Yet I would say that, had I but my child, I could live in peace. How or where, I care not. Dearest mother, you unman me. It is very wicked. I am a fool. I never, no, never shall pardon myself for this night, Ferdinand. Sweet mother, I beseech you calm yourself. Believe me, we shall indeed meet very soon, and somehow or other A little bird whispers to me we shall yet be very happy. But will you be the same Ferdinand to me as before? Ay, there it is, my child. You will be a man when you come back, and be ashamed to love your mother. Promise me now, said Lady Armine, with extraordinary energy. Promise me, Ferdinand, you will always love me. Do not let them make you ashamed of loving me. They will joke and jest and ridicule all home affections. You are very young, sweet love, very, very young, and very inexperienced and susceptible. Do not let them spoil your frank and beautiful nature. Do not let them lead you astray. Remember Armine, dear, dear Armine, and those who live there. Trust me. Oh, yes, indeed, believe me, my darling, you will never find friends in this world like those you leave at Armine. I know it, exclaimed Ferdinand, with streaming eyes. God be my witness how deeply I feel that truth. If I forget thee and them, dear mother, may God indeed forget me. My Ferdinand, said Lady Armine in a calm tone, I am better now. I hardly am sorry that I did come now. It will be a consolation to me in your absence to remember all you have said. Good night, my beloved child, my darling child, good night. I shall not come down to morrow, dear. We will not meet again. I will say good bye to you from the window. Be happy, my dear Ferdinand, and as you say, indeed, we shall soon meet again. 48 weeks. Why, what are 48 weeks? It is not quite a year. Courage, my sweet boy. Let us keep up each other's spirits. Who knows what may yet come from this your first venture into the world? I am full of hope. I trust you will find all that you want. I packed up everything myself. Whenever you want anything, write to your mother. Mind, you have 8 packages. I have written them down on a card and placed it on the hall table. And take the greatest care of old Sir Ferdinand's sword. I am very superstitious about that sword, and while you have it, I am sure you will succeed. I have ever thought that had he taken it with him to France, all would have gone right with him. God Almighty bless you, child. Be of good heart. I will write you everything that takes place, and, as you say, we shall soon meet. Indeed, after to-night, she added in a more mournful tone, we have naught else to think of but of meeting. I fear it is very late. Your father will be surprised at my absence. She rose from his bed and walked up and down the room several times in silence. Then again approaching him, she folded him in her arms and quitted the chamber without again speaking. End of Book 1, Chapter 9. Book 1, Chapter 10 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 1, Chapter 10. The Advantage of Being a Favourite Grandson. The exhausted Ferdinand found consolation in sleep. When he woke, the dawn was just breaking. He dressed and went forth to look, for the last time, on his hereditary woods. The air was cold, but the sky was perfectly clear, and the beams of the rising sun soon spread over the blue heaven. How fresh and glad and sparkling was the surrounding scene! With what enjoyment did he inhale the soft and renovating breeze! The dew quivered on the grass, and the carol of the wakening birds, roused from their slumbers by the spreading warmth, resounded from the groves. From the green knoll on which he stood, he beheld the clustering village of Armine, a little agricultural settlement, formed of the peasants alone who lived on the estate. The smoke began to rise in blue curls from the cottage chimneys, and the church clock struck the hour of 5. It seemed to Ferdinand that those labourers were far happier than he, since the setting sun would find them still at Armine. Happy, happy Armine! The sound of carriage wheels roused him from his reverie. The fatal moment had arrived. He hastened to the gate according to his promise, to bid farewell to Glastonbury. The good old man was up. He pressed his pupil to his bosom, and blessed him with a choking voice. Dearest and kindest friend, murmured Ferdinand. Glastonbury placed round his neck a small golden crucifix that had belonged to Lady Barbara. Wear it next your heart, my child, said he. It will remind you of your God and of us all. Ferdinand quitted the tower with 1,000 blessings. When he came in sight of the place, he saw his father standing by the carriage, which was already packed. Ferdinand ran into the house to get the card which had been left on the hall table for him by his mother. He ran over the list with the old and faithful domestic, and shook hands with him. Nothing now remained. All was ready. His father was seated. Ferdinand stood a moment and thought. Let me run up to my mother, sir? You had better not, my child, replied Sir Ratcliffe. She does not expect you. Come along. So he slowly seated himself, with his eyes fixed on the window of his mother's chamber, and as the carriage drove off, the window opened, and a hand waved a white handkerchief. He saw no more, but as he saw it, he clenched his hand in agony. How different was this journey to London from his last! He scarcely spoke a word. Nothing interested him but his own feelings. The guard and the coachman, and the bustle of the inn, and the passing spectacles of the road, appeared a collection of impertinences. All of a sudden it seemed that his boyish feelings had deserted him. He was glad when they arrived in London, and glad that they were to stay in it only a single day. Sir Ratcliffe and his son called upon the Duke, but, as they had anticipated, the family had quitted town. Our travellers put up at Hatchett's, and the following night started for Exeter in the Devonport mail. Ferdinand arrived at the western metropolis, having interchanged with his father scarcely 100 sentences. At Exeter, after a night of most welcome rest, they took a post-chaise and proceeded by a cross-road to Grandison. When Lord Grandison, who as yet was perfectly unacquainted with the revolutions in the Armine family, had clearly comprehended that his grandson had obtained a commission without either troubling him for his interest or putting him in the disagreeable predicament of refusing his money, there were no bounds to the extravagant testimonials of his affection, both towards his son-in-law and his grandson. He seemed quite proud of such relations. He patted Sir Ratcliffe on his back, asked 1,000 questions about his darling Constance, and hugged and slobbered over Ferdinand as if he were a child of 5 years old. He informed all his guests daily, and the house was full, that Lady Armine was his favourite daughter, and Sir Ratcliffe his favourite son-in-law, and Ferdinand especially his favourite grandchild. He insisted upon Sir Ratcliffe always sitting at the head of his table, and always placed Ferdinand on his own right hand. He asked his butler aloud at dinner why he had not given a particular kind of Burgundy, because Sir Ratcliffe Armine was here. Darboys, said the old nobleman, have not I told you that Clos de Vougeot is always to be kept for Sir Ratcliffe Armine? It is his favourite wine. Clos de Vougeot directly to Sir Ratcliffe Armine. I do not think, my dear madam, turning to a fair neighbour, that I have yet had the pleasure of introducing you to my son-in-law, my favourite son-in-law, Sir Ratcliffe Armine. He married my daughter Constance, my favourite daughter Constance, only here for a few days, a very, very few days indeed. Quite a flying visit. I wish I could see the whole family oftener and longer. Passing through Falmouth with his son, this young gentleman on my right, my grandson, my favourite grandson, Ferdinand, just got his commission. Ordered for Malta immediately. He is in the Fusiliers, the Royal Fusiliers. Very difficult, my dear madam, in these days to obtain a commission, especially a commission in the Royal Fusiliers. Very great interest required, very great interest indeed. But the Armines are a most ancient family, very highly connected, very highly connected. And between you and me, the Duke of would do anything for them. Come, come, Captain Armine, take a glass of wine with your old grandfather. How attached the old gentleman appears to be to his grandson, whispered the lady to her neighbour. Delightful, yes, was the reply. I believe he is the favourite grandson. In short, the old gentleman at last got so excited by the universal admiration lavished on his favourite grandson, that he finally insisted on seeing the young hero in his regimentals. And when Ferdinand took his leave, after a great many whimpering blessings, his domestic feelings were worked up to such a pitch of enthusiasm that he absolutely presented his grandson with £100 note. Thank you, my dear grandpapa, said the astonished Ferdinand, who really did not expect more than 50, perhaps even a moiety of that more moderate sum. Thank you, my dear grandpapa. I am very much obliged to you, indeed. I wish I could do more for you, I do indeed, said Lord Grandison, but nobody ever thinks of paying his rent now. You are my grandson, my favourite grandson, my dear favourite daughter's only child, and you are an officer in his Majesty's service, an officer in the Royal Fusiliers, only think of that. It is the most unexpected thing that ever happened to me, to see you so well and so unexpectedly provided for. My dear child has taken a very great load off my mind, it has indeed. You have no idea of a parent's anxiety in these matters, especially of a grandfather. You will some day, I warrant you, continued the noble grandfather, with an expression between a giggle and a leer. But do not be wild, my dear Ferdinand. Do not be too wild, at least. Young blood must have its way, but be cautious. Now do. Be cautious, my dear child. Do not get into any scrapes, at least do not get into any serious scrapes, and whatever happens to you, and here his lordship assumed even a more solemn tone, remember you have friends. Remember, my dear boy, you have a grandfather, and that you, my dear Ferdinand, are his favourite grandson. This passing visit to Grandison rather rallied the spirits of our travellers. When they arrived at Falmouth, they found, however, that the packet, which waited for government despatches, was not yet to sail. Sir Ratcliffe scarcely knew whether he ought to grieve or to rejoice at the reprieve, but he determined to be gay. So Ferdinand and himself passed their mornings in visiting the mines, Pendennis Castle, and the other lions of the neighbourhood, and returned in the evening to their cheerful hotel, with good appetites for their agreeable banquet, the mutton of Dartmoor and the cream of Devon. At length, however, the hour of separation approached. A message awaited them at the inn, on their return from one of their rambles, that Ferdinand must be on board at an early hour on the morrow. That evening the conversation between Sir Ratcliffe and his son was of a graver nature than they usually indulged in. He spoke to him in confidence of his affairs. Dark hints, indeed, had before reached Ferdinand, nor, although his parents had ever spared his feelings, could his intelligent mind have altogether refrained from guessing much that had never been formally communicated. Yet the truth was worse than he even anticipated. Ferdinand, however, was young and sanguine. He encouraged his father with his hopes, and supported him by his sympathy. He expressed to Sir Ratcliffe his confidence that the generosity of his grandfather would prevent him at present from becoming a burden to his own parent, and he inwardly resolved that no possible circumstance should ever induce him to abuse the benevolence of Sir Ratcliffe. The moment of separation arrived. Sir Ratcliffe pressed to his bosom his only, his loving, and his beloved child. He poured over Ferdinand the deepest, the most fervid blessing that a father ever granted to a son. But with all this pious consolation, it was a moment of agony. End of Book 1, Chapter 10.
Book 2, Chapter 1 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 2, Chapter 1. Partly retrospective, yet very necessary to be perused. Nearly 5 years had elapsed between the event which formed the subject of our last chapter and the recall to England of the regiment in which Captain Armine now commanded a company. This period of time had passed away not unfruitful of events in the experience of that family in whose fate and feelings I have attempted to interest the reader. In this interval Ferdinand Armine had paid one short visit to his native land, a visit which had certainly been accelerated, if not absolutely occasioned, by the untimely death of his cousin Augustus, the presumptive heir of Grandison. This unforeseen event produced a great revolution in the prospects of the family of Armine, for although the title and an entailed estate devolved to a distant branch, the absolute property of the old lord was of great amount, and, as he had no male heir now living, conjectures as to its probable disposition were now rife among all those who could possibly become interested in it. Whatever arrangement the old lord might decide upon, it seemed nearly certain that the Armine family must be greatly benefited. Some persons even went so far as to express their conviction that everything would be left to Mr. Armine, who everybody now discovered to have always been a particular favourite with his grandfather. At all events, Sir Ratcliffe, who ever maintained upon the subject a becoming silence, thought it as well that his son should remind his grandfather personally of his existence, and it was at his father's suggestion that Ferdinand had obtained a short leave of absence, at the first opportunity, to pay a hurried visit to Grandison and his grandfather. The old lord yielded him a reception which might have flattered the most daring hopes. He embraced Ferdinand, and pressed him to his heart 1,000 times. He gave him his blessing in the most formal manner every morning and evening, and assured everybody that he now was not only his favourite, but his only grandson. He did not even hesitate to affect a growing dislike for his own seat, because it was not in his power to leave it to Ferdinand, and he endeavoured to console that fortunate youth for his indispensable deprivation by mysterious intimations that he would, perhaps, find quite enough to do with his money in completing Armine Castle and maintaining its becoming splendour. The sanguine Ferdinand returned to Malta with the conviction that he was his grandfather's heir, and even Sir Ratcliffe was almost disposed to believe that his son's expectations were not without some show of probability, when he found that Lord Grandison had absolutely furnished him with the funds for the purchase of his company. Ferdinand was fond of his profession. He had entered it under favourable circumstances. He had joined a crack regiment in a crack garrison. Malta is certainly a delightful station. Its city, Valletta, equals in its noble architecture, if it even do not excel, any capital in Europe; and although it must be confessed that the surrounding region is little better than rock, the vicinity, nevertheless, of Barbary, of Italy, and of Sicily, presents exhaustless resources to the lovers of the highest order of natural beauty. In that fair Valletta, with its streets of palaces, its picturesque forts and magnificent church, only crowned some green and azure island of the Ionian Sea, Corfu for instance, I really think that the ideal of landscape would be realised. To Ferdinand, who was inexperienced in the world, the dissipation of Malta, too, was delightful. It must be confessed that, under all circumstances, the first burst of emancipation from domestic routine hath in it something fascinating. However you may be indulged at home, it is impossible to break the chain of childish associations. It is impossible to escape from the feeling of dependence and the habit of submission. Charming hour when you first order your own servants and ride your own horses, instead of your father's. It is delightful even to kick about your own furniture, and there is something manly and magnanimous in paying our own taxes. Young, lively, kind, accomplished, good looking, and well bred, Ferdinand Armine had in him all the elements of popularity, and the novelty of popularity quite intoxicated a youth who had passed his life in a rural seclusion, where he had been appreciated but not huzzaed. Ferdinand was not only popular, but proud of being popular. He was popular with the governor, he was popular with his colonel, he was popular with his mess, he was popular throughout the garrison. Never was a person so popular as Ferdinand Armine. He was the best rider among them, and the deadliest shot, and he soon became an oracle at the billiard table, and a hero in the racquet court. His refined education, however, fortunately preserved him from the fate of many other lively youths. He did not degenerate into a mere hero of sports and brawls, the genius of male revels, the arbiter of roystering suppers, and the comus of a club. His boyish feelings had their play. He soon exuded the wanton heat of which a public school would have served as a safety valve. He returned to his books, his music, and his pencil. He became more quiet, but he was not less liked. If he lost some companions, he gained many friends, and on the whole the most boisterous wassailers were proud of the accomplishments of their comrade, and often an invitation to a mess dinner was accompanied by a hint that Armine dined there, and that there was a chance of hearing him sing. Ferdinand now became as popular with the governor's lady as with the governor himself, was idolised by his colonel's wife, while not a party throughout the island was considered perfect without the presence of Mr. Armine. Excited by his situation, Ferdinand was soon tempted to incur expenses which his income did not justify. The facility of credit afforded him not a moment to pause. Everything he wanted was furnished him, and until the regiment quitted the garrison, he was well aware that a settlement of accounts was never even desired. Amid this imprudence he was firm, however, in his resolution never to trespass on the resources of his father. It was with difficulty that he even brought himself to draw for the allowance which Sir Ratcliffe insisted on making him, and he would gladly have saved his father from making even this advance by vague intimations of the bounty of Lord Grandison, had he not feared this conduct might have led to suspicious and disagreeable inquiries. It cannot be denied that his debts occasionally caused him anxiety, but they were not considerable. He quieted his conscience by the belief that, if he were pressed, his grandfather could scarcely refuse to discharge a few £100 for his favourite grandson, and at all events he felt that the ultimate resource of selling his commission was still reserved for him. If these vague prospects did not drive away compunction, the qualms of conscience were generally allayed in the evening assembly, in which his vanity was gratified. At length he paid his first visit to England. That was a happy meeting. His kind father, his dear, dear mother, and the faithful Glastonbury experienced some of the most transporting moments of their existence when they beheld, with admiring gaze, the hero who returned to them. Their eyes were never satiated with beholding him. They hung upon his accents. Then came the triumphant visit to Grandison, and then Ferdinand returned to Malta in the full conviction that he was the heir to 15,000 a year. Among many other, there is one characteristic of capitals in which Valletta is not deficient: the facility with which young heirs apparent, presumptive, or expectant, can obtain any accommodation they desire. The terms, never mind the terms, whoever thinks of them? As for Ferdinand Armine, who, as the only son of an old baronet, and the supposed future inheritor of Armine Park, had always been looked upon by tradesmen with a gracious eye, he found that his popularity in this respect was not at all diminished by his visit to England and its supposed consequences. Slight expressions uttered on his return, in the confidence of convivial companionship, were repeated, misrepresented, exaggerated, and circulated in all quarters. We like those whom we love to be fortunate. Everybody rejoices in the good luck of a popular character, and soon it was generally understood that Ferdinand Armine had become next in the entail to 30,000 a year and a peerage. Moreover, he was not long to wait for his inheritance. The usurers pricked up their ears, and such numerous proffers of accommodation and assistance were made to the fortunate Mr. Armine, that he really found it quite impossible to refuse them, or to reject the loans that were almost forced on his acceptance. Ferdinand Armine had passed the Rubicon. He was in debt. If youth but knew the fatal misery that they are entailing on themselves the moment they accept a pecuniary credit to which they are not entitled, how they would start in their career, how pale they would turn, how they would tremble and clasp their hands in agony at the precipice of which they are disporting. Debt is the prolific mother of folly and of crime. It taints the course of life in all its dreams. Hence so many unhappy marriages, so many prostituted pens, and venal politicians. It hath a small beginning, but a giant's growth and strength. When we make the monster, we make our master, who haunts us at all hours, and shakes his whip of scorpions for ever in our sight. The slave hath no overseer so severe. Faustus, when he signed the bond with blood, did not secure doom more terrific. But when we are young we must enjoy ourselves. True, and there are few things more gloomy than the recollection of a youth that has not been enjoyed. What prosperity of manhood, what splendour of old age can compensate for it? Wealth is power, and in youth, of all seasons of life, we require power, because we can enjoy everything that we can command. What, then, is to be done? I leave the question to the schoolmen, because I am convinced that to moralise with the inexperienced availeth nothing. The conduct of men depends upon their temperament, not upon a bunch of musty maxims. No one had been educated with more care than Ferdinand Armine. In no heart had stricter precepts of moral conduct ever been instilled. but he was lively and impetuous, with a fiery imagination, violent passions, and a daring soul. Sanguine he was as the day. He could not believe in the night of sorrow and the impenetrable gloom that attends a career that has failed. The world was all before him, and he dashed at it like a young charger in his first strife, confident that he must rush to victory, and never dreaming of death. Thus would I attempt to account for the extreme imprudence of his conduct on his return from England. He was confident in his future fortunes. He was excited by the applause of the men and the admiration of the women. He determined to gratify, even to satiety, his restless vanity. He broke into profuse expenditure. He purchased a yacht. He engaged a villa. His racing horses and his servants exceeded all other establishments, except the governor's, in breeding, in splendour, and in number. Occasionally wearied with the monotony of Malta, he obtained a short leave of absence, and passed a few weeks at Naples, Palermo, and Rome, where he glittered in brilliant circles, and whence he returned laden with choice specimens of art and luxury, and followed by the report of strange and flattering adventures. Finally he was the prime patron of the Maltese opera, and brought over a celebrated prima donna from San Carlo in his own vessel. In the midst of his career Ferdinand received intelligence of the death of Lord Grandison. Fortunately, when he received it, he was alone. There was no one, therefore, to witness his blank dismay when he discovered that, after all, he was not his grandfather's heir. After a vast number of trifling legacies to his daughters, and their husbands, and their children, and all his favourite friends, Lord Grandison left the whole of his property to his granddaughter Katherine, the only remaining child of his son, who had died early in life, and the sister of the lately deceased Augustus. What was to be done now? His mother's sanguine mind, for Lady Armine broke to him the fatal intelligence, already seemed to anticipate the only remedy for this unjust will. It was a remedy delicately intimated, but the intention fell upon a fine and ready ear. Yes, he must marry his cousin. He must marry Katherine Grandison. Ferdinand looked around him at his magnificent rooms, the damask hangings of Tunis, the tall mirrors from Marseilles, the inlaid tables, the marble statues, and the alabaster vases that he had purchased at Florence and at Rome, and the delicate mats that he had himself imported from Algiers. He looked around and he shrugged his shoulders. All this must be paid for, thought he, and alas, how much more! And then came across his mind a recollection of his father and his cares, and innocent Armine, and dear Glastonbury, and his sacrifice. Ferdinand shook his head and sighed. How have I repaid them? thought he. Thank God they know nothing. Thank God they have only to bear their own disappointments and their own privations. But it is in vain to moralise. The future, not the past, must be my motto. To retreat is impossible. I may yet advance and conquer. Katherine Grandison. Only think of my little cousin Kate for a wife. They say that it is not the easiest task in the world to fan a lively flame in the bosom of a cousin. The love of cousins is proverbially not of a very romantic character. 'Tis well I have not seen her much in my life, and very little of late. Familiarity breeds contempt, they say. Will she dare to despise me? He glanced at the mirror. The inspection was not unsatisfactory. Plunged in profound meditation, he paced the room. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 2, Chapter 2. In which Captain Armine achieves with rapidity a result which always requires great deliberation. It so happened that the regiment in which Captain Armine had the honour of commanding a company was at this time under orders of immediate recall to England, and within a month of his receipt of the fatal intelligence of his being, as he styled it, disinherited, he was on his way to his native land. This speedy departure was fortunate, because it permitted him to retire before the death of Lord Grandison became generally known, and consequently commented upon and inquired into. Previous to quitting the garrison, Ferdinand had settled his affairs for the time without the slightest difficulty, as he was still able to raise any money that he required. On arriving at Falmouth, Ferdinand learned that his father and mother were at Bath on a visit to his maiden aunt, Miss Grandison, with whom his cousin now resided. As the regiment was quartered at Exeter, he was enabled in a very few days to obtain leave of absence and join them. In the first rapture of meeting all disappointment was forgotten, and in the course of a day or two, when this sentiment had somewhat subsided, Ferdinand perceived that the shock which his parents must have necessarily experienced was already considerably softened by the prospect in which they secretly indulged, and which various circumstances combined in inducing them to believe was by no means a visionary one. His cousin Katherine was about his own age, mild, elegant, and pretty. Being fair, she looked extremely well in her deep mourning. She was not remarkable for the liveliness of her mind, yet not devoid of observation, although easily influenced by those whom she loved, and with whom she lived. Her maiden aunt evidently exercised a powerful control over her conduct and opinions, and Lady Armine was a favourite sister of this maiden aunt. Without, therefore, apparently directing her will, there was no lack of effort from this quarter to predispose Katherine in favour of her cousin. She heard so much of her cousin Ferdinand, of his beauty and his goodness and his accomplishments, that she had looked forward to his arrival with feelings of no ordinary interest. And, indeed, if the opinions and sentiments of those with whom she lived could influence, there was no need of any artifice to predispose her in favour of her cousin. Sir Ratcliffe and Lady Armine were wrapped up in their son. They seemed scarcely to have another idea, feeling, or thought in the world but his existence and his felicity, and although their good sense had ever preserved them from the silly habit of uttering his panegyric in his presence, they amply compensated for this painful restraint when he was away. Then he was ever the handsomest, the cleverest, the most accomplished, and the most kind-hearted and virtuous of his sex. Fortunate the parents blessed with such a son, thrice fortunate the wife blessed with such a husband. It was therefore with no ordinary emotion that Katherine Grandison heard that this perfect cousin Ferdinand had at length arrived. She had seen little of him even in his boyish days, and even then he was rather a hero in their Lilliputian circle. Ferdinand Armine was always looked up to at Grandison, and always spoken of by her grandfather as a very fine fellow indeed, a wonderfully fine fellow, his favourite grandson, Ferdinand Armine, and now he had arrived. His knock was heard at the door, his step was on the stairs, the door opened, and certainly his first appearance did not disappoint his cousin Kate. So handsome, so easy, so gentle, and so cordial. They were all the best of friends in a moment. Then he embraced his father with such fervour and kissed his mother with such fondness, it was evident that he had an excellent heart. His arrival indeed was a revolution. Their mourning days seemed at once to disappear, and although they of course entered society very little, and never frequented any public amusement, it seemed to Katherine that all of a sudden she lived in a round of delightful gaiety. Ferdinand was so amusing and so accomplished. He sang with her, he played with her. He was always projecting long summer rides and long summer walks. Then his conversation was so different from everything to which she had ever listened. He had seen so many things and so many persons, everything that was strange, and everybody that was famous. His opinions were so original, his illustrations so apt and lively, his anecdotes so inexhaustible and sparkling. Poor inexperienced, innocent Katherine! Her cousin in 24 hours found it quite impossible to fall in love with her, and so he determined to make her fall in love with him. He quite succeeded. She adored him. She did not believe that there was anyone in the world so handsome, so good, and so clever. No one, indeed, who knew Ferdinand Armine could deny that he was a rare being; but had there been any acute and unprejudiced observers who had known him in his younger and happier hours, they would perhaps have remarked some difference in his character and conduct, and not a favourable one. He was indeed more brilliant, but not quite so interesting as in old days; far more dazzling, but not quite so apt to charm. No one could deny his lively talents and his perfect breeding, but there was a restlessness about him, an excited and exaggerated style, which might have made some suspect that his demeanour was an effort, and that under a superficial glitter, by which so many are deceived, there was no little deficiency of the genuine and sincere. Katherine Grandison, however, was not one of those profound observers. She was easily captivated. Ferdinand, who really did not feel sufficient emotion to venture upon a scene, made his proposals to her when they were riding in a green lane, the sun just setting, and the evening star glittering through a vista. The lady blushed, and wept, and sobbed, and hid her fair and streaming face, but the result was as satisfactory as our hero could desire. The young equestrians kept their friends in the Crescent at least 2 hours for dinner, and then had no appetite for the repast when they had arrived. Nevertheless, the maiden aunt, although a very particular personage, made this day no complaint, and was evidently far from being dissatisfied with anybody or anything. As for Ferdinand, he called for a tumbler of champagne, and secretly drank his own health, as the luckiest fellow of his acquaintance, with a pretty, amiable, and high bred wife, with all his debts paid, and the house of Armine restored. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 2, Chapter 3. In which Ferdinand returns to Armine. It was settled that a year must elapse from the death of Lord Grandison before the young couple could be united, a reprieve which did not occasion Ferdinand acute grief. In the meantime the Grandisons were to pass at least the autumn at Armine, and thither the united families proposed soon to direct their progress. Ferdinand, who had been nearly 2 months at Bath, and was a little wearied of courtship, contrived to quit that city before his friends, on the plea of visiting London to arrange about selling his commission, for it was agreed that he should quit the army. On his arrival in London, having spoken to his agent, and finding town quite empty, he set off immediately for Armine, in order that he might have the pleasure of being there a few days without the society of his intended, celebrate the impending 1st of September, and especially embrace his dear Glastonbury; for it must not be supposed that Ferdinand had forgotten for a moment this invaluable friend. On the contrary, he had written to him several times since his arrival, always assuring him that nothing but important business could prevent him from instantly paying him his respects. It was with feelings of no common emotion, even of agitation, that Ferdinand beheld the woods of his ancient home rise in the distance, and soon the towers and turrets of Armine Castle. Those venerable bowers, that proud and lordly house, were not then to pass away from their old and famous line. He had redeemed the heritage of his great ancestry. He looked with unmingled complacency on the magnificent landscape, once to him a source of as much anxiety as affection. What a change in the destiny of the Armines! Their glory restored, his own devoted and domestic hearth, once the prey of so much care and gloom, crowned with ease and happiness and joy. On all sides a career of splendour and felicity, and he had done all this. What a prophet was his mother! She had ever indulged the fond conviction that her beloved son would be their restorer. How wise and pious was the undeviating confidence of kind old Glastonbury in their fate! With what pure, what heartfelt delight would that faithful friend listen to his extraordinary communication! His carriage dashed through the park gates as if the driver were sensible of his master's pride and exultation. Glastonbury was ready to welcome him, standing in the flower garden, which he had made so rich and beautiful, and which had been the charm and consolation of many of their humbler hours. "My dear, dear father!" exclaimed Ferdinand, embracing him, for thus he ever styled his old tutor. But Glastonbury could not speak. The tears quivered in his eyes and trickled down his faded cheek. Ferdinand led him into the house. "How well you look, dear father!" continued Ferdinand. "You really look younger and heartier than ever. You received all my letters, I am sure, and yours. How kind of you to remember and to write to me. I never forgot you, my dear, dear friend. I never could forget you. Do you know I am the happiest fellow in the world? I have the greatest news in the world to tell my Glastonbury, and we owe everything to you, everything. What would Sir Ratcliffe have been without you? What should I have been? Fancy the best news you can, dear friend, and it is not so good as I have got to tell you. You will rejoice, you will be delighted. We shall furnish a castle, by Jove, we shall furnish a castle. We shall indeed, and you shall build it. No more gloom, no more care. The Armines shall hold their heads up again, by Jove they shall. Dearest of men, I dare say you think me mad. I am mad with joy. How that Virginia creeper has grown! I have brought you so many plants, my father, a complete Sicilian hortus siccus. Ah, John, good John, how is your wife? Take care of my pistol case. Ask Louis, he knows all about everything. Well, dear Glastonbury, and how have you been? How is the old tower? How are the old books, and the old staff, and the old arms, and the old everything? Dear, dear Glastonbury." While the carriage was unpacking and the dinner table prepared, the friends walked in the garden, and from thence strolled towards the tower, where they remained some time, pacing up and down the beechen avenue. It was evident, on their return, that Ferdinand had communicated his great intelligence. The countenance of Glastonbury was radiant with delight. Indeed, although he had dined, he accepted with readiness Ferdinand's invitation to repeat the ceremony. Nay, he quaffed more than one glass of wine, and I believe even drank the health of every member of the united families of Armine and Grandison. It was late before the companions parted and retired for the night, and I think before they bade each other good night, they must have talked over every circumstance that had occurred in their experience since the birth of Ferdinand. End of Book 2, Chapter 3.
Book 2, Chapter 4 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 2, Chapter 4, in which some light is thrown on the title of this work. How delicious after a long absence to wake on a sunny morning and find ourselves at home! Ferdinand could scarcely credit that he was really again at Armine. He started up in his bed and rubbed his eyes and stared at the unaccustomed yet familiar sights, and for a moment Malta and the Royal Fusiliers, Bath and his betrothed were all a dream. And then he remembered the visit of his dear mother to this very room on the eve of his first departure. He had returned. In safety had he returned, and in happiness, to accomplish all her hopes, and to reward her for all her solicitude. never felt anyone more content than Ferdinand Armine, more content and more grateful. He rose and opened the casement. A rich and exhilarating perfume filled the chamber. He looked with a feeling of delight and pride over the broad and beautiful park, the tall trees rising and flinging their taller shadows over the bright and dewy turf, and the last mists clearing away from the distant woods and blending with the spotless sky. Everything was sweet and still, save indeed the carol of the birds, or the tinkle of some restless bellwether. It was a rich autumnal morn, and yet, with all the excitement of his new views in life, and the blissful consciousness of the happiness of those he loved, he could not feel that a great change had come over his spirit since the days he was wont to ramble in this old haunt of his boyhood. His innocence was gone. Life was no longer that deep unbroken trance of duty and love, from which he had been roused to so much care, and if not remorse, at least to so much compunction. He had no secrets then. Existence was not then a subterfuge, but a calm and candid state of serene enjoyment. Feelings then were not comprised for interests, and then it was the excellent that was studied, not the expedient. Yet such, I suppose, is life, murmured Ferdinand. We moralise when it is too late, nor is there anything more silly than to regret. The one event makes the other. What we anticipate seldom occurs, what we least expected generally happens, and time can only prove which is most for our advantage. And surely I am the last person who should look grave. Our ancient home rises from its ruins. The beings I love most in the world are not only happy, but indebted to me for their happiness. And I myself, with every care of fortune suddenly thrown at my feet, what more can I desire? Am I not satisfied? Why do I even ask the question? I am sure I know not. It rises like a devil in my thoughts and spoils everything. The girl is young, noble, and fair, and loves me, and her, I love her. At least I suppose I love her. I love her at any rate as much as I love, or ever did love, woman. There is no great sacrifice, then, on my part. There should be none. There is none. Unless indeed it be that a man does not give up without a struggle all his chance of romance and rapture. I know not how it is, but there are moments I almost wish that I had no father and no mother, ay, not a single friend or relative in the world, and that Armine were sunk into the very centre of the earth. If I stood alone in the world, methinks I might find the place that suits me. Now everything seems ordained for me, as it were, beforehand. My spirit has had no play. Something whispers me that, with all its flush prosperity, this is neither wise nor well. God knows I am not heartless, and would be grateful. And yet if life can afford me no deeper sympathy than I have yet experienced, I cannot but hold it, even with all its sweet reflections, as little better than a dull delusion. While Ferdinand was thus moralising at the casement, Glastonbury appeared beneath, and his appearance dissipated this gathering gloom. "Let's breakfast together," proposed Ferdinand. "I have breakfasted these 2 hours," replied the hermit of the gate. "I hope that on the first night of your return to Armine you have proved auspicious dreams." "My bed and I are old companions," said Ferdinand, "and we agreed very much. I tell you what, my dear Glastonbury, we will have a stroll together this morning, and talk over our plans of last night. Go into the library, and look over my sketch books. You will find them on my pistol case, and I will be with you anon." In due time the friends commenced their ramble. Ferdinand soon became excited by Glastonbury's various suggestions for the completion of the castle, and as for the old man himself, between his architectural creation and the restoration of the family to which he had been so long devoted, he was in a rapture of enthusiasm, which afforded an amusing contrast to his usual meek and subdued demeanour. "Your grandfather was a great man," said Glastonbury, who in old days seldom ventured to mention the name of the famous Sir Ferdinand. "There is no doubt he was a very great man. He had great ideas. How he would glory in our present prospect! 'Tis strange what a strong confidence I have ever had in the destiny of your house. I felt sure that Providence would not desert us. There is no doubt we must have a portcullis." "Decidedly a portcullis," said Ferdinand. "You shall make all the drawings yourself, my dear Glastonbury, and supervise everything. We will not have a single anachronism. It shall be perfect." "Perfect," echoed Glastonbury, "really perfect. It shall be a perfect Gothic castle. I have such treasures for the work. All the labours of my life have tended to this object. I have all the emblazoning of your house since the Conquest. There shall be 300 shields in the hall. I will paint them myself. Oh, there is no place in all the world like Armine." "Nothing," said Ferdinand. "I have seen a great deal, but after all there is nothing like Armine." "Had we been born to this splendour," said Glastonbury, "we should have thought little of it. We have been mildly and wisely chastened. I cannot sufficiently admire the wisdom of Providence, which has tempered, by such a wise dispensation, the too eager blood of your race." "I should be sorry to pull down the old place," said Ferdinand. "It must not be," said Glastonbury. "We have lived there happily, though humbly." "I would we could move it to another part of the park, like the house of Loretto," said Ferdinand with a smile. "We can cover it with ivy," observed Glastonbury, looking somewhat grave. The morning stole away in these agreeable plans and prospects. At length the friends parted, agreeing to meet again at dinner. Glastonbury repaired to his tower, and Ferdinand, taking his gun, sauntered into the surrounding wilderness. But he felt no inclination for sport. The conversation with Glastonbury had raised 1,000 thoughts, over which he longed to brood. His life had been a scene of such constant excitement since his return to England, that he had enjoyed little opportunity of indulging in calm self-communion, and now that he was at Armine, and alone, the contrast between his past and his present situation struck him so forcibly that he could not refrain from falling into a reverie upon his fortunes. It was wonderful, all wonderful, very, very wonderful. There seemed indeed, as Glastonbury affirmed, a providential dispensation in the whole transaction. The fall of his family, the heroic, and, as it now appeared, prescient firmness with which his father had clung, in all their deprivations, to his unproductive patrimony, his own education, the extinction of his mother's house, his very follies, once to him a cause of so much unhappiness, but which it now seemed were all the time compelling him, as it were, to his prosperity. All these and 1,000 other traits and circumstances flitted over his mind, and were each in turn the subject of his manifold meditation. Willing was he to credit that destiny had reserved for him the character of restorer. That duty indeed he had accepted, and yet he looked around him, as if to see what devil was whispering in his ear. He was alone. No one was there or near. Around him rose the silent bowers, and scarcely the voice of a bird or the hum of an insect disturbed the deep tranquillity. But a cloud seemed to rest on the fair and pensive brow of Ferdinand Armine. He threw himself on the turf, leaning his head on one hand, and with the other plucking the wild flowers, which he as hastily, almost as fretfully flung away. "Conceal it as I will," he exclaimed, "I am a victim. Disguise them as I may, all the considerations are worldly. There must be, something better in this world than power, and wealth, and rank. And surely there must be felicity more rapturous even than securing the happiness of a parent. Dreams in which I have so oft and so fondly indulged, are ye, indeed, after all, but fantastical and airy visions? Is love indeed a delusion? Or am I marked out from men alone, to be exempted from its delicious bondage? It must be a delusion. All laugh at it, all jest about it, all agree in stigmatizing it the vanity of vanities. And does my experience contradict this harsh but common fame? Alas! What have I seen or known to give the lie to this ill report? No one, nothing. Some women I have met more beautiful, assuredly, than Kate, and many, many less fair. And some have crossed my path with a wild and brilliant grace, that has for a moment dazzled my sight, and perhaps for a moment lured me from my way. But these shooting stars have but glittered transiently in my heaven, and only made me in their evanescent brilliancy more sensible of its gloom. Let me believe then, oh, let me of all men then believe, that the forms that inspire the sculptor and the painter have no models in nature, that combustion of beauty and grace, of fascinating intelligence and fond devotion, over which men brood in the soft hours of their young loneliness, is but the promise of a better world, and not the charm of this one. But what terror in that truth! What despair! What madness! Yes, at this moment of severest scrutiny, how profoundly I feel that life without love is worse than death. How vain and void, how flat and fruitless, appear all those splendid accidents of existence from which men struggle, without this essential and pervading charm. What a world without a sun! Yes, without this transcendent sympathy, riches and rank and even power and fame seem to me at best but jewels set in a coronet of lead. And who knows whether that extraordinary being, of whose magnificent yet ruinous career this castle is in truth a fitting emblem, I say, who knows whether the secret of his wild and restless course is not but hidden in this same sad lack of love? Perhaps while the world, the silly superficial world, marvelled and moralised at his wanton life, and poured forth its anathemas against his heartless selfishness, perchance he all the time was sighing for some soft bosom whereon to pour his overwhelming passion, even as I am. O Nature, why art thou beautiful? My heart requires not, imagination cannot paint, a sweeter or a fairer scene than these surrounding bowers, this azure vault of heaven, this golden sunshine, this deep and blending shade, these rare and fragrant shrubs, yon grove of green and tallest pines, and the bright gliding of this swan-crowned lake. My soul is charmed with all this beauty and this sweetness. I feel no disappointment here. My mind does not here outrun reality. Here there is no cause to mourn over ungratified hopes and fanciful desires. Is it then my destiny that I am to be baffled only in the dearest desires of my heart." At this moment the loud and agitated barking of his dogs at some little distance roused Ferdinand from his reverie. He called them to him, and soon one of them obeyed his summons, but instantly returned to his companion with such significant gestures, panting and yelping, that Ferdinand supposed the lasto was caught, perhaps in some trap. So taking up his gun, he proceeded to the dog's rescue. To his surprise, as he was about to emerge from a berceau on a plot of turf, in the centre of which grew a large cedar, he beheld a lady, in a riding habit, standing before the tree, and evidently admiring its beautiful proportions. Her countenance was raised and motionless. It seemed to him that it was more radiant than the sunshine. He gazed with rapture on the dazzling brilliancy of her complexion, the delicate regularity of her features, and the large violet-tinted eyes, fringed with the longest and the darkest lashes he had ever beheld. From her position her hat had fallen back, revealing her lofty and peculed brow, and the dark and lustrous locks that were braided over her temples. The whole countenance combined that brilliant health and that classic beauty which we associate with the idea of some nymph tripping over the dew-bespangled meads of Ida, or glancing amid the hallowed groves of Greece. Although the lady could scarcely have seen 18 summers, her stature was above the common height, but language cannot describe the startling symmetry of her superb figure. There is no love but love at first sight. This is the transcendent and surpassing offspring of sheer and unpolluted sympathy. All other is the illegitimate result of observation, of reflection, of compromise, of comparison, of expediency. The passions that endure flash like the lightning, they scorch the soul, but it is warmed for ever. Miserable men whose love rises by degrees upon the frigid morning of the mind. Some hours indeed of warmth and lustre may perchance fall to his lot, some moments of meridian splendour, in which he basks in what he deems eternal sunshine. But then how often overcast by the clouds of care! How often dusked by the blight of misery and misfortune! And certain as the gradual rise of such affection is its gradual decline and melancholy setting. Then in the chill, dim twilight of his soul he execrates custom, because he has madly expected that feelings could be habitual that were not homogeneous, and because he has been guided by the observation of sense, and not by the inspiration of sympathy. Amid the gloom and travail of existence, suddenly to behold a beautiful being, and as instantaneously to feel an overwhelming conviction that with that fair form for ever our destiny must be entwined, that there is no more joy but in her joy, no sorrow but when she grieves, that in her sigh of love, in her smile of fondness, hereafter all is bliss. To feel our flaunty ambition fade away like a shrivelled gourd before her vision, to feel fame a juggle and posterity a lie, and to be prepared at once for this great object, to forfeit and fling away all former hopes, ties, schemes, vows, to violate in her favour every duty of society, this is a lover, and this is love. Magnificent, sublime, divine sentiment, an immortal flame burns in the breast of that man who adores and is adored. He is an ethereal being. The accidents of earth touch him not. Revolutions of empire, changes of creed, mutations of opinion, are to him but the clouds and meteors of a stormy sky. The schemes and struggles of mankind are, in his thinking, but the anxieties of pygmies and the fantastical achievements of apes. Nothing can subdue him. He laughs alike at loss of fortune, loss of friends, loss of character. The deeds and thoughts of men are to him equally indifferent. He does not mingle in their paths of callous bustle, or hold himself responsible to the airy impostures before which they bow down. He is a mariner, who on the sea of life keeps his gaze fixedly on a single star, and if that do not shine, he lets go the rudder, and glories when his bark descends into the bottomless gulf. Yes, it was this mighty passion that now raged in the heart of Ferdinand Armine, as pale and trembling he withdrew a few paces from the overwhelming spectacle, and leaned against a tree in the chaos of emotion. What had he seen? What ravishing vision had risen upon his sight? What did he feel? What wild, what delicious, what maddening impulse now pervaded his frame? A storm seemed raging in his soul, a mighty wind dispelling in its course the sudden clouds and vapours of long years. Silent he was indeed, for he was speechless, though the big drop that quivered on his brow and the slight foam that played upon his lips proved the difficult triumph of passion over expression. But as the wind cleared the heavens, passion eventually tranquillises the soul. The tumult of his mind gradually subsided. The flitting memories, the scudding thoughts, that for a moment had coursed about in such wild order, vanished and melted away, and a feeling of bright serenity succeeded, a sense of beauty and of joy, and of hovering and circumambient happiness. He advanced and gazed again. The lady was still there. Changed indeed her position, she had gathered a flower, and was examining its beauty. "Henrietta!" exclaimed a manly voice from the adjoining wood. Before she could answer, a stranger came forward, a man of middle age, but of an appearance remarkably prepossessing. He was tall and dignified, fair, with an aquiline nose. One of Ferdinand's dogs followed him barking. "I cannot find the gardener anywhere," said the stranger. "I think we had better remount." "Ah me, what a pity!" exclaimed the lady. "Let me be your guide," said Ferdinand, advancing. The lady rather started. The gentleman, not at all discomposed, courteously welcomed Ferdinand, and said, "I feel that we are intruders, sir, but we were informed by the woman at the lodge that the family were not here at present, and that we should find her husband in the grounds." "The family are not at Armine," replied Ferdinand. "I am sure, however, Mr. Ratcliffe would be most happy for you to walk about the grounds as much as you please, and as I am well acquainted with them, I should feel delighted to be your guide." "You are really too courteous, sir," replied the gentleman, and his beautiful companion rewarded Ferdinand with a smile, like a sunbeam, that played about her countenance till it finally settled in two exquisite dimples, and revealed to him teeth that, for a moment, he believed to be even the most beautiful feature of that surpassing visage. They sauntered along, every step developing new beauties in their progress, and eliciting from his companions renewed expressions of rapture. The dim bowers, the shining glades, the tall rare trees, the luxuriant shrubs, the silent and sequestered lake, in turn enchanted them, until at length Ferdinand, who had led them with experienced taste through all the most striking points of the pleasance, brought them before the walls of the castle. "And here is Armine Castle," he said. "It is little better than a shell, and yet contains something which you might like to see." "Oh, by all means," exclaimed the lady. "But we are spoiling your sport," suggested the gentleman. "I can always kill pigeons," replied Ferdinand, laying down his gun, "but I cannot always find agreeable companions." So saying, he opened the massy portal of the castle, and they entered the hall. It was a lofty chamber, of dimensions large enough to feast 1,000 vassals, with a dais and rich Gothic screen, and a gallery for the musicians. The walls were hung with arms and armour admirably arranged, but the parti-colour marble floor was so covered with piled up cases of furniture, that the general effect of the scene was not only greatly marred, but it was even difficult in some parts to trace a path. "Here," said Ferdinand, jumping up on a huge case and running to the wall, "here's the standard of Ralph d'Ermyn, who came over with the Conqueror, and founded the family in England. Here is the sword of William d'Armyn, who signed Magna Carta. Here is the complete coat armour of the second Ralph, who died before Ascalon. This case contains a diamond-hilted sword, given by the Empress to the great Sir Ferdinand for defeating the Turks. And here is a Mameluke sabre, given to the same Sir Ferdinand by the Sultan for defeating the Empress." "Oh, I have heard so much of that great Sir Ferdinand," said the lady. "He must have been the most interesting character." "He was a marvellous king," answered her guide, with a peculiar look, "and yet I know not whether his descendants have not cause to rue his genius." "Oh, never, never," said the lady. "What is wealth to genius? How much prouder, were I an Armine, should I be of such an ancestor than of 1,000 others, even if they had left me this castle as complete as he had wished it to be." "Well, as to that," replied Ferdinand, "I believe I am somewhat of your opinion, though I fear he lived in too late an age for such order of minds. It would have been better for him, perhaps, if he had succeeded in becoming King of Poland." "I hope there is a portrait of him," said the lady. "There is nothing I long so much to see." "I rather think there is a portrait," replied her companion, somewhat drily. "We will try to find it out. Do not you think I make not a bad cicerone?" "Indeed, most excellent," replied the lady. "I perceive you are a master of your subject," replied the gentleman, thus affording Ferdinand an easy opportunity of telling them who he was. The hint, however, was not accepted. "And now," said Ferdinand, "we will ascend the staircase." Accordingly they mounted a large spiral staircase, which filled the space of a round tower, and was lighted from the top by a lantern of rich coloured glass, on which were emblazoned the arms of the family. When they entered the vestibule, an apartment spacious enough for a salon, which, however, was not fitted up in the Gothic style, but of which the painted ceiling, the gilded panels, and inlaid floor were more suitable to a French palace. The brilliant doors of this vestibule opened in many directions upon long suites of state chambers, which merited the description of shells. They were nothing more. Of many the flooring was not even laid down. The walls of all were rough and plastered. "Ah," said the lady, "what a pity it is not finished." "It is indeed desolate," observed Ferdinand, "but here perhaps is something more to your taste." So saying, he opened another door, and ushered them into the picture gallery. It was a superb chamber, nearly 200 feet in length, and contained only portraits of the family, or pictures of their achievements. It was of a pale green colour, lighted from the top, and the floor, of oak and ebony, was partially covered with a single Persian carpet, of fanciful pattern and brilliant dye, a present from the Sultan to the great Sir Ferdinand. The earlier annals of the family were illustrated by a series of paintings by modern masters, representing the Battle of Hastings, the Siege of Ascalon, the meeting at Runnymede, the various invasions of France, and some of the most striking incidents in the War of the Roses, in all of which the valiant Armine prominently figured. At length they stood before the first contemporary portrait of the Armine family, one of Cardinal Stephen Armine, by an Italian master. This great dignitary was legate of the Pope in the time of the 7th Henry, and in his scarlet robes and ivory chair looked a papal Jupiter, not unworthy himself of wielding the thunder of the Vatican. From him the series of the family portraits was unbroken, and it was very interesting to trace, in this excellently arranged collection, the history of national costume. Holbein had commemorated the Lords Tewkesbury, rich in velvet, the golden chains and jewels. The statesmen of Elizabeth and James, and their beautiful and gorgeous dames followed, and then came many a gallant cavalier by Van Dyck. One admirable picture contained Lord Armine and his brave brothers, seated together in a tent round a drum, on which his lordship was apparently planning the operation of a campaign. Then followed a long series of unmemorable baronets, and their more interesting wives and daughters, touched by the pencil of Kneller, of Lely, or of Hudson, squires in wigs and scarlet jackets, and powdered dames in hoops and farthingales. They stood before the crowning effort of the gallery, the masterpiece of Reynolds. It represented in full-length portrait of a young man, apparently just past his minority. The side of the figure was alone exhibited. The face glanced at the spectator over the shoulder, in a favourite attitude of Van Dyck. It was a countenance of ideal beauty. A profusion of dark brown curls was dashed aside from a lofty forehead of dazzling brilliancy. The face was perfectly oval. The nose, though small, was high and aquiline, and exhibited a remarkable dilation of the nostril. The curling lip was shaded by a very delicate moustache, and the general expression, indeed, of the mouth and of the large grey eyes would have been perhaps arrogant and imperious, had not the extraordinary beauty of the whole countenance rendered it fascinating. It was indeed a picture to gaze upon and return to, one of those visages which, after having once beheld, haunted us at all hours, and flit across our mind's eye unexpected and unbidden. So great was the effect that it produced upon the present visitors to the gallery, that they stood before it for some minutes in silence. The scrutinising glance of the gentleman was more than once diverted from the portrait to the countenance of his conductor, and the silence was eventually broken by our hero. "And what think you," he inquired, "of the famous Sir Ferdinand?" The lady started, looked at him, withdrew her glance, and appeared somewhat confused. Her companion replied, "I think, sir, I cannot err in believing that I am indebted for much courtesy to his descendant." "I believe," said Ferdinand, "that I should not have much trouble in proving my pedigree. I am generally considered an ugly likeness of my grandfather." The gentleman smiled, and then said, "I hardly know whether I can style myself your neighbour, for I live nearly 10 miles distant. It would, however, afford me sincere gratification to see you at Ducie Bower. I cannot welcome you in a castle. My name is Temple," he continued, offering his card to Ferdinand. "I need not introduce you to my daughter. I was not aware that Sir Ratcliffe Armine had a son, but I had understood he was abroad." "I have returned to England within these 2 months," replied Ferdinand, "and to Armine within these 2 days. I deem it fortunate that my return has afforded me an opportunity of welcoming you and Miss Temple. But you must not talk of our castle, for that you know is our folly. Pray come now and visit our older and humbler dwelling, and take some refreshment after your long ride." This offer was declined, but with great courtesy. They quitted the castle, and Mr. Temple was about to direct his steps towards the lodge, where he had left his own and his daughter's horses, but Ferdinand persuaded them to return through the park, which he proved to them very satisfactorily must be the nearest way. He even asked permission to accompany them, and while the groom was saddling the horse, he led them to the old place and the flower garden. "You must be fatigued, Miss Temple. I wish that I could persuade you to enter and rest yourself." "Indeed, no. I love flowers too much to leave them." "Here is one that has the recommendation of novelty as well as beauty," said Ferdinand, plucking a strange rose and presenting it to her. "I sent it to my mother from Barbary. You live amidst beauty. I think that I never remember Armine looking so well as to day." "A sylvan scene requires sunshine," replied Miss Temple. "We have been most fortunate in our visit." "It is something brighter than the sunshine that makes it so fair," replied Ferdinand. But at this moment the horses appeared. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Recording by Capricia Page.
Book 2,
Chapter 5 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 2, Chapter 5, in which Captain Armine is very absent during dinner. "You are well mounted," said Mr. Temple to Ferdinand. "'Tis a barb. I brought it over with me." "'Tis a beautiful creature," said Miss Temple. "Hear that, Salem?" said Ferdinand. "Prick up thine ears, my steed. I perceive that you are an accomplished horsewoman, Miss Temple. You know our country, I dare say, well." "I wish to know it better. This is only the second summer that we have passed at Ducie." "By the by, I suppose you know my landlord, Captain Armine?" said Mr. Temple. "No," said Ferdinand, "I do not know a single person in the county. I have myself scarcely been at Armine for these 5 years, and my father and mother do not visit any more." "What a beautiful oak!" exclaimed Miss Temple, desirous of turning the conversation. "It has the reputation of being planted by Sir Francis Walsingham," said Ferdinand. "An ancestor of mine married his daughter. He was the father of Sir Walsingham. The portrait in the gallery with the white stick, you remember it?" "Perfectly. That beautiful portrait. It must be, at all events, a very old tree." "There are few things more pleasing to me than an ancient place," said Mr. Temple. "Doubly pleasing when in the possession of an ancient family," added his daughter. "I fear such feelings are fast wearing away," said Ferdinand. "There will be a reaction," said Mr. Temple. "They cannot destroy the poetry of time," said the lady. "I hope I have no very inveterate prejudices," said Ferdinand, "but I should be sorry to see Armine in any other hands than our own, I confess." "I would never enter the park again," said Miss Temple. "So far as worldly considerations are concerned," continued Ferdinand, "it would perhaps be much better for us if we were to part with it." "It must indeed be a costly place to keep up," said Mr. Temple. "Why, as for that," said Ferdinand, "we let the kine rove and the sheep browse where our fathers hunted the stag and flew their falcons. I think if they were to rise from their graves they would be ashamed of us." "Nay," said Miss Temple, "I think yonder cattle are very picturesque; but the truth is, anything would look well in such a park as this. There is such a variety of prospect." The park of Armine indeed differed materially from those vamped up sheep walks and ambitious paddocks which are now honoured with the title. It was, in truth, the old chase, and little shorn of its original proportions. It was many miles in circumference, abounding in hill and dale, and offering much variety of appearance. Sometimes it was studded with ancient timber, single trees of extraordinary growth, and rich clumps that seemed coeval with the foundation of the family. Tracts of wild champaign succeeded these, covered with gorse and fern. Then came stately avenues of sycamore or Spanish chestnut, fragments of stately woods that in old days doubtless reached the vicinity of the mansion house, and these were in turn succeeded by modern coverts. At length our party reached the gate whence Ferdinand had calculated that they should quit the park. He would willingly have accompanied them. He bade them farewell with regret, which was softened by the hope expressed by all of a speedy meeting. "I wish, Captain Armine," said Miss Temple, "we had your turf to canter home upon." "By the by, Captain Armine," said Mr. Temple, "ceremony should scarcely subsist between country neighbours, and certainly we have given you no cause to complain of our reserve. As you are alone at Armine, perhaps you will come over and dine with us to morrow. If you can manage to come early, we will see whether we may not contrive to kill a bird together. And pray remember we can give you a bed, which, I think, all things considered, it would be but wise to accept." "I accept everything," said Ferdinand, smiling, "all your offers. Good morning, my dearest sir. Good morning, Miss Temple." "Miss Temple, indeed!" exclaimed Ferdinand when he had watched them out of sight. "Exquisite, enchanting, adored being! Without thee, what is existence? How dull, how blank does everything even now seem! It is as if the sun had just set. Oh, that form, that radiant countenance, that musical and thrilling voice, those tones still vibrate on my ear, or I should deem it all a vision. Will tomorrow ever come? Oh, that I could express to you my love, my overwhelming, my absorbing, my burning passion! Beautiful Henrietta, thou hast to name me things I ever loved. Where am I? What do I say? What wild, what maddening words are these? Am I not Ferdinand Armine, the betrothed, the victim? Even now, methinks, I hear the chariot wheels of my bride. God, if she be there, if she indeed be at Armine on my return, I'll not see her, I'll not speak to her, I'll not speak to them. I'll fly, I'll cast to the winds all ties and duties. I will not be dragged to the altar, a miserable sacrifice to redeem, by my own forfeited felicity, the worldly fortunes of my race. O Armine, Armine, she would not enter thy walls again if other blood but mine swayed thy fair demesne. And I, shall I give thee another mistress, Armine? It would indeed be treason. Without her I cannot live. Without her, form bounds over this turf and glances in these arbours, I never wish to view them. All the inducements to make the wretched sacrifice once meditated then vanish. For Armine without her is a desert, a tomb, a hell. I am free then, excellent logician. But this woman, I am bound to her. Bound? The word makes me tremble. I shiver. I hear the clank of my fetters. Am I indeed bound? Ay, in honour and love. A contest. Pah! The idol must yield to the divinity. With these wild words and wilder thoughts bursting from his lips and dashing through his mind, his course as irregular and as reckless as his fancies, now fiercely galloping, now pulling up in a sudden halt, Ferdinand at length arrived home, and his quick eye perceived in a moment that the dreaded arrival had not taken place. Glastonbury was in a flower garden on one knee before a vase, over which he was training a creeper. He looked up as he heard the approach of Ferdinand. His presence and benignant smile in some degree stilled the fierce emotions of his pupil. Ferdinand felt that the system of dissimulation must now commence. Besides, he was always careful to be most kind to Glastonbury. He would not allow that any attack of spleen or even illness could ever justify a careless look or expression to that dear friend. "I hope, my dear father," said Ferdinand, "I am punctual to our hour." "The sundial tells me," said Glastonbury, "that you have arrived to the moment, and I rather think that yonder approaches a summons to our repast. I hope you have passed your morning agreeably." "If all days would pass as sweet, my father, I should indeed be blessed." "I, too, have had a fine morning of it. You must come to morrow and see my grand emblazonry of the Ratcliffe and Armine coats. I mean it for the gallery." With these words they entered the place. "You do not eat, my child," said Glastonbury to his companion. "I have taken too long a ride, perhaps," said Ferdinand, who indeed was much too excited to have an appetite, and so abstracted that anyone but Glastonbury would have long before detected his absence. "I have changed my hour to day," continued Glastonbury, "for the pleasure of dining with you, and I think to morrow you had better change your hour and dine with me. By the by, my dear father, you, who know everything, do you happen to know a gentleman of the name of Temple in this neighbourhood? I think I heard that Mr. Ducie had let the Bower to a gentleman of that name. Do you know who he is?" "I never asked, for I feel no interest except about proprietors, because they enter into my county history. But I think I once heard that this Mr. Temple had been our minister at some foreign court. You give me a fine dinner and eat nothing yourself. This pigeon is savoury." "I will trouble you. I think there once was a Henrietta Armine, my father." "The beautiful creature?" said Glastonbury, laying down his knife and fork. "She died young. She was a daughter of Lord Armine, and the Queen, Henrietta Maria, was her godmother. It grieves me much that we have no portrait of her. She was very fair, her eyes of a sweet light blue." Oh no, dark, my father, dark and deep as the violet. My child, the letter writer, who mentions her death, describes them as light blue. I know of no other record of her beauty. I wish they had been dark, said Ferdinand, recovering himself. However, I am glad there was a Henrietta Armine. 'Tis a beautiful name. I think that Armine makes any name sound well, said Glastonbury. No more wine, indeed, my child. Nay, if I must, continued he, with a most benevolent smile, I will drink to the health of Miss Grandison. Ah! exclaimed Ferdinand. My child, what is the matter? inquired Glastonbury. A gnat, a fly, a wasp, something stung me, said Ferdinand. Let me fetch my oil of lilies, said Glastonbury. 'Tis a specific. Oh no, 'tis nothing, only a fly, sharp at the moment, nothing more. The dinner was over. They retired to the library. Ferdinand walked about the room restless and moody. At length he bethought himself of the piano, and, affecting an anxiety to hear some old favourite compositions of Glastonbury, he contrived to occupy his companion. In time, however, his old tutor invited him to take his violoncello and join him in a concerto. Ferdinand, of course, complied with his invitation, but the result was not satisfactory. After a series of blunders, which were the natural result of his thoughts being occupied on other subjects, he was obliged to plead a headache, and was glad when he could escape to his chamber. Rest, however, no longer awaited him on his old pillow. It was at first delightful to escape from the restraint upon his reverie which he had lately experienced. He leant for an hour over his empty fireplace in mute abstraction. The cold, however, in time drove him to bed, but he could not sleep. His eyes, indeed, were closed, but the vision of Henrietta Temple was not less apparent to him. He recalled every feature of her countenance, every trait of her conduct, every word that she had expressed. The whole series of her observations, from the moment he had first seen her until the moment they had parted, were accurately repeated, her very tones considered, and her very attitudes pondered over. Many were the hours that he heard strike. He grew restless and feverish. Sleep would not be commanded. He jumped out of bed. He opened the casement. He beheld in the moonlight the Barbary rose tree of which he had presented her a flower. This consoling spectacle assured him that he had not been, as he had almost imagined, the victim of a dream. He knelt down and invoked all heavenly and earthly blessings on Henrietta Temple and his love. The night air and the earnest invocation together cooled his brain, and nature soon delivered him, exhausted, to repose. End of Book 2, Chapter 5.
Book 2, Chapter 6 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 2, Chapter 6, in which Captain Armine pays his first visit to Ducie. Yes, it is the morning. Is it possible? Shall he again behold her? That form of surpassing beauty, that bright, that dazzling countenance. Again, are they to bless his entranced vision? Shall he speak to her again? That musical and thrilling voice, shall it again sound and echo in his enraptured ear? Ferdinand had reached Armine so many days before his calculated arrival, that he did not expect his family and the Grandisons to arrive for at least a week. What a respite did he not now feel this delay, if ever he could venture to think of the subject at all. He drove it indeed from his thoughts. The fascinating present completely engrossed his existence. He waited until the post arrived. It brought no letters now so dreaded.
he jumped upon his horse and galloped towards Ducie. Mr. Temple was the younger son of a younger branch of a noble family. Inheriting no patrimony, he had been educated for the diplomatic service, and the influence of his family had early obtained him distinguished appointments. He was envoy to a German court when a change of ministry occasioned his recall, and he retired, after a long career of able and assiduous service, comforted by a pension and glorified by a privy councillorship. He was an acute and accomplished man, practised in the world, with great self-control, yet devoted to his daughter, the only offspring of a wife whom he had lost early and loved much. Deprived at a tender age of that parent of whom she would have become peculiarly the charge, Henrietta Temple found in the devotion of her father all that consolation of which her forlorn state was susceptible. She was not delivered over to the custody of a governess, or to the even less sympathetic supervision of relations. Mr. Temple never permitted his daughter to be separated from him. He cherished her life, and he directed her education. Resident in a city which arrogates to itself, not without justice, the title of the German Athens, his pupil availed herself of all those advantages which were offered to her by the instruction of the most skilful professors. Few persons were more accomplished than Henrietta Temple, even at an early age. But her rare accomplishments were not her most remarkable characteristics. Nature, which had accorded to her that extraordinary beauty which we have attempted to describe, had endowed her with great talents and a soul of sublime temper. It was often remarked of Henrietta Temple, and the circumstance may doubtless be in some degree accounted for by the little interference and influence of women in her education, that she never was a girl. She expanded at once from a charming child into a magnificent woman. She had entered life very early, and had presided at her father's table for a year before his recall from his mission. Few women in so short a period had received so much homage, but she listened to compliments with a careless though courteous ear, and received more ardent aspirations with a smile. The men who were puzzled voted her cold and heartless, but men should remember that fineness of taste, as well as apathy of temperament, may account for an unsuccessful suit. Assuredly, Henrietta Temple was not deficient in feeling. She entertained for her father sentiments almost of idolatry, and those more intimate or dependent acquaintances best qualified to form an opinion of her character spoke of her always as a soul of infinite tenderness. Notwithstanding their mutual devotion to each other, there were not many points of resemblance between the characters of Mr. Temple and his daughter. She was remarkable for a frankness of demeanour and a simplicity yet strength of thought which contrasted with the artificial manners and the conventional opinions and conversation of her sire. A mind at once thoughtful and energetic permitted Henrietta Temple to form her own judgments, and an artless candour, which her father never could eradicate from her habit, generally impelled her to express them. It was indeed impossible even for him long to find fault with these ebullitions, however the diplomatist might deplore them, for nature had so imbued the existence of this being with that indefinable charm which we call grace, that it was not in your power to behold her a moment without being enchanted. A glance, a movement, a sunny smile, a word of thrilling music, and all that was left to you was to adore.
There was indeed in Henrietta Temple that rare and extraordinary combination of intellectual strength and physical softness which marks out the woman capable of exercising an irresistible influence over mankind. In the good old days she might have occasioned a siege of Troy or a battle of Actium. She was one of those women who make nations mad, and for whom a man of genius would willingly peril the empire of the world. So at least deemed Ferdinand Armine as he cantered through the park talking to himself, apostrophising the woods, and shouting his passion to the winds. It was scarcely noon when he reached Ducie Bower. This was a Palladian pavilion, situated in the midst of beautiful gardens, and surrounded by green hills. The sun shone brightly, the sky was without a cloud. It appeared to him that he had never beheld a more graceful scene. It was a temple worthy of the divinity it enshrined. A façade of 4 Ionic columns fronted an octagon hall, adorned with statues, which led into a salon of considerable size and fine proportion. Ferdinand thought he had never in his life entered so brilliant a chamber. The lofty walls were covered with an Indian paper of vivid fancy, and adorned with several pictures which his practised eye assured him were of great merit. The room, without being inconveniently crowded, was amply stored with furniture, every article of which bespoke a refined and luxurious taste. Easy chairs of all descriptions, most inviting couches, cabinets of choice inlay, and grotesque tables covered with articles of virtue, all those charming infinite nothings which a person of taste might some time back have easily collected during a long residence on the continent. A large lamp of Dresden china was suspended from the painted and gilded ceiling. The 3 tall windows opened on the gardens, and admitted a perfume so rich and various that Ferdinand could easily believe the fair mistress, as she told him, was indeed a lover of flowers. A light bridge in the distant wood, that bounded the furthest lawn, indicated that a stream was at hand. What with the beauty of the chamber, the richness of the exterior scene, and the bright sun that painted every object with its magical colouring, and made everything appear even more fair and brilliant, Ferdinand stood for some moments quite entranced. A door opened, and Mr. Temple came forward and welcomed him with cordiality. After they had passed a half hour in looking at the pictures and in conversation to which they gave rise, Mr. Temple, proposing an adjournment to luncheon, conducted Ferdinand into a dining room, of which the suitable decorations wonderfully pleased his taste. A subdued tint pervaded every part of the chamber. The ceiling was painted in grey tinted frescoes of a classical and festive character, and the side table, which stood in a recess supported by 4 magnificent columns, was adorned with choice Etruscan vases. The air of repose and stillness which distinguished this apartment was heightened by the vast conservatory, into which it led, blazing with light and beauty, groups of exotic trees, plants of radiant tint, the sound of a fountain, and gorgeous forms of tropical birds. "How beautiful!" exclaimed Ferdinand. "'Tis pretty," said Mr. Temple, carving a pasty, "but we are very humble people, and cannot vie with the lords of Gothic castles." "It appears to me," said Ferdinand, "that Ducie Bower is the most exquisite place I ever beheld." "If you had seen it 2 years ago, you would have thought differently," said Mr. Temple. "I assure you I dreaded becoming its tenant. Henrietta is entitled to all the praise, as she took upon herself the whole responsibility.
There is not on the banks of the Brenta a more dingy and desolate villa than Ducie appeared when we first came, and as for the gardens, they were a perfect wilderness. She made everything. It was one vast, desolate, neglected lawn, used as a sheep walk when we arrived. As for the ceilings, I was almost tempted to whitewash them, and yet, you see, they have cleaned wonderfully, and, after all, it only required a little taste and labour. I have not laid out much money here. I built the conservatory, to be sure. Henrietta could not live without a conservatory." "Miss Temple is quite right," pronounced Ferdinand. "It is impossible to live without a conservatory." At this moment the heroine of their conversation entered the room, and Ferdinand turned pale. She extended to him her hand with a graceful smile. As he touched it, he trembled from head to foot. "You were not fatigued, I hope, by your ride, Miss Temple?" at length he contrived to say. "Not in the least. I am an experienced horsewoman. Papa and I take very long rides together." As for eating, with Henrietta Temple in the room, Ferdinand found that quite impossible. The moment she appeared, his appetite vanished. Anxious to speak, yet deprived of his accustomed fluency, he began to praise Ducie. "You must see it," said Miss Temple. "Shall we walk round the grounds?" "My dear Henrietta," said her father, "I dare say Captain Armine is at this moment sufficiently tired. Besides, when he moves, he will like perhaps to take his gun. You forget he is a sportsman, and that he cannot waste his morning in talking to ladies and picking flowers." "Indeed, sir, I assure you," said Ferdinand, "there is nothing I like so much as talking to ladies and picking flowers; that is to say, when the ladies have as fine taste as Miss Temple, and the flowers are as beautiful as those at Ducie." "Well, you shall see my conservatory, Captain Armine," said Miss Temple, "and you shall go and kill partridges afterwards." So saying, she entered the conservatory, and Ferdinand followed her, leaving Mr. Temple to his pasty. "These orange groves remind me of Palermo," said Ferdinand. "Ah!" said Miss Temple, "I have never been in the sweet south." "You seem to me a person born to live in a Sicilian palace," said Ferdinand, "to wander in perfumed groves, and to glance in a moonlight warmer than this sun." "I see you pay compliments," said Miss Temple, looking at him archly, and meeting a glance serious and soft. "Believe me, not to you." "What do you think of this flower?" said Miss Temple, turning away rather quickly and pointing to a strange plant. "It is the most singular thing in the world, but if it be tended by any other person than myself, it withers. Is it not droll?" "I think not," said Ferdinand. "I excuse you for your incredulity. No one does believe it. No one can, and yet it is quite true. Our gardener gave it up in despair. I wonder what it can be." "I think it must be some enchanted prince," said Ferdinand. "If I thought so, how I should long for a wand to emancipate him," said Miss Temple. "I would break your wand if you had one," said Ferdinand. "Why?" said Miss Temple. "Oh, I don't know," said Ferdinand. "I suppose because I believe you are sufficiently enchanting without one." "I am bound to consider that most excellent logic," said Miss Temple. "Do you admire my fountain and my birds?" she continued after a short pause. "After Armine, Ducie appears a little tawdry toy." "Ducie is paradise," said Ferdinand. "I should like to pass my life in this conservatory." "As an enchanted prince, I suppose," said Miss Temple. "Exactly," said Captain Armine. "I would willingly this instant become a flower, if I were sure that Miss Temple would cherish my existence." "Cut off your tendrils, and drown you with a watering pot," said Miss Temple. "You really are very Sicilian in your conversation, Captain Armine." "Come," said Mr. Temple, who now joined them, "if you really should like to take a stroll round the grounds, I will order the keeper to meet us at the cottage." "A very good proposition," said Miss Temple. "But you must get a bonnet, Henrietta. I must forbid your going out uncovered." "No, papa, this will do," said Miss Temple, taking a handkerchief, twisting it round her head, and tying it under her chin. "You look like an old woman, Henrietta," said her father, smiling. "I shall not say what you look like, Miss Temple," said Captain Armine, with a glance of admiration, "lest you think that I was this time even talking Sicilian." "I reward you for your forbearance with a rose," said Miss Temple, plucking a flower. "It is a return for your beautiful present of yesterday." Ferdinand pressed the gift to his lips. They went forth, they stepped into a paradise, where the sweetest flowers seemed grouped in every combination of the choicest forms, baskets and vases, and beds of infinite fancy. 1,000 bees and butterflies filled the air with their glancing shapes and cheerful music, and the birds from the neighbouring groves joined in the chorus of melody. The wood walks through which they now rambled admitted at intervals glimpses of the ornate landscape, and occasionally the view extended beyond the enclosed limits, and exhibited the clustering and embowered roofs of the neighbouring village, or some woody hill studded with a farmhouse, or a distant spire. As for Ferdinand, he strolled along, full of beautiful thoughts and thrilling fancies, in a dreamy state which had banished all recollection or consciousness but of the present. He was happy, positively, perfectly, supremely happy. He was happy for the first time in his life. He had no conception that life could afford such bliss as now filled his being. What a chain of miserable, tame, factitious sensations seemed the whole course of his past existence! Even the joys of yesterday were nothing to these. Armine was associated with too much of the commonplace and the gloomy to realise the ideal in which he now revelled. But now all circumstances contributed to enchant him. The novelty, the beauty of the scene, harmoniously blended with his passion. The sun seemed to him a more brilliant sun than the orb that illumined Armine, the sky more clear, more pure, more odorous. There seemed a magic sympathy in the trees, and every flower reminded him of his mistress. And then he looked around, and beheld her. Was he positively awake? Was he in England? Was he in the same globe in which he had hitherto moved and acted? What was this entrancing form that moved before him? Was it indeed a woman? O Dea certe! That voice, too, now wilder than the wildest bird, now low and hushed, yet always sweet. Where was he? What did he listen to? What did he behold? And what did he feel? The presence of her father alone restrained him from falling on his knees and expressing to her his adoration. At length our friends arrived at a picturesque and ivy grown cottage, where the keeper, with their guns and dogs, awaited Mr. Temple and his guest. Ferdinand, although a keen sportsman, beheld the spectacle with dismay. He execrated, at the same time, the existence of partridges and the invention of gunpowder. To resist his fate, however, was impossible. He took his gun, and turned to bid his hostess adieu. "I do not like to quit Paradise at all," he said in a low voice. "Must I go? "Oh, certainly," said Miss Temple. "It will do you a great deal of good." Never did any one at first shoot more wildly. In time, however, Ferdinand sufficiently rallied to recover his reputation with the keeper, who, from his first observation, began to wink his eye to his son, an attendant bush beater, and occasionally even thrust his tongue inside his cheek, a significant gesture perfectly understood by the imp. "For the life of me, Sam," he afterwards profoundly observed, "I couldn't make out this here captain by no manner of means whatsomever. At first I thought as how he was going to put the muzzle to his shoulder. Hang me if I ever see sich a gentleman. He missed everything, and at last if he didn't hit the longest flying shots without taking aim. Hang me if I ever see sich a gentleman. He hit everything. That there captain puzzled me, surely." The party at dinner was increased by a neighbouring squire and his wife, and the rector of the parish. Ferdinand was placed at the right hand of Miss Temple. The more he beheld her, the more beautiful she seemed. He detected every moment some charm before unobserved. It seemed to him that he never was in such agreeable society, though, sooth to say, the conversation was not of a very brilliant character. Mr. Temple recounted the sport of the morning to the squire, whose ears kindled at a congenial subject, and every preserve in the country was then discussed with some episodes on poaching. The rector, an old gentleman, who had dined in old days at Armine Place, reminded Ferdinand of the agreeable circumstance, sanguine, perhaps, that the invitation might lead to a renewal of his acquaintance with that hospitable board. He was painfully profuse in his description of the public days of the famous Sir Ferdinand. From the service of plate to the 30 servants in livery, nothing was omitted. "Our friend deals in Arabian tales," whispered Ferdinand to Miss Temple. "You can be a witness that we live quietly enough now." "I shall certainly never forget my visit to Armine," replied Miss Temple. "It was one of the agreeable days of my life." "And that is saying a great deal, for I think your life must have abounded in agreeable days." "I cannot indeed lay any claim to that misery which makes many people interesting," said Miss Temple. "I am a very commonplace person, for I have been always happy." When the ladies withdrew, there appeared but little inclination on the part of the squire and the rector to follow their example, and Captain Armine, therefore, soon left Mr. Temple to his fate, and escaped to the drawing room. He glided to a seat on an ottoman by the side of his hostess, and listened in silence to the conversation. What a conversation! At any other time, under any other circumstances, Ferdinand would have been teased and wearied with this commonplace current. All the dull detail of county tattle, in which the squire's lady was a proficient, and with which Miss Temple was too highly bred not to appear to sympathise, and yet the conversation, to Ferdinand, appeared quite charming. Every accent of Henrietta's sounded like wit, and when she bent her head in assent to her companion's obvious deductions, there was about each movement a grace so ineffable that Ferdinand could have sat in silence and listened, entranced for ever. And occasionally, too, she turned to Captain Armine, and appealed on some point to his knowledge or his taste. It seemed to him that he had never listened to sounds so sweetly thrilling as her voice. It was a bird-like burst of music, that well became the sparkling sunshine of her violet eyes. His late companions entered. Ferdinand rose from his seat. The windows of the salon were open. He stepped forth into the garden. he felt the necessity of being a moment alone. He proceeded a few paces beyond the ken of man, and then leaning on his statue, and burying his face in his arm, he gave way to irresistible emotion. What wild thoughts dashed through his impetuous soul at that instant, it is difficult to conjecture. Perhaps it was passion that inspired that convulsive reverie. Perchance it might have been remorse. Did he abandon himself to those novel sentiments which in a few brief hours had changed all his aspirations and coloured his whole existence? Or was he tortured by that dark and perplexing future from which his imagination in vain struggled to extricate him? He was roused from his reverie, brief but tumultuous, by the note of music, and then by the sound of a human voice. The stag, detecting the huntsman's horn, could not have started with more wild emotion. But one fair organ could send forth that voice. He approached, he listened. The voice of Henrietta Temple floated to him on the air, breathing with 1,000 odours. In a moment he was at her side. The squire's lady was standing by her. The gentlemen, for a moment arrested from a political discussion, formed a group in a distant part of the room, the rector occasionally venturing in a practised whisper to enforce a disturbed argument. Ferdinand glided in unobserved by the fair performer. Miss Temple not only possessed a voice of rare tone and compass, but this delightful gift of nature had been cultivated with refined art. Ferdinand, himself a musician, and passionately devoted to vocal melody, listened with unexaggerated rapture. "Oh, beautiful!" exclaimed he, as the songstress ceased. "Captain Armine!" cried Miss Temple, looking round with a wild bewitching smile, "I thought you were meditating in the twilight." "Your voice summoned me." "You care for music?" "For little else." "You sing?" "I hum." "Try this." "With you?" Ferdinand Armine was not unworthy of singing with Henrietta Temple. His mother had been his able instructress in the art even in his childhood, and his frequent residence at Naples and other parts of the south had afforded him ample opportunities of perfecting a talent thus early cultivated. But to night the love of something beyond his art inspired the voice of Ferdinand. Singing with Henrietta Temple, he poured forth to her in safety all the passion which raged in his soul. The squire's lady looked confused. Henrietta herself grew pale. The politicians ceased even to whisper, and advanced from their corner to the instrument, and when the duet was terminated, Mr. Temple offered his sincere congratulations to his guest. Henrietta also turned with some words of commendation to Ferdinand, but the words were faint and confused, and finally requesting Captain Armine to favour them by singing alone, she rose and vacated her seat. Ferdinand took up the guitar, and accompanied himself to a Neapolitan air. It was gay and festive, a ritornella which might summon your mistress to dance in the moonlight, and then, amid many congratulations, he offered the guitar to Miss Temple. "No one will listen to a simple melody after anything so brilliant," said Miss Temple, as she touched a string, and, after a slight prelude, sang these words: THE DESERTED. 1. Yes, weeping is madness. Away with this tear. Let no sign of sadness betray the wild anguish I fear. When we meet him to night, be mute then my heart, and my smile be as bright as if we were never to part. II. Girl, give me the mirror that said I was fair. Alas, fatal error! This picture reveals my despair. Smiles no longer can pass o'er this faded brow, and I shiver this glass like his love and his fragile vow. The music, said Ferdinand, full of enthusiasm, is Henrietta's, replied her father. And the words were found in my canary's cage, said Henrietta Temple, rising and putting an end to the conversation. End of Book 2, Chapter 6.
Book 2, Chapter 7 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Asha Elizabeth Pramod. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 2, Chapter 7, in which Captain Armine indulges in a reverie. The squire's carriage was announced, and then came his lady's shawl. How happy was Ferdinand when he recollected that he was to remain at Ducie. Remain at Ducie. Remain under the same roof as Henrietta Temple. What bliss! What ravishing bliss! All his life, and his had not been a monotonous one. It seemed that all his life could not afford a situation so adventurous and so sweet as this. Now they've gone, the squire and his lady, and the worthy rector who recollected Armine so well. They've all departed. All the adieus are uttered. After this little and unavoidable bustle, silence reigns in the salon of Ducie. Ferdinand walked to the window. The moon was up. The air was sweet and hushed. The landscape clear though soft. Oh, what would he not have given to have strolled in that garden with Henrietta Temple, to have poured forth his whole soul to her, to have told her how wondrous fair she was, how wildly bewitching, and how he loved her, how he sighed to bind his fate with hers, and live for ever in the brilliant atmosphere of her grace and beauty. "Good night, Captain Armine," said Henrietta Temple. He turned hastily round. He blushed. He grew pale. There she stood, in one hand a light, the other extended to her father's guest. He pressed her hand. He sighed. He looked confused. Then suddenly letting go of her hand, he walked quickly towards the door of the salon, which he opened that she might retire. "The happiest day of my life has ended," he muttered. "You are so easily content, then, that I think you must always be happy." "I fear I am not so easily content as you imagine." She has gone. Hours, many and long hours, must elapse before he sees her again, before he again listens to that music, watches that airy grace, and meets the bright flashing of that fascinating eye. What misery was there in this idea! How little had he seemed hitherto to prize the joy of being her companion! He cursed the hours which had been wasted away from her in the morning sport. He blamed himself that he had not even sooner quitted the dining-room, or that he had left the salon for a moment to commune with his own thoughts in the garden. With difficulty he restrained himself from reopening the door to listen for the distant sound of her footsteps, or catch perhaps along some corridor the fading echo of her voice. But Ferdinand was not alone. Mr. Temple still remained. That gentleman raised his face from the newspaper as Captain Armine advanced to him. and after some observations about the day's sport, and a hope that he would repeat his trial of the manor to-morrow, proposed their retirement. Ferdinand, of course, assented, and in a moment he was ascending with his host the noble and Italian staircase, and he then was ushered from the vestibule into his room. His previous visit to the chamber had been so hurried that he had only made a general observation of its appearance. Little inclined to slumber, he now examined it more critically. In a recess was a French bed of simple furniture. On the walls, which were covered with a rustic paper, were suspended several drawings representing views in the Saxon Switzerland. They were so bold and spirited that they arrested attention. But the quick eye of Ferdinand instantly detected the initials of the artist in the corner. They were letters that made his heart tremble as he gazed with admiring fondness on her performances. Before a sofa, covered with the chintz of a corresponding pattern with the paper of the walls, was placed a small French table on which were writing materials, and his toilet table and his mantelpiece were profusely ornamented with rare flowers. On all sides were symptoms of female taste and feminine consideration. Ferdinand carefully withdrew from his coat the flower that Henrietta had given him in the morning, and which he had worn the whole day. He kissed it. He kissed it more than once. He pressed its somewhat faded form to his lips with cautious delicacy. Then, tending it with the utmost care, he placed it in a vase of water, which, holding in his hand, he threw himself into an easy chair, with his eyes fixed on the gift he most valued in the world. An hour passed, and Ferdinand Armine remained fixed in the same position. But no one who beheld that beautiful and pensive countenance, and the dreamy softness of that large grey eye, could for a moment conceive that his thoughts were less sweet than the object on which they appeared to gaze. No distant recollections disturbed him now, no memory of the past, no fear of the future. The delicious present monopolized his existence. The ties of duty, the claims of domestic affection, the worldly considerations that by a cruel dispensation had seemed, as it were, to taint even his innocent and careless boyhood, even the urgent appeals of his critical and perilous situation, all were forgotten in one intense delirium of absorbing love. Anon he rose from his seat, and paced the room for some minutes, with his eyes fixed on the ground. Then, throwing off his clothes, and taking the flower from the vase, which he had previously placed on the table, he deposited it in his bosom. "Beautiful, beloved flower!" exclaimed he, "thus will I win and wear your mistress." End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Recording by Asher Elizabeth Pramod.
Book 2, Chapter 8 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Tika Sabu. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 2, Chapter 8. A strange dream. Restless are the dreams of the lover that is young. Ferdinand Armine started awake from the agony of a terrible slumber. He had been walking in a garden with Henrietta Temple. Her hand was clasped in his, her eyes fixed on the ground as he whispered delicious words. His face was flushed, his speech panting and low. Gently he wound his vacant arm around her graceful form. She looked up. Her speaking eyes met his, and their trembling lips seemed about to cling into her. When lo! the splendour of the garden faded, and all seemed changed and dim. Instead of the beautiful arched walks in which a moment before they appeared to wander, it was beneath the vaulted roof of some temple that they now moved. Instead of the bed of glowing flowers from which he was about to pluck an offering for her bosom, an altar rose, from the centre of which upsprang a quick and lurid tongue of fire. The dreamer gazed upon his companion, and her form was tinted with the dusky hue of the flame, and she held to her countenance a scarf, as if pressed by the unnatural heat. Great fear suddenly came over him. With haste, yet with tenderness, he himself withdrew the scarf from the face of his companion, and this movement revealed the visage of Miss Grandison. Ferdinand Armine awoke and started up in his bed. Before him still appeared the unexpected figure. He jumped out of bed. He gazed upon the form with staring eyes and open mouth. She was there. Assuredly she was there. It was Catherine, Catherine his betrothed, sad and reproachful. The figure faded before him. He advanced with outstretched hand. In his desperation he determined to clutch the escaping form, and he found in his grasp his dressing-gown, which he had thrown over the back of a chair. "A dream, and but a dream, after all," he muttered to himself, "and yet a strange one." His brow was heated. He opened the casement. It was still night. The moon had vanished, but the stars were still shining. He recalled with an effort the scene with which he had become acquainted yesterday for the first time. Before him, serene and still, rose the bowers of Ducie, and their mistress, that angelic form whose hand he had clasped in his dream, was not then merely a shadow. She breathed, she lived, and under the same roof. Henrietta Temple was at this moment under the same roof as himself, and what were her slumbers? Were they wild as his own, or sweet and innocent as herself? Did his form flit over her closed vision at this charmed hour, as hers had visited his? Had it been scared away by an apparition as awful? Bore anyone to her the same relation as Catherine Grandison to him? A fearful surmise that had occurred to him now for the first time, and which, it seemed, could never again quit his brain. The stars faded away, the breath of morn was abroad. The chant of birds arose. Exhausted in body and in mind, Ferdinand Armine flung himself upon his bed, and soon was lost in his slumbers, undisturbed as the tomb. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Recorded by Tika Sabu.
Book 2, Chapter 9 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Linda Andress. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 2, Chapter 9. Which I hope may prove as agreeable to the reader as to our hero. Ferdinand's servant, whom he had despatched the previous evening to Armine, returned early with his master's letters, one from his mother and one from Miss Grandison. They were all to arrive at the place on the day after the morrow. Ferdinand opened these epistles with a trembling hand. The sight of Catherine's, his Catherine's, handwriting was almost as terrible as his dream. It recalled to him with a dreadful reality his actual situation, which he had driven from his thoughts. He had quitted his family who were so devoted to him, and whom he so loved, happy, nay, triumphant, a pledged and rejoicing bridegroom. What had occurred during the last 48 hours seemed completely to have changed all his feelings, all his wishes, all his views, all his hopes. He had in that interval met a single human being, a woman, a girl, a young and innocent girl. He had looked upon that girl and listened to her voice, and his soul was changed as the earth by the sunrise. As lying in his bed he read these letters and mused over their contents, and all the thoughts that they suggested, the strangeness of life, the mystery of human nature, were painfully impressed upon him. His melancholy father, his fond and confiding mother, the devoted Glastonbury, All the mortifying circumstances of his illustrious race rose in painful succession before him, nor could he forget his own wretched follies and that fatal visit to Bath, of which the consequences clanked upon his memory like degrading and disgraceful fetters. The burden of existence seemed intolerable. That domestic love which had so solaced his existence recalled now only the most painful associations. In the wildness of his thoughts he wished himself alone in the world, to struggle with his fate and mould his fortunes. He felt himself a slave and a sacrifice. He cursed Armine, his ancient house, and his broken fortunes. He felt that death was preferable to life without Henrietta Temple. But even supposing that he could extricate himself from this rash engagement, even admitting that all worldly considerations might be thrown aside, and the pride of his father, and his mother's love, and Glastonbury's pure hopes might all be outraged, what chance, what hope was there of obtaining his great object? What was he, Ferdinand Armine, free as the air from the claims of Miss Grandison, with all sense of duty rooted out of his once sensitive bosom, and existing only for the gratification of his own wild fancies? A beggar, worse than a beggar, without a home, without the possibility of a home to offer the lady of his passion, nay, not even secure that the harsh process of the law might not instantly claim its victim, and he himself be hurried from the altar to the gaol. Moody and melancholy, he repaired to the salon. He beheld Henrietta Temple, and the cloud left his brow, and lightness came to his heart. Never had she looked so beautiful, so fresh and bright, so like a fair flower with the dew upon its leaves. Her voice penetrated his soul. Her sunny smile warmed his breast. Her father greeted him, too, with kindness, and inquired after his slumbers, which he assured Mr. Temple had been satisfactory. I find, continued Mr. Temple, that the post has brought me some business to day which, I fear, claims the morning to transact, but I hope you will not forget your promise. The keeper will be ready whenever you summon him. Ferdinand muttered something about trouble and intrusion, and the expected arrival of his family, but Miss Temple begged him to accept the offer, and refusal was impossible. After breakfast Mr. Temple retired to his library, and Ferdinand found himself alone for the first time with Henrietta Temple. She was copying a miniature of Charles the First. Ferdinand looked over her shoulder. A melancholy countenance, he observed. It is a favourite one of mine, she replied. Yet you are always gay. Always. I envy you, Miss Temple. What, are you melancholy? I have every cause. Indeed, I should have thought the reverse. I look upon myself as the most unfortunate of human beings, replied Ferdinand. He spoke so seriously, in a tone of such deep and bitter feeling, that Miss Temple could not resist looking up at her companion. His countenance was gloomy. You surprise me, said Miss Temple. I think that few people ought to be unhappy, and I rather suspect fewer are than we imagine. All I wish is, replied he, that the battle of Newbury had witnessed the extinction of our family as well as our peerage. A peerage, and such a peerage as yours, is a fine thing, said Henrietta Temple. A very fine thing. But I would not grieve if I were you for that. I would sooner be an Armine without a coronet than many a brow I wot of with. You misconceived a silly phrase, rejoined Ferdinand. I was not thinking of the loss of our coronet, though that is only part of the system. Our family, I am sure, are fated. Birth without honour, estates without fortune, life without happiness, that is our lot. As for the first, said Miss Temple, the honourable are always honoured. Money, in spite of what they say, I feel is not the greatest thing in the world. And as for misery, I confess I do not very readily believe in the misery of youth. May you never prove it, replied Ferdinand. May you never be, as I am, the victim of family profligacy and family pride. So saying, he turned away, and taking up a book, for a few minutes seemed wrapped in his reflections. He suddenly resumed the conversation in a more cheerful tone. Holding a volume of Petrarch in his hand, he touched lightly but with grace on Italian poetry, then diverged into his travels, recounted an adventure with sprightliness, and replied to Miss Temple's lively remarks with gaiety and readiness. The morning advanced. Miss Temple closed her portfolio and visited her flowers, inviting him to follow her. Her invitation was scarcely necessary. His movements were regulated by hers. He was as faithful to her as her shadow. From the conservatory they entered the garden. Ferdinand was as fond of gardens as Miss Temple. She praised the flower garden of Armine. He gave her some account of its principal creator. The character of Glastonbury highly interested Miss Temple. Love is confidential. It has no fear of ridicule. Ferdinand entered with freedom and yet with grace into family details, from which at another time and to another person he would have been the first to shrink. The imagination of Miss Temple was greatly interested by a simple and, to her, affecting account of this ancient line living in their hereditary solitude, with all their noble pride and haughty poverty. The scene, the circumstances, were all such as please a maiden's fancy, and he, the natural hero of this singular story, seemed deficient in none of those heroic qualities which the wildest spirit of romance might require for the completion of its spell. Beautiful as his ancestors, and, she was sure, as brave, young, spirited, graceful, and accomplished, a gay and daring spirit blended with the mournful melody of his voice, and occasionally contrasted with the somewhat subdued and chastened character of his demeanour. 'Well, do not despair,' said Henrietta Temple. 'Riches did not make Sir Ferdinand happy. I feel confident the house will yet flourish.' 'I have no confidence,' replied Ferdinand. 'I feel the struggle with our fate to be fruitless. Once, indeed, I felt like you. There was a time when I took even a fancied pride in all the follies of my grandfather. But that is past. I have lived to execrate his memory. Hush, hush! Yes, to execrate his memory. I repeat, to execrate his memory. His follies stand between me and my happiness.' 'Indeed, I see not that.' 'May you never. I cannot disguise from myself that I am a slave, and a wretched one, and that his career has entailed this curse of servitude upon me. But away with this. You must think me, Miss Temple, the most egotistical of human beings, and yet, to do myself justice, I never remember having spoken of myself so much before.' 'Will you walk with me?' said Miss Temple, after a moment's silence. 'You seem little inclined to avail yourself of my father's invitation to solitary sport. But I cannot stay at home, for I have visits to pay, although I fear you will consider them rather dull ones.' 'Why so?' 'My visits are to cottages.' 'I love nothing better. I used ever to be my mother's companion on such occasions.' So crossing the lawn, they entered a beautiful wood of considerable extent, which formed the boundary of the grounds, and after some time passed in agreeable conversation, emerged upon a common of no ordinary extent or beauty, for it was thickly studded in some parts with lofty timber, while in others the furze and fern gave richness and variety to the vast wilderness of verdant turf, scarcely marked except by the light hoof of Miss Temple's palfrey. 'It is not so grand as Armine Park,' said Miss Temple, 'but we are proud of our common.' The thin grey smoke that rose in different directions was a beacon to the charitable visits of Miss Temple. It was evident that she was a visitor both habitual and beloved. Each cottage door was familiar to her entrance. The children smiled at her approach. Their mothers rose and curtsied with affectionate respect. How many names and how many wants had she to remember, yet nothing was forgotten. Some were rewarded for their industry,
Some were admonished not to be idle, but all were treated with an engaging suavity, more efficacious than gifts or punishments. The aged were solaced by her visit, the sick forgot their pains, and as she listened with sympathising patience to long narratives of rheumatic griefs, it seemed her presence in each old chair, her tender enquiries and sanguine hopes, brought even more comfort than her plenteous promises of succour from the bower, in the shape of arrowroot and gruel, port wine and flannel petticoats. This scene of sweet simplicity brought back old days and old places to the memory of Ferdinand Armine. He thought of the time when he was a happy boy at his innocent home, his mother's boy, the child she so loved and looked after, when a cloud upon her brow brought a tear into his eye, and when a kiss from her lips was his most dear and desired reward. The last night he had passed at Armine before his first departure rose up to his recollection. All his mother's passionate fondness, all her wild fear that the day might come when her child would not love her so dearly as he did then. That time had come, but a few hours back, ay, but a few hours back, and he had sighed to be alone in the world, and had felt those domestic ties which had been the joy of his existence a burthen and a curse. A tear stole down his cheek. He stepped forth from the cottage to conceal his emotion. He seated himself on the trunk of a tree, a few paces withdrawn. He looked upon the declining sun that gilded the distant landscape with its rich yet pensive light. The scenes of the last 5 years flitted across his mind's eye in fleet succession. His dissipation, his vanity, his desperate folly, his hollow worldliness. Why, oh why had he ever left his unpolluted home? Why could he not have lived and died in that sylvan paradise? Why, oh why was it impossible to admit his beautiful companion into that sweet and serene society? Why should his love for her make his heart a rebel to his hearth? Money, horrible money! It seemed to him that the contiguous cottage and the labour of his hands with her were preferable to palaces and crowds of retainers without her inspiring presence. And why not screw his courage to the sticking point, and commune in confidence with his parents? They loved him, yes, they idolised him. For him alone, they sought the restoration of their house and fortunes. Why, Henrietta Temple was a treasure richer than his ancestors had counted. Let them look on her, let them listen to her, let them breathe as he had done in her enchantment, and could they wonder, could they murmur at his conduct? Would they not, oh, would they not rather admire, extol it? But then his debts, his overwhelming debts, all the rest might be faced. His desperate engagement might be broken. His family might be reconciled to obscurity and poverty, but ruin, what was to grapple with his impending ruin? Now his folly stung him, now the scorpion entered his soul. It was not the profligacy of his ancestor, it was not the pride of his family then, that stood between him and his love. It was his own culpable and heartless career. He covered his face with his hands. Something touched him lightly. It was the parasol of Miss Temple. "I am afraid," she said, "that my visits have wearied you, but you have been very kind and good." He rose rapidly, with a slight blush. "Indeed," he replied, "I have passed a most delightful morning, and I was only regretting that life consisted of anything else but cottages and yourself." They were late. They heard the first dinner bell at Ducie as they re entered the wood. "We must hurry on," said Miss Temple. "Dinner is the only subject on which papa is a tyrant. What a sunset! I wonder if Lady Armine will return on Saturday. When she returns, I hope you will make her call upon us, for I want to copy the pictures in your gallery." "If they were not heirlooms, I would give them you," said Ferdinand; "but as it is, there is only one way by which I can manage it." "What way?" enquired Miss Temple.
very innocently. I forget, replied Ferdinand, with a peculiar smile. Miss Temple looked a little confused. Book 2, Chapter 9.
Book 2, Chapter 10 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 2, Chapter 10. Evening Stroll. In spite of his perilous situation, an indefinable sensation of happiness pervaded the soul of Ferdinand Armine as he made his hurried toilet and hastened to the domestic board of Ducie, where he was now the solitary guest. His eye caught Miss Temple's as he entered the room. It seemed to beam upon him with interest and kindness. His courteous and agreeable host welcomed him with polished warmth. It seemed that a feeling of intimacy was already established among them, and he fancied himself already looked upon as an habitual member of their circle. All dark thoughts were driven away. He was gay and pleasant, and duly maintained with Mr. Temple that conversation in which his host excelled. Miss Temple spoke little, but listened with evident interest to her father and Ferdinand. She seemed to delight in their society, and to be gratified by Captain Armine's evident sense of her father's agreeable qualities. When dinner was over, they all rose together and repaired to the salon. "I wish Mr. Glastonbury were here," said Miss Temple, as Ferdinand opened the instrument. "You must bring him some day, and then our concert will be perfect." Ferdinand smiled, but the name of Glastonbury made him shudder. His countenance changed at the future plans of Miss Temple. Some day, indeed, when he might also take the opportunity of introducing his betrothed. But the voice of Henrietta Temple drove all care from his bosom. He abandoned himself to the intoxicating present. She sang alone, and then they sang together, and as he arranged her books or selected her theme, 1,000 instances of the interest with which she inspired him developed themselves. Once he touched her hand, and he pressed his own unseen to his lips. Though the room was lit up, the windows were open and admitted the moonlight. The beautiful salon was full of fragrance and of melody. The fairest of women dazzled Ferdinand with her presence. His heart was full, his senses ravished, his hopes were high. Could there be such a demon as care in such a paradise? Could sorrow ever enter here? Was it possible that these bright halls and odorous bowers could be polluted by the miserable considerations that reigned too often supreme in his unhappy breast? An enchanted scene had suddenly risen from the earth for his delight and fascination. Could he be unhappy? Why, if all went darker even than he sometimes feared, that man had not lived in vain who had beheld Henrietta Temple. All the troubles of the world were folly here. This was fairyland, and he some knight who had fallen from a gloomy globe upon some starry region flashing with perennial lustre. The hours flew on. The servants brought in that light banquet, whose entrance in the country seems the only method of reminding our guests that there is a morrow. "'Tis the last night," said Ferdinand, smiling, with a sigh. "One more song, only one more, Mr. Temple. Be indulgent. It is the last night. I feel," he added in a lower tone to Henrietta, "I feel exactly as I did when I left Armine for the first time." "Because you are going to return to it? That is wilful." "Wilful or not, I would that I might never see it again. For my part, Armine is to me the very land of romance." "It is strange. No spot on earth ever impressed me more. It is the finest combination of art and nature and poetical associations I know. It is indeed unique. I do not like to differ with you on any subject. We should be dull companions, I fear, if we agreed upon everything." "I cannot think it." "Papa," said Miss Temple, "one little stroll upon the lawn, one little stroll. The moon is so bright, and autumn this year has brought us as yet no dew." And as she spoke she took up her scarf and wound it round her head. "There," she said, "I look like the portrait of the Turkish page in Armine Gallery." There was a playful grace about Henrietta Temple, a wild and brilliant simplicity, which was the more charming because it was blended with peculiarly high breeding. No person in ordinary society was more calm, or enjoyed a more complete self-possession, yet no one, in the more intimate relations of life, indulged more in those little unstudied bursts of nature, which seemed almost to remind one of the playful child, rather than the polished woman, and which, under such circumstances, are infinitely captivating. As for Ferdinand Armine, he looked upon the Turkish page with a countenance beaming with admiration. He wished it was Turkey wherein he then beheld her, or any other strange land, where he could have placed her on his courser, and galloped away in pursuit of a fortune wild as his soul. Though the year was in decay, summer had lent this night to autumn, it was so soft and sweet. The moonbeam fell brightly upon Ducie Bower, and the illumined salon contrasted effectively with the natural splendour of the exterior scene. Mr. Temple reminded Henrietta of a brilliant fête which had been given at a Saxon palace, and which some circumstances of similarity recalled to his recollection. Ferdinand could not speak, but found himself unconsciously pressing Henrietta Temple's arm to his heart. The Saxon palace brought back to Miss Temple a wild melody which had been sung in the gardens on that night. She asked her father if he recollected it, and hummed the air as she made the inquiry. Her gentle murmur soon expanded into song. It was one of those wild and natural lyrics that spring up in mountainous countries, and which seem to mimic the prolonged echoes that in such regions greet the ear of the pastor and the huntsman. Oh, why did this night ever have an end? End of Book 2, Chapter 10. Book 2, Chapter 11 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli, Book 2, Chapter 11. A Morning Walk. It was solitude that brought despair to Ferdinand Armine. The moment he was alone, his real situation thrust itself upon him. The moment he had quitted the presence of Henrietta Temple, he was as a man under the influence of music when the orchestra suddenly stops. The source of all his inspiration failed him. This last night at Ducie was dreadful. Sleep was out of the question. He did not affect even the mimicry of retiring, but paced up and down his room the whole night, or flung himself, when exhausted, upon a restless sofa. Occasionally he varied these monotonous occupations by pressing his lips to the drawings which bore her name. Then, relapsing into a profound reverie, he sought some solace in recalling the scenes of the morning, all her movements, every word she had uttered, every look which had illumined his soul. In vain he endeavoured to find consolation in the fond belief that he was not altogether without interest in her eyes. Even the conviction that his passion was returned, in the situation in which he was plunged, would, however flattering, be rather a source of fresh anxiety and perplexity. He took a volume from the single shelf of books that was slung against the wall. It was a volume of Corinne. The fervid eloquence of the poetess sublimated his passion, and without disturbing the tone of his excited mind, relieved in some degree its tension, by busying his imagination with other, though similar, emotions. As he read, his mind became more calm, and his feelings deeper, and by the time his lamp grew ghastly in the purple light of morning that now entered his chamber, his soul seemed so stilled that he closed the volume, and though sleep was impossible, he remained nevertheless calm and absorbed. When the first sounds assured him that some were stirring in the house, he quitted his room, and after some difficulty found a maidservant, by whose aid he succeeded in getting into the garden. He took his way to the common, where he had observed the preceding day a fine sheet of water. The sun had not risen more than an hour. It was a fresh and ruddy morn. The cottagers were just abroad. The air of the plain invigorated him, and the singing of the birds, and all those rural sounds that rise with the husbandman, brought to his mind a wonderful degree of freshness and serenity. Occasionally he heard the gun of an early sportsman, to him at all times an animating sound, but when he had plunged into the water, and found himself struggling with that inspiring element, all sorrow seemed to leave him. His heated brow became cool and clear, his aching limbs vigorous and elastic, his jaded soul full of hope and joy. He lingered in the liquid and vivifying world, playing with the stream, for he was an expert and practised swimmer, and often, after nights of southern dissipation, had recurred to this natural bath for health and renovation. The sun had now risen far above the horizon. The village clock had long struck 7. Ferdinand was 3 miles from Ducie Bower. It was time to return. Yet he loitered on his way. The air was so sweet and fresh, the scene so pretty, and his mind, in comparison with his recent feelings, so calm and even happy. Just as he emerged from the woods and entered the grounds of Ducie, he met Miss Temple. She stared, and she had cause. Ferdinand indeed presented rather an unusual figure, his head uncovered, his hair matted, and his countenance glowing with his exercise, but his figure clothed with the identical evening dress in which he had bid her a tender good night. "Captain Armine!" exclaimed Miss Temple, "you are an early riser, I see." Ferdinand looked a little confused. "The truth is," he replied, "I have not risen at all. I could not sleep, why I know not. The evening, I suppose, was too happy for so commonplace a termination. So I escaped from my room as soon as I could do so without disturbing your household, and I have been bathing, which refreshes me always more than slumber. Well, I could not resign my sleep, were it only for the sake of my dreams. Pleasant, I trust they were. Rosy dreams and slumbers light are for ladies as fair as you. I am grateful that I always fulfil the poet's wish, and what is more, I wake only to gather roses. See here." She extended to him a flower. "I deserve it," said Ferdinand, "for I have not neglected your first gift." And he offered her the rose she had given him the first day of his visit. "'Tis shrivelled," he added, "but still very sweet, at least to me." "It is mine now," said Henrietta Temple. "Ah, you will throw it away? Do you think me then so insensible?" "It cannot be to you what it is to me," replied Ferdinand. "It is a memorial," said Miss Temple. "Of what, and of whom?" inquired Ferdinand. "Of friendship and a friend." "'Tis something to be Miss Temple's friend." "I am glad you think so. I believe I am very vain, but certainly I like to be liked." "Then you can always gain your wish without an effort." "Now I think we are very good friends," said Miss Temple, "considering we have known each other so short a time. But then papa likes you so much." "I am honoured as well as gratified by the kindly dispositions of so agreeable a person as Mr. Temple. I can assure his daughter that the feeling is mutual. Your father's opinion influences you." "In everything. He has been so kind a father that it would be worse than ingratitude to be less than devoted to him." "Mr. Temple is a very enviable person." "But Captain Armine knows the delight of a parent who loves him. I love my father as you love your mother." "I have, however, lived to feel that no person's opinion could influence me in everything. I have lived to find that even filial love, and God knows mine was powerful enough, is, after all, but a pallid moonlight beam compared with— See, my father kisses his hand to us from the window. Let us run and meet him." End of Book 2, Chapter 11. Book 2, Chapter 12 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 2, Chapter 12. Containing an ominous incident. The last adieus are bidden. Ferdinand is on his road to Armine, flying from the woman whom he adores to meet the woman to whom he is betrothed. He reined in his horse as he entered the park. As he slowly approached his home, He could not avoid feeling that after so long an absence he had not treated Glastonbury with the kindness and consideration he merited. While he was torturing his invention for an excuse for his conduct, he observed his old tutor in the distance, and riding up and dismounting, he joined that faithful friend. Whether it be that love and falsehood are under any circumstances inseparable, Ferdinand Armine, whose frankness was proverbial, found himself involved in a long and confused narrative of a visit to a friend, whom he had unexpectedly met, whom he had known abroad, and to whom he was under the greatest obligations. He even affected to regret this temporary estrangement from Armine after so long a separation, and to rejoice at his escape. No names were mentioned, and the unsuspicious Glastonbury, delighted again to be his companion, inconvenienced him with no cross-examination. But this was only the commencement of the system of degrading deception which awaited him. Willingly would Ferdinand have devoted all his time and feelings to his companion, but in vain he struggled with the absorbing passion of his soul. He dwelt in silence upon the memory of the last 3 days, the most eventful period of his existence. He was moody and absent, silent when he should have spoken, wondering when he should have listened, hazarding random observations instead of conversing, or breaking into hurried and inappropriate comments, so that to any worldly critic of his conduct he would have appeared at the same time both dull and excited. At length he made a desperate effort to accompany Glastonbury to the picture gallery, and listen to his plans. The scene, indeed, was not ungrateful to him, for it was associated with the existence and the conversation of the lady of his heart. He stood entranced before the picture of the Turkish page, and lamented to Glastonbury 1,000 times that there was no portrait of Henrietta Armine. "I would sooner have a portrait of Henrietta Armine than the whole gallery together," said Ferdinand. Glastonbury stared. "I wonder if there ever will be a portrait of Henrietta Armine. Come now, my dear Glastonbury," he continued, with an air of remarkable excitement, "let us have a wager upon it. What are the odds? Will there ever be a portrait of Henrietta Armine? I am quite fantastic to day. You are smiling at me. Now, do you know, if I had a wish certain to be gratified, it should be to add a portrait of Henrietta Armine to our gallery. She died very young," remarked Glastonbury. "But my Henrietta Armine should not die young," said Ferdinand. "She should live, breathe, smile. She—" Glastonbury looked very confused. So strange is love, that this kind of veiled allusion to his secret passion relieved and gratified the overcharged bosom of Ferdinand. He pursued the subject with enjoyment. Anybody but Glastonbury might have thought that he had lost his senses, he laughed so loud, and talked so fast about a subject which seemed almost nonsensical. But the good Glastonbury ascribed these ebullitions to the wanton spirit of youth, and smiled out of sympathy, though he knew not why, except that his pupil appeared happy. At length they quitted the gallery. Glastonbury resumed his labours in the hall, where he was copying an escutcheon, and after hovering a short time restlessly around his tutor, now escaping into the garden that he might muse over Henrietta Temple undisturbed, and now returning for a few minutes to his companion, lest the good Glastonbury should feel mortified by his neglect, Ferdinand broke away altogether, and wandered far into the pleasance. He came to the green and shady spot where he had first beheld her. There rose the cedar, spreading its dark form in solitary grandeur, and holding, as it were, its state among its subject woods. It was the same scene, almost the same hour, but where was she? He waited for her form to rise, and yet it came not. He shouted Henrietta Temple, yet no fair vision blessed his expectant sight. Was it all a dream? Had he been but lying beneath these branches in a rapturous trance, and had he only woke to the shivering dulness of reality? What evidence was there of the existence of such a being as Henrietta Temple? If such a being did not exist, of what value was life? After a glimpse of paradise, could he breathe again in this tame and frigid world? Where was Ducie? Where were its immortal bowers, those roses of supernatural fragrance, and the celestial melody of its halls? That garden wherein he wandered and hung upon her accents, that wood among whose shadowy boughs she glided like an antelope, that pensive twilight on which he had gazed with such subdued emotion, that moonlight walk when her voice floated like Ariel's in the purple sky, were these all phantoms? Could it be that this morn, this very morn, he had beheld Henrietta Temple, had conversed with her alone, had bidden her a soft adieu? What! was it this day that she had given him this rose? He threw himself upon the turf and gazed upon the flower. The flower was young and beautiful as herself, and just expanding into perfect life. To the fantastic brain of love there seemed a resemblance between this rose and her who had culled it. Its stem was tall, its countenance was brilliant, an aromatic essence pervaded its being. As he held it in his hand, a bee came hovering round its charms, eager to revel in its fragrant loveliness. More than once had Ferdinand driven the bee away, when suddenly it succeeded in alighting on the rose. Jealous of his rose, Ferdinand in his haste shook the flower, and the fragile head fell from the stem. A feeling of deep melancholy came over him, with which he found it in vain to struggle, and which he could not analyse. He rose, and pressing the flower to his heart, he walked away and rejoined Glastonbury, whose task was nearly accomplished. Ferdinand seated himself upon one of the high cases which had been stowed away in the hall, folding his arms, swinging his legs, and whistling the German air which Miss Temple had sung the preceding night. "That is a wild and pretty air," said Glastonbury, who was devoted to music. "I never heard it before. You travellers pick up choice things. Where did you find it?" "I am sure I cannot tell, my dear Glastonbury. I have been asking myself the same question the whole morning. Sometimes I think I dreamt it." "A few more such dreams would make you a rare composer," said Glastonbury, smiling. "Ah, my dear Glastonbury, talking of music, I know a musician, such a musician whom I should like to introduce you to above all persons in the world. You always loved music, dear Ferdinand. It is in the blood. You come from a musical stock on your mother's side. Is Miss Grandison musical? Yes. No. That is to say, I forget. Some commonplace accomplishment in the art she has, I believe. But I was not thinking of that sort of thing. I was thinking of the lady who taught me this air. A lady, said Glastonbury. The German ladies are highly cultivated. Yes, the Germans, and the women especially, have a remarkably fine musical taste, rejoined Ferdinand, recovering from his blunder. I like the Germans very much, said Glastonbury, and I admire that air. Oh, my dear Glastonbury, you should hear it sung by moonlight. Indeed, said Glastonbury. Yes, if you could only hear her sing it by moonlight, I venture to say, my dear Glastonbury, that you would confess that all you had ever heard or seen or imagined of enchanted spirits floating in the air and filling the atmosphere with supernatural symphonies was realized. Indeed, said Glastonbury. A most accomplished performer, no doubt. Was she professional? Who? Inquired Ferdinand. Your songstress. Professional? Oh, yes. No, she was not a professional singer, but she was fit to be one, and that is an excellent idea too, for I would sooner, after all, be a professional singer and live by my art than marry against my inclination, or not marry according to it. Marry, said Glastonbury, rather astonished. What, is she going to be married against her will? Poor devoted thing. Devoted indeed, said Ferdinand. There is no greater curse on earth. Glastonbury shook his head. The affections should not be forced, the old man added. Our feelings are our own property, often our best. Ferdinand fell into a fit of abstraction. Then, suddenly turning round, he said, Is it possible that I have been away from Armine only 2 days? Do you know, it really seems to me a year. You are very kind to say so, my Ferdinand, said Glastonbury. End of Book 2, Chapter 12.
Book 2, Chapter 13 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 2, Chapter 13, in which Captain Armine finds reason to believe in the existence of fairies. It is difficult to describe the restlessness of Ferdinand Armine. His solitary dinner was an excuse for quitting Glastonbury, but to eat is as impossible as to sleep for a man who is really in love. He took a spoonful of soup, and then jumping up from his chair, he walked up and down the room, thinking of Henrietta Temple. Then to-morrow occurred to him, and that other lady that to-morrow was to bring. He drowned the thought in a bumper of claret. Wine, mighty wine, thou best and surest consolation, what care can withstand thy inspiring influence? From what scrape canst thou not for a moment extricate the victim? Who can deny that our spiritual nature in some degree depends on our corporeal condition? A man without breakfast is not a hero. A hero well fed is full of audacious invention. Everything depends upon the circulation. But let the blood flow freely, and a man of imagination is never without resources. A fine pulse is a talisman, a charmed life, a balance at our banker's. It is good luck. It is eternity. It is wealth. Nothing can withstand us. Nothing injure us. It is inexhaustible riches. So felt Ferdinand Armine, though on the verge of a moral precipice. Tomorrow. What of tomorrow? Did tomorrow daunt him? Not a jot. He would wrestle with tomorrow, laden as it might be with cares, and dash it to the earth. It should not be a day. He would blot it out of the calendar of time. He would effect a moral eclipse of its influence. He loved Henrietta Temple. She would be his. Who could prevent him? Was he not an Armine? Was he not the near descendant of that bold man who passed his whole life in a voluptuous indulgence of his unrestrained volition? Bravo! He willed it, and it should be done. Everything yields to determination. What a fool, what a miserable craven fool had he been to have frightened himself with the flimsy shadows of petty worldly cares! He was born to follow his own pleasure. It was supreme. It was absolute. He was a despot. He set everything and everybody at defiance, and filling a huge tumbler to the health of the great Sir Ferdinand, he retired, glorious as an emperor. On the whole, Ferdinand had not committed so great an indiscretion as the reader, of course shocked, might at first imagine. For the first time for some days he slept, and slept soundly. Next to wine, a renovating slumber perhaps puts us in the best humour with our destiny. Ferdinand awoke, refreshed and sanguine, full of inventive life, which soon developed itself into a flow of improbable conclusions. His most rational scheme, however, appeared to consist in winning Henrietta Temple, and turning pirate, or engaging in the service of some distant and disturbed state. Why might he not free Greece, or revolutionize Spain, or conquer the Brazils? Others had embarked in these bold enterprises, men not more desperate than himself, and not better qualified for the career. Young, courageous, a warrior by profession, with a name of traditionary glory throughout the courts of Christendom, perhaps even remembered in Asia. He seemed just the individual to carve out a glorious heritage with his sword. And as for his parents, they were not in the vale of years. Let them dream on in easy obscurity, and maintain themselves at Armine until he returned to redeem his hereditary domain. All that was requisite was the concurrence of his adored mistress. Perhaps, after all his foolish fears and all his petty anxiety, he might live to replace upon her brow the ancient coronet of Tewkesbury. Why not? The world is strange. Nothing happens that we anticipate. When apparently stifled by the commonplace, we are on the brink of stepping into the adventurous. If he married Miss Grandison, his career was closed. A most unnatural conclusion for one so young and bold. It was evident that he must marry Henrietta Temple, and then, why, then something should happen totally unexpected and unforeseen. Who could doubt it? Not he. He rose, he mounted his horse, and galloped over to Ducie Common. Its very aspect melted his heart. He called at the cottages he had visited 2 days before, without inquiring after Miss Temple. He contrived to hear 1,000 circumstances related to her, which interested and charmed him. In the distance rose the woods of Ducie. He gazed upon them as if he could never withdraw the sight from their deep and silent forms. Oh, what sweet bower! Why was there any other world but Ducie? All his brave projects of war and conquest and imperial plunder seemed dull and vain now. He sickened at the thought of action. He sighed to gather roses, to listen to songs sweeter than the nightingale, and wander for ever in moonlit groves. He turned his horse's head. Slowly and sorrowfully he directed his course to Armine. Had they arrived? The stern presence of reality was too much for all his slight and glittering visions. What was he after all? This future conqueror was a young officer on leave, obscure except in his immediate circle, with no inheritance, and very much in debt, awaited with anxiety by his affectionate parents and a young lady whom he was about to marry for her fortune. Most impotent epilogue to a magnificent reverie. The post arrived at Armine in the afternoon. As Ferdinand, nervous as a child returning to school, tardily regained home, he recognised the approaching postman. Ah, a letter! What was its import? The blessing of delay? Or was it the herald of their instant arrival? Pale and sick at heart, he tore open the hurried lines of Catherine. The maiden aunt had stumbled while getting out of a pony phaeton, and experienced a serious accident. Their visit to Armine was necessarily postponed. He read no more. The colour returned to his cheek, reinforced by his heart's liveliest blood. A thousand thoughts, a thousand wild hopes and wilder plans came over him. Here was, at least, one interposition in his favour. Others would occur. He felt fortunate. He rushed to the Tower to tell the news to Glastonbury. His tutor ascribed his agitation to the shock, and attempted to console him. In communicating the intelligence he was obliged to finish the letter. It expressed a hope that if their visit were postponed more than a day or two, Catherine's dearest Ferdinand would return to Bath. Ferdinand wandered forth into the park to enjoy his freedom. A burden had suddenly fallen from his frame. A cloud that had haunted his vision had vanished. To-day that was so accursed was to be marked now in his calendar with red chalk. Even Armine pleased him. Its sky was brighter, its woods more vast and green. They had not arrived. They would not arrive to-morrow, that was certain. The third day, too, was a day of hope. Why, 3 days, 3 whole days of unexpected, unhoped-for freedom. It was eternity. What might not happen in 3 days? For 3 days he might fairly remain in expectation of fresh letters. It could not be anticipated, it was not even desired, that he should instantly repair to them. Come, he would forget this curse, he would be happy. The past, the future, should be nothing. He would revel in the auspicious present. Thus communing with himself, he sauntered along, musing over Henrietta Temple, and building bright castles in the air. A man engaged with his ideas is insensible of fatigue. Ferdinand found himself at the park gate that led to Ducie, intending only a slight stroll. He had already rambled half way to his beloved. It was a delicious afternoon. The heat of the sun had long abated. The air was sweet and just beginning to stir. Not a sound was heard, except the last blow of a woodman's axe, or the occasional note of some joyous bird waking from its siesta. Ferdinand passed the gate. He entered the winding road, the road that Henrietta Temple had so admired. A beautiful green lake with banks of flowers and hedges of tall trees. He strolled along, our happy Ferdinand, indefinite of purpose, almost insensible whether he were advancing or returning home. He plucked the wild flowers, he pressed them to his lips, because she had admired them, rested on the bank, lounged on a gate, cut a stick from the hedge, traced Henrietta Temple in the road, and then turned the words into Henrietta Armine. And so, and so, and so, he at length stared at finding himself on Ducie Common. Beautiful common! How he loved it! How familiar every tree and rustic roof had become to him! Could he ever forget the morning he had bathed in those fresh waters? What lake of Italy, what heroic wave of the Midland Ocean, could rival in his imagination that simple basin? He drew near to the woods of Ducie, glowing with the setting sun. Surely there was no twilight like the twilight of this land. The woods of Ducie are entered. He recognised the path over which she had glided. He knelt down and kissed that sacred earth. As he approached the pleasure grounds, he turned off into a side path that he might not be perceived. He caught through a vista a distant glimpse of the mansion, the sight of that roof wherein he had been so happy, of that roof that contained all that he cared for or thought of in this world, overcame him. He leant against a tree and hid his face. The twilight died away. The stars stole forth, and Ferdinand ventured into the spreading gloom of night to approach the mansion. He drew himself upon the turf, and watched the chamber where she lived. The windows were open. There were lights within the room, but the thin curtains were drawn, and concealed the inmates. Happy, happy chamber! All that was bright and fair and sweet were contained in those charming walls. The curtain is withdrawn. An arm which cannot be mistaken pulls back the drapery. Is she coming forth? No, she does not. But he sees, distinctly he sees her. She sits in an old chair that he had often praised. Her head rests upon her arm. Her brow seems pensive, and in her other hand she holds a volume that she scarcely appears to read. Oh, may he gaze upon her for ever! May this celestial scene, this seraphic hour, never pass away! Bright stars, do not fade. Thou summer wind, that playest upon his brow, perfumed by her flowers, refresh him for ever. Beautiful night, be for ever the canopy of a scene so sweet and still. Let existence glide away in gazing on yon delicate and tender vision. Dreams of fantastic love, the curtain closes. A ruder hand than hers has shut her from his sight. It has all vanished. The stars seem dim, the autumnal air is dank and harsh, and where he had gazed on heaven, a bat flits wild and fleet. Poor Ferdinand, unhappy Ferdinand! How dull and depressed our brave gallant has become! Was it her father who had closed the curtain? Could he himself, thought Ferdinand, have been observed? Hark! A voice softer and sweeter than the night breaks upon the air. It is the voice of his beloved. And indeed, with all her singular and admirable qualities, there was not anything more remarkable about Henrietta Temple than her voice. It was a rare voice, so that in speaking and in ordinary conversation, though there was no one whose utterance was more natural and less unstudied, it forcibly affected you. She could not give you a greeting, bid you an adieu, or make a routine remark, without impressing you with her power and sweetness. It sounded like a bell, sweet and clear and thrilling. It was astonishing what an influence a little word, uttered by this woman, without thought, would have upon those she addressed. Of such a fine clay is man made. That beautiful voice recalled to Ferdinand all his fading visions. It renewed the spell which had recently enchanted him. It conjured up all those sweet spirits that had a moment since hovered over him with their auspicious pinions. He could not indeed see her. Her form was shrouded, but her voice reached him, a voice attuned to tenderness, even to love, a voice that ravished his ear, melted his soul, and blended with his whole existence. His heart fluttered, his pulse beat high. He sprang up, he advanced to the window. Yes, a few paces alone divided them, a single step, and he will be at her side. His hand is outstretched to clutch the curtain, when suddenly the music ceased. His courage vanished with its inspiration. For a moment he lingered, but his heart misgave him, and he stole back to his solitude. What a mystery is love! All the necessities and habits of our life sink before it. Food and sleep, that seem to divide our being as day and night divide time, lose all their influence over the lover. He is a spiritualized being, fit only to live upon ambrosia, and slumber in an imaginary paradise. The cares of the world do not touch him. Its most stirring events are to him but the dusty incidents of bygone annals. All the fortune of the world without his mistress is misery, and with her all its mischances a transient dream. Revolutions, earthquakes, the change of governments, the fall of empires are to him but childish games, distasteful to a manly spirit. Men love in the plague, and forget the pest, though it rages about them. They bear a charmed life, and think not of destruction until it touches their idol, and then they die without a pang, like zealots for their persecuted creed. A man in love wanders in the world as a somnambulist, with eyes that seem open to those that watch him, yet in fact view nothing but their own inward fancies. Oh, that night at Ducie! Through those long hours Ferdinand Armine, in a tumult of enraptured passion, wandered in its lawns and groves, feeding on the image of its enchanting mistress, watching the solitary light in her chamber, that was to him as the Pharos to a mariner in a tumultuous voyage. That morning, the grey cold morning, came at last. He had outwatched the stars, and listened to the matins of the waking birds. It was no longer possible to remain in the gardens unobserved. He regained the commons. What should he do? Whither should he wend his course? To Armine? Oh, not to Armine! Never could he return to Armine without the heart of Henrietta Temple. Yes, on that great venture he had now resolved. On that mighty hazard all should now be staked. Reckless of consequences, one vast object now alone sustained him. Existence without her was impossible. Ay, a day, a single, a solitary day, should not elapse without his breathing to her his passion, and seeking his fate from her dark eyes. He strolled along to the extremity of the common. It was a great table land, from whose boundary you looked down on small rich valleys, and into one of these, winding his way through fields and pastures, of which the fertile soil was testified by their vigorous hedgerows, he now descended. A long low farmhouse, with gable ends and ample porch, an antique building that in old days might have been some manorial residence, attracted his attention. Its picturesque form, its angles and twisted chimneys, its porch covered with jessamine and eglantine, its verdant homestead, and its orchard rich with ruddy fruit, its vast barns and long lines of ample stacks, produced altogether a rural picture complete and cheerful. Near to a stream, which Ferdinand followed, and which, after a devious and rapid course, emptied itself into a deep and capacious pool, touched by the early sunbeam, and grateful to the swimmer's eye. Here Ferdinand made his natural toilet, and afterwards, slowly returning to the farmhouse, sought an agreeable refuge from the sun in its fragrant porch. the farmer's wife, accompanied by a pretty daughter with downcast eyes, came forth and invited him to enter. While he courteously refused her offer, he sought her hospitality. The good wife brought a table and placed it in the porch, and covered it with a napkin purer than snow. Her viands were fresh eggs, warm milk from the cow, and bread she had herself baked. Even a lover might feed on such sweet food. This happy valley and this cheerful settlement wonderfully touched the fancy of Ferdinand. The season was mild and sunny, the air scented by the flowers that rustled in the breeze. The bees soon came to rifle their sweetness, and the flights of white and blue pigeons ever and anon skimmed along the sky from the neighbouring gables that were their dove-cotes. Ferdinand made a salutary, if not a plenteous meal, and when the table was removed, exhausted by the fatigue and excitement of the last 24 hours, he stretched himself at full length in the porch, and fell into a gentle and dreamless slumber. Hours elapsed before he awoke, vigorous indeed, and wonderfully refreshed, but the sun had already greatly declined. To his astonishment, as he moved, there fell from his breast a beautiful nosegay. He was charmed with this delicate attention from his hostess, or perhaps from her pretty daughter, with those downcast eyes. There seemed a refinement about the gift, and the mode of its offering, which scarcely could be expected from these kind yet simple rustics. The flowers, too, were rare and choice. Geraniums, such as are found only in ladies' bower, a Cape jessamine, some musky carnations, and a rose that seemed the sister of the one he had borne from Ducie. They were delicately bound together, too, by a bright blue riband, fastened by a gold and turquoise pin. This was most strange. This was an adventure more suitable to a Sicilian palace than an English farmhouse, to the gardens of a princess than the clustered porch of his kind hostess. Ferdinand gazed at the bouquet with a glance of blended perplexity and pleasure. Then he entered the farmhouse and made inquiries of his hostess, but they were fruitless. The pretty daughter with the downcast eyes was there too, but her very admiration of the gift, so genuine and unrestrained, proved, if testimony indeed were necessary, that she was not his unknown benefactor. Admirer, he would have said, but Ferdinand was in love and modest. All agreed, no one to their knowledge had been there, and so Ferdinand, cherishing his beautiful gift, was fain to quit his new friends in as much perplexity as ever. End of Book 2, Chapter 13. Recording by Capricia Page. Book 2, Chapter 14 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 2, Chapter 14. Containing an incident which is the termination of most tales, though almost the beginning of the present. It was about 2 hours before sunset that Captain Armine summoned up courage to call at Ducie Bower. He inquired for Mr. Temple, and learned to his surprise that Mr. Temple had quitted Ducie yesterday morning for Scotland. "And Miss Temple," said Ferdinand, "is at home?" "Sir," replied the servant. Ferdinand was ushered into the salon. She was not there. Our hero was very nervous. He had been bold enough in the course of his walk from the farmhouse, and indulged in 1,000 imaginary conversations with his mistress. But now that he was really about to meet her, all his fire and fancy deserted him. Everything occurred to him inauspicious to his suit. His own situation, the short time she had known him, his uncertainty of the state of her affections. How did he know she was not engaged to another? Why should she not be betrothed as well as himself? This contingency had occurred to him before, and yet he had driven it from his thoughts. He began to be jealous. He began to think himself a very great fool. At any rate, he resolved not to expose himself any further. He was clearly premature. He would call to-morrow or next day. To speak to her now was certainly impossible. The door opened. She entered, radiant as the day. What a smile! What dazzling teeth! What ravishing dimples! Her eyes flashed like summer lightning. She extended to him a hand, white and soft as one of those doves that had played about him in the morning. Surely never was anyone endued with such an imperial presence. So stately, so majestic, and yet withal so simply gracious, full of such airy artlessness. At one moment she seemed an empress, and then only a beautiful child. And the hand and arm that seemed fashioned to wave a sceptre, in an instant appeared only fit to fondle a gazelle or pluck a flower. "How do you do?" she said, and he really fancied she was going to sing. He was not yet accustomed to that marvellous voice. It brought upon the silence, like a silver bell just touched by the summer air. "It was kind of you to come and see a lone maiden," she continued. "Papa has deserted me, and without any preparation. I cannot endure to be separated from him, and this is almost the only time that he has refused my solicitation to accompany him. But he must travel far and quickly. My uncle has sent for him. He is very unwell, and papa is his trustee. There is business. I do not know what it is, but I dare say not very agreeable. By the by, I hope Lady Armine is well." "My papa has deserted me," said Ferdinand with a smile. "They have not yet arrived, and some days may yet elapse before they reach Armine." "Indeed, I hope they are well." "Yes, they are well." "Did you ride here?" "No." "Did you walk?" "I hardly know how I came. I believe I walked." "You must be very tired, and you are standing. Pray sit down. Sit in that chair. You know that it is your favourite chair." And Ferdinand seated himself in the very chair in which he had watched her the preceding night. "This is certainly my favourite chair," he said. "I know no seat in the world I prefer to this." "Will you take some refreshment? I am sure you will. You must be very tired. Take some hock. Papa always takes hock and soda water. I shall order some hock and soda water for you." She rose and rang the bell in spite of his remonstrance. "Have you been walking, Miss Temple?" inquired Ferdinand. "I was thinking of strolling now," she replied, "but I am glad that you have called, for I wanted an excuse to be idle." An hour passed away, nor was the conversation on either side very brilliantly supported. Ferdinand seemed dull, but indeed was only moody, revolving in his mind many strange incidents and feelings, and then turning for consolation in his perplexities to the enchanting vision on which he still could gaze. Nor was Miss Temple either in her usually sparkling vein. Her liveliness seemed an effort. She was more constrained. She was less fluent than before. Ferdinand, indeed, rose more than once to depart, yet still he remained. He lost his cap. He looked for his cap, and then again seated himself. Again he rose, restless and disquieted, wandered about the room, looked at a picture, plucked a flower, pulled the flower to pieces. "Miss Temple," he at length observed, "I am afraid I am very stupid." "Because you are silent?" "Is that not a sufficient reason?" "Nay, I think not. I think I am rather fond of silent people myself. I cannot bear to live with a person who feels bound to talk because he is in my company. The whole day passes sometimes without papa and myself exchanging 50 words. Yet I am happy. I do not feel that we are dull." And Miss Temple pursued her work, which she had previously taken up. "Ah, but I am not your papa. When we are very intimate with people,
When they interest us, we are engaged with their feelings. We do not perpetually require their ideas. But an acquaintance as I am, only an acquaintance, a miserable acquaintance unless I speak or listen, I have no business to be here, unless I, in some degree, contribute to the amusement or the convenience of my companion. I degenerate into a bore." "I think you are very amusing, and you may be useful if you like, very." And she offered him a skein of silk, which she requested him to hold. It was a beautiful hand that was extended to him. A beautiful hand is an excellent thing to a woman. It is a charm that never palls, and better than all, it is a means of fascination that never disappears. Women carry a beautiful hand with them to the grave, when a beautiful face has long ago vanished or ceased to enchant. The expression of a hand, too, is inexhaustible, and when the eyes we may have worshipped no longer flash or sparkle, the ringlets with which we may have played are covered with a cap, or worse, a turban, and the symmetrical presents which in our sonnets have reminded us so oft of antelopes and wild gazelles, have all vanished. The hand, the immortal hand, defying alike time and care, still vanishes, and still triumphs, the small, soft, and fair, by an airy attitude, a gentle pressure, or a new ring, renews with untiring grace the spell that bound our enamoured and adoring youth. But in the present instance there were eyes as bright as the hand, locks more glossy and luxuriant than Helen's of Troy, a cheek pink as the shell, and breaking into dimples like a May morning into sunshine, and lips from which stole forth a perfume sweeter than the whole conservatory. Ferdinand sat down on a chair opposite Miss Temple, with the extended skein. "Now this is better than doing nothing," she said, catching his eye with a glance half kind, half arch. "I suspect, Captain Armine, that your melancholy originates in idleness." "Ah, if I could only be employed every day in this manner!" ejaculated Ferdinand. "Nay, not with a distaff, but you must do something. You must get into Parliament." "You forget that I am a Catholic," said Ferdinand. Miss Temple slightly blushed, and talked rather quickly about her work, but her companion would not relinquish the subject. "I hope you are not prejudiced against my faith," said Ferdinand. "Prejudiced! Dear Captain Armine, do not make me repent too seriously a giddy word. I feel it is wrong that matters of taste should mingle with matters of belief, but to speak the truth, I am quite sure that a Howard, or an Armine, who was a Protestant like myself, would quite please my fancy as much as in their present position, which, if a little inconvenient, is very picturesque." Ferdinand smiled. "My great-grandmother was a Protestant," said Ferdinand. "Margaret Armine. Do you think Margaret a pretty name?" "Queen Margaret. Yes, a fine name, I think, barring its abbreviation." "I wish my great-grandmother's name had not been Margaret," said Ferdinand, very seriously. "Now why should that respectable dame's baptism disturb your fancy?" inquired Miss Temple. "I wish her name had been Henrietta," replied Ferdinand. "Henrietta Armine. You know there was a Henrietta Armine once." "Was there?" said Miss Temple, rising. "Our skein is finished. You have been very good. I must go and see my flowers. Come." And as she said this little word, she turned her fair and finely finished neck, and looked over her shoulder at Ferdinand with an arch expression of countenance peculiar to her. That winning look, indeed, that clear, sweet voice, and that quick, graceful attitude, blended into a spell which was irresistible. His heart yearned for Henrietta Temple, and rose at the bidding of her voice. From the conservatory they stepped into the garden. It was a delicious afternoon. The sun had sunk behind the grove, and the air, which had been throughout the day somewhat oppressive, was now warm but mild. At Ducie there was a fine old terrace facing the western hills, that bound the valley in which the Bower was situate. These hills, a ridge of moderate elevation, but of picturesque form, parted just opposite the terrace, as if on purpose to admit the setting sun, like inferior existence that had, as it were, made way before the splendour of some mighty lord or conqueror. The lofty and sloping bank this terrace crowned was covered with rare shrubs, and occasionally a group of trees sprang up among them, and broke the view with an interference which was far from ungraceful, while plants, spreading forth from large marble vases, had extended over their trunks, and sometimes, in their play, had touched even their topmost branches. Between the terrace and the distant hills extended a tract of pasture land, green and well wooded by its rich hedgerows. Not a roof was visible, although many farms and hamlets were on hand. In the heart of a rich and populous land, here was a region where the shepherd or the herdsman was the only evidence of human existence. It was thither, a grateful spot, at such an hour, that Miss Temple and her companion directed their steps. The last beam of the sun flashed across the flaming horizon as they gained the terrace. The hills, well wooded, or presenting a bare and acute outline of the sky, rose sharply defined in form, while in another direction some more distant elevations were pervaded with a flat purple tint, torched sometimes with a rose blaze of soft and flickering light. The whole seen indeed from the humble pasture land that was soon to creep into darkness, to the proud hills whose sparkling crests were yet touched by the living beam, was bathed with lucid beauty and luminous softness, and blended with the glowing canopy of the lustrous sky. But on the terrace and the groves that rose beyond it, and on the glades and vistas into which they opened, fell the full glory of the sunset, each moment a new shadow, now rosy, now golden, now blending in its shifting tints. All the glory of the iris fell over the rich pleasure grounds, their groups of rare and noble trees, and their dim and glittering avenues. The vespers of the birds were faintly dying away. The last low of the returning kine sounded over the lea. The tinkle of the sheep bell was heard no more. The thin white moon began to gleam, and Hesperus glittered in the fading sky. It was the twilight hour, that delicious hour that softens the heart of man. What is its magic? Not merely its beauty. It is no more beautiful than the sunrise. It is its repose. Our tumultuous passions sink with the sun. There is a fine sympathy between us and our world, and the stillness of nature is responded to by the serenity of the soul. At this sacred hour our hearts are pure. All worldly cares, all those vulgar anxieties and aspirations that at other seasons hover like vultures over our existence, vanish from the serene atmosphere of our susceptibility. A sense of beauty and a sentiment of love pervade our being. But if at such a moment solitude is full of joy, if, even when alone, our native sensibility suffices to entrance us with a tranquil yet thrilling bliss, how doubly sweet, how multiplied must be our fine emotions, when the most delicate influence of human sympathy combines with the power and purity of material and moral nature, and completes the exquisite and enchanting spell. Ferdinand Armine turned from the beautiful world around him to gaze upon a countenance sweeter than the summer air, softer than the gleaming moon, brighter than the evening star. The shadowy light of purple eve fell upon the still and solemn presence of Henrietta Temple. Irresistible emotion impelled him. Softly he took her hand, and bending his head he murmured to her, "Most beautiful, I love thee." As in the oppressive stillness of some tropic night, a single drop is the refreshing harbinger of a slower, that clears the heavens. So even this slight expression relieved in an instant the intensity of his overburthening feelings, and warm, quick, and gushing flowed the words that breathed his fervent adoration. Yes, he continued, in this fair scene, oh, let me turn to something fairer still. Beautiful, beloved Henrietta, I can repress no longer the emotions that, since I first beheld you, have vanquished my existence. I love you. I adore you. Life in your society is heaven. Without you I cannot live. Deem me, oh, deem me not too bold, sweet lady. I am not worthy of you, yet let me love. I am not worthy of you, but who can be? Ah, if I dared but venture to offer you my heart, if that humblest of all possessions might indeed be yours, if my adoration, if my devotion, if the consecration of my life to you might in some degree compensate for its little worth, if I might live even but to hope. You do not speak, Miss Temple. Henrietta, admirable Henrietta, have I offended you? Am I indeed the victim of hopes too high, and fancies too supreme? Oh, pardon me, most beautiful, I pray you pardon. Is it a crime to feel, perchance, too keenly, the sense of beauty like to thine, dear lady? Oh, tell me I am forgiven. Tell me indeed you do not hate me. I will be silent. I will never speak again. Yet let me walk with you. Cease not to be my companion because I have been too bold. Pity me, dearest, dearest Henrietta. If you knew how I have suffered, if you knew the nights that brought no sleep, the days of fever that have been mine since first we met, if you knew how I have fed but upon one sweet idea, one sacred image of absorbing life, since first I gazed on your transcendent form, indeed I think that you would pity, that you would pardon, that you might even tell me, is it my fault that you are beautiful? Oh, how beautiful my wretched and exhausted soul too surely feels! Is it my fault those eyes are like the dawn, that thy sweet voice thrills through my frame, and but the slightest touch of that light hand falls like a spell on my entranced form? Oh, Henrietta, be merciful, be kind. He paused for a second, and yet she did not answer, but her cheek fell upon his shoulder, and the gentle pressure of her hand was more eloquent than language. The slight, sweet signal was to him as the sunrise on the misty earth, full of hope, and joy, and confidence. He took her in his arms, sealed her cold lips with a burning kiss, and vowed to her his eternal, almighty love. He bore her to an old stone bench placed on the terrace. Still she was silent, but her hand clasped his, and her head rested on his bosom. The gleaming moon now glittered, the hills and woods were silvered by its beam, and the far meads were bathed with its clear fair light. Not a single cloud curtained the splendour of the stars. What a rapturous soul was Ferdinand Armine's, as he sat that night on the old bench on Ducie Terrace, shrouding from the rising breeze the trembling form of Henrietta Temple. And yet it was not cold that made her shiver. The clock of Ducie Church struck 10. She moved, saying in a faint voice, "We must go home, my Ferdinand." End of Book 2, Chapter 14. Recording by Capricia Page. Book 3, Chapter 1 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 3, Chapter 1, in which Captain Armine proves himself a complete tactician. The midnight moon flung its broad beams over the glades and avenues of Armine, as Ferdinand, riding Miss Temple's horse, re-entered the park. His countenance was paler than the spectral light that guided him on his way. He looked little like a pledged and triumphant lover, but in his contracted brow and compressed lips might be read the determination of his soul. There was no longer a contest between poverty and pride, between the maintenance or destruction of his ancient house, between his old engagement and his present passion. That was past. Henrietta Temple was the light in the pharos amid all the stormy fortunes. Thither he directed all the energies of his being, and to gain that port or sink was his unflinching resolution. It was deep in the night before he again beheld the towers and turrets of his castle, and the ivy-covered fragments of the old place seemed to sleep in peace under its protecting influence. A wild and beautiful event had happened since last he quitted those ancient walls, and what would be its influence upon them? But it is not for the passionate lover to moralize. For him, the regrets of the past and the chances of the future are alike lost in the ravishing and absorbing present. For a lover that has but just secured the object of his long and tumultuous hopes is as a diver who has just plucked a jewel from the bed of some rare sea. Panting and wild he lies upon the beach, and the gem that he clutches is the sole idea that engrosses his existence. Ferdinand is within his little chamber, that little chamber where his mother had bid him so passionate a farewell. Ah, he loves another woman better than his mother now. Nay, even a feeling of embarrassment and pain is associated with the recollection of that fond and elegant being, whom he had recognised once as the model of all feminine perfection, and who had been to him so gentle and so devoted. He drives his mother from his thoughts. It is of another voice that he now muses. It is the memory of another's glance that touches his eager heart. He falls into a reverie. The passionate past is acted again before him. In his glittering eye and the rapid play of his features may be traced the tumult of his soul. A doubt crosses his brow. Is he indeed so happy? Is it not all a dream? He takes from his bosom a handkerchief of Henrietta Temple. He recognises upon it her magical initials, worked in her own fine dark hair. A smile of triumphant certainty irradiates his countenance, as he rapidly presses the memorial to his lips, and imprints upon it 1,000 kisses, and holding this cherished testimony of his felicity to his heart, sleep at length descends upon the exhausted frame of Ferdinand Armine. But the night that brought dreams to Ferdinand Armine brought him not visions more marvellous and magical than his waking life. He who loves lives in an ecstatic trance. The world that surrounds him is not the world of working man, it is fairyland. He is not of the same order as the labouring myriads on which he seems to tread. They are to him but a swarm of humble-minded and humble-mannered insects. For him, the human species is represented by a single individual, and of her he makes an idol. All that is bright and rare is but invented and devised to adore and please her. Flowers for her were made so sweet, and birds so musical. All nature seems to bear an intimate relation to the being we adore. And as to us, life would now appear intolerable, a burthen of insupportable and wearying toil, without this transcendent sympathy. So we cannot help fancying that were its sweet and subtle origin herself to quit this inspired scene, the universe itself would not be unconscious of its deprivation, and somewhat of the world's lustre might be missed even by the most callous. The morning burst as beautiful as such love. A rosy tint suffused the soft and tremulous sky, and tinted with the delicate hue of the tall trees and wide lawns, freshened with the light and vanishing dew. The air was vocal with 1,000 songs. All was bright and clear, cheerful and golden. Ferdinand awoke from delicious dreams, and gazed upon the scene that responded to his own bright and glad emotions, and inhaled the balmy air, ethereal as his own soul. Love that can illume the dark hovel and the dismal garret, that sheds a ray of enchanting light over the close and busy city, seems to mount with a lighter and more glittering pinion in the atmosphere as brilliant as its own plumes. Fortunate the youth, the romance of whose existence is placed in a scene befitting its fair and marvellous career. Fortunate the passion that is breathed in palaces, amid the ennobling creations of surrounding art, and greets the object of its fond solicitude amid perfumed gardens, and in the shade of green and silent woods. Whatever may be the harsher course of his career, however the cold world may cast its dark shadows upon his future path, he may yet consider himself thrice blessed, to whom this graceful destiny has fallen, and amid the storms and troubles of after life, may look back to these hours, fair as the dawn, beautiful as the twilight, with solace and satisfaction. Disappointment may wither upon his energies, oppression may bruise his spirit, but balked, daunted, deserted, crushed, lone where all was sympathy, gloomy where all was light, still he has not lived in vain. Business, however, rises with the sun. The morning brings cares, and although the re-embraced energies and renovated strength, then is the season that we are best qualified to struggle with the harassing brood, still Ferdinand Armine, the involved son of a ruined race, seldom rose from his couch, seldom recalled consciousness after repose, without a pang. Nor was there indeed magic withal in the sweet spell that now bound him, to preserve him from this black invasion. Anxiety was one of those ingredients of the charm. He might have forgotten his own broken fortunes, his audacious and sanguine spirit might have built up many a castle for the fortune, as brave as that of Armine, but the very inspiring recollection of Henrietta Temple, the very remembrance of the past and triumphant eve, only the more forced upon his memory the conviction that he was at this moment engaged also to another, and bound to be married to 2 women. Something must be done. Miss Grandison might arrive this very day. It was an improbable incident, but still it might occur. While he was thus musing, his servant brought him his letters, which had arrived the preceding day. Letters from his mother and Catherine, his Catherine. They brought present relief. The invalid had not amended. Their movements were still uncertain. Catherine, his own Kate, expressed even a faint fond wish that he would return. His resolution was taken in an instant. He decided with the prescient promptitude of one who has his dearest interest at stake. He wrote to Catherine that he would instantly fly to her, only that he daily expected his attendance would be required in town, on military business of urgent importance to their happiness. This must necessarily delay their meeting. The moment he received his summons to attend the house guards, he should hurry off. In the meantime, she was to write to him here, at all events not to quit Bath for Armine, without giving him a notice of several days. Having dispatched this letter and another to his mother, Ferdinand repaired to the Tower to communicate to Glastonbury the necessity of his immediate departure for London. But he also assured that good old man of his brief visit to that city. The pang of his unexpected departure was softened by the positive promise of returning in a very few days, and returning with his family. Having made these arrangements, Ferdinand now felt, come what may, he had at least secured himself a certain period of unbroken bliss. He had a faithful servant, an Italian, in whose discretion he had justly unlimited confidence. To him Ferdinand entrusted the duty of bringing each day his letters to his retreat, which he had fixed upon should be the same picturesque farmhouse, in whose friendly porch he had found the preceding day such a hospitable shelter, and where he had experienced that charming adventure which now rather delighted than perplexed him. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Recording by Capricia Page. Book 3, Chapter 2 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 3, Chapter 2. A Day of Love. Meanwhile the beautiful Henrietta sat in her bower, her music neglected, her drawing thrown aside. Even her birds were forgotten, and her flowers untended. A soft tumult filled her frame. Now, wrapped in reverie, she leaned her head upon her fair hand in charmed abstraction. Now, rising from her restless seat, she paced the chamber, and thought of his quick coming. What was this mighty revolution that a few short days, a few brief hours had occasioned? How mysterious, yet how irresistible, how overwhelming! Her father was absent, that father on whose fond ideas she had alone lived, from whom the slightest separation had once been pain, and now that father claims not even her thoughts. Another, and a stranger's, image is throned in her soul. She who had moved in the world so variously, who had received so much homage and been accustomed from her childhood to all that is considered accomplished and fascinating in men, and had passed through the ordeal with a calm, clear spirit. Behold, she is no longer the mistress of her thoughts or feelings. She has fallen before a glance, and yielded in an instant to a burning word. But could she blame herself? Did she repent the rapid and ravishing past? Did regret mingle with her wonder? Was there a pang of remorse, however slight, blending its sharp tooth with all her bliss? No. Her love was perfect, her joy was full. She offered her vows to that heaven that had accorded her happiness so supreme. She felt only unworthy of a destiny so complete. She marvelled, in the meekness and purity of her spirit, why one so gifted that had been reserved for her, and what he could recognize in her imperfect and inferior qualities, to devote to them the fondness of his rare existence. Ferdinand Armine! Did there indeed ever breathe, had the wit of poet ever yet devised a being so choice, so young, so beautiful, so lively and accomplished, so deeply and variously interesting? Was that sweet voice indeed only to sound in her enchanted ear, that graceful form to move only for the pleasure of her watchful eye, that quick and airy fancy but to create for her delight, and that soft, gentle heart to own no solicitude but for her will and infinite gratification? And could it be possible that he loved her, that she was indeed his pledged bride, and that the accents of his adoration still echoed in her ear, and his fond embrace still clung to her mute and trembling lips? Would he always love her? Would he always be so fond? Would he be as faithful as he was now devoted? Ah, she would not lose him. That heart should never escape her. Her life should be one long, vigilant device to enchain his being. What was she 5 days past? Is it possible that she lived before she met him? Of what did she think? What do? Could there be pursuits without this companion? Plans or feelings without this sweet friend? Life must have been a blank, vapid, and dull, and weary. She could not recall herself before that morning ride to Armine. How rolled away the day! How heavy must have been the hours! All that had been uttered before she listened to Ferdinand seemed without point. All that was done before she lingered at his side, aimless and without an object. O love! In vain they moralize, in vain they teach us thou art a delusion, in vain they dissect thine inspiring sentiment, and would mortify us into misery by its degrading analysis. The sage may announce that gratified vanity is thine aim and end, but the lover glances with contempt at his cold-blooded philosophy. Nature assures him thou art a beautiful and sublime emotion, and he answers, canst thou deprive the sun of its heat, because its ray may be decomposed? Or does the diamond blaze with less splendour because thou canst analyse its effulgence? A gentle rustling sound at the window. Henrietta looked up, but the sight deserted her fading vision, as Ferdinand seized with softness her softer hand and pressed it to his lips. A moment since, and she had longed for his presence, as the infant for its mother. A moment since, and she had murmured that so much of the morn had passed without his society. A moment since, and it had seemed that no time could exhaust the expression of her feelings. How she had sighed for his coming! How she had hoped that this day might convey to him what last night she had so weakly, so imperfectly attempted. And now she sat trembling and silent, with downcast eyes and changing countenance. "My Henrietta!" exclaimed Ferdinand, "my beautiful Henrietta! It seems we never should meet again, and yet I rose almost with the sun." "My Ferdinand," replied Miss Temple, scarcely daring to meet his glance, "I cannot speak. I am so happy that I cannot speak." "Ah, tell me, have you thought of me? Did you observe I stole your handkerchief last night? See, here it is. When I slept, I kissed it and wore it next my heart." "Ah, give it me," she faintly murmured, extending her hand, and then she added, in a firmer and livelier tone, "And did you really wear it near your heart?" "Near thine, for thine it is, love. Sweet, you look so beautiful to day. It seems to me you never yet looked half so fair. Those eyes are so brilliant, so very blue, so like the violet. There is nothing like your eyes." "Except your own." "Have you taken away your hand? Give me back my hand, my Henrietta. I will not quit it. The whole day it should be clasped in mine. Ah, what a hand! So soft, so very soft. There is nothing like your hand." "Yours is as soft, dear Ferdinand." "Oh, Henrietta, I do love you so. I wish that I could tell you how I love you. As I rode home last night, it seemed that I had not conveyed to you a tithe, nay, 1,000th part of what I feel. You cannot love me, Ferdinand, more than I love you." "Say so again. Tell me very often. Tell me 1,000 times how much you love me. Unless You tell me 1,000 times, Henrietta, I never can believe that I am so blessed." They went forth into the garden. Nature, with the splendid sky and the sweet breeze, seemed to smile upon their passion. Henrietta plucked the most beautiful flowers and placed them in his breast. "Do you remember the rose at Armine?" said Ferdinand, with a fond smile. "Ah! Who would have believed that it would have led to this?" said Henrietta, with downcast eyes. "I am not more in love now than I was then," said Ferdinand. "I dare not speak of my feelings," said Miss Temple. "Is it possible that it can be but 5 days back since we first met? It seems another era." "I have no recollection of anything that occurred before I saw you beneath the cedar," replied Ferdinand. "That is the date of my existence. I saw you, and I loved. My love was at once complete. I have no confidence in any other. I have no confidence in the love that is the creature of observance, and reflection, and comparison, and calculation. Love, in my opinion, should spring from innate sympathy. It should be superior to all situations, all ties, all circumstances." "Such, then, we must believe is ours," replied Henrietta, in a somewhat grave and musing tone. "I would willingly embrace your creed. I know not why I should be ashamed of my feelings. They are natural, and they are pure. And yet I tremble. But so long as you do not think lightly of me, Ferdinand, for whom should I care?" "My Henrietta, my angel, my adored and beautiful, I worship you, I reverence you. Ah, my Henrietta, if you only knew how I dote upon you, you would not speak thus. Come, let us ramble in our woods." So saying, he withdrew her from the more public situation in which they were then placed, and entered by a winding walk those beautiful bowers that had given so fair and fitting a name to Ducie. Ah, that was a ramble of rich delight, as, winding his arm around her light waist, he poured into her palpitating ear all the eloquence of his passion. Each hour that they had known each other was analysed, and the feelings of each moment were compared. What sweet and thrilling confessions! Eventually it was settled, to the complete satisfaction of both, that both had fallen in love at the same time, and that they had been mutually and unceasingly thinking of each other from the first instant of their meeting. The conversation of lovers is inexhaustible. Hour glided away after hour, as Ferdinand alternately expressed his passion and detailed the history of his past life, for the curiosity of woman, lively at all times, is never so keen, as exacting, and so interested, as in her anxiety to become acquainted with the previous career of her lover. She is jealous of all that he has done before she knew him, of every person to whom he has spoken. She will be assured 1,000 times that he never loved before, yet she credits the first affirmation. She envies the mother who knew him as a child, even the nurse who may have rocked his cradle. She insists upon a minute and finished portraiture of his character and life. Why did he not give it? More than once it was upon his lips to reveal all. More than once he was about to pour forth all his sorrows, all the entanglements of his painful situation. More than once he was about to make the full and mortifying confession that though his heart was hers, there existed another, who even at the moment might claim the hand that Henrietta clasped with so much tenderness. But he checked himself. He would not break the charm that surrounded him. He would not disturb the clear and brilliant stream in which his life was at this moment flowing. He had not courage to change by a worldly word the scene of celestial enchantment in which he now moved and breathed. Let us add in some degree for his justification, that he was not altogether unmindful of the feelings of Miss Grandison. Sufficient misery remained, at all events for her, without adding the misery of making her rival cognizant of her mortification. The deed must be done, and done promptly, but at least there should be no unnecessary witnesses to its harrowing achievement. So he looked upon the radiant brow of his Henrietta, wreathed with smiles of innocent triumph, sparkling with unalloyed felicity, and beaming with unbroken devotion. Should the shade of a dark passion for a moment cloud that heaven, so bright and so serene? Should even a momentary pang of jealousy or distrust pain that pure and unsullied breast? In the midst of contending emotions, he pressed her to his heart with renewed energy, and bending down his head, imprinted an embrace upon her blushing forehead. They seated themselves on a bank, which it would seem nature had created for the convenience of lovers. The softest moss and the brightest flowers decked its elastic and fragrant side. A spreading beech tree shaded their heads from the sun, which now was on the decline, and occasionally its wide branches rustled with the soft breeze that passed over them in renovating and gentle gusts. The woods widened before them, and at the termination of a well-contrived avenue, they caught at the roofs of the village and the tall grey tower of Ducie Church. They had wandered for hours without weariness, yet the repose was graceful, while they listened to the birds and plucked wild flowers. "Ah, I remember," said Ferdinand, "that it was not far from here, while slumbering indeed in the porch of my pretty farmhouse, that the fairy of the spot dropped on my breast these beautiful flowers that I now wear. Did you not observe them, my sweet Henrietta? Do you know that I am rather mortified that they have not made you at least a little jealous?" "I am not jealous of fairies, dear Ferdinand." "And yet I half believe that you are a fairy, my Henrietta." "A very substantial one, I fear, my Ferdinand. Is this a compliment to my form?" "Well, then, a sylvan nymph much more, I assure you, to my fancy. Perhaps a rosy dryad of this fair tree, rambling in woods, and bounding over commons, scattering beautiful flowers in dreams as bright." "And were your dreams bright yesterday morning?" "I dreamed of you." "And when you woke?" "I hastened to the source of my inspiration." "And if you had not dreamed of me?" "I should have come to have inquired the reason why." Miss Temple looked upon the ground. A blended expression of mirth and sentiment played over her features, and then looking up with a smile contending with her tearful eye, she hid her face in his breast and murmured, "I watched him sleeping. Did he indeed dream of me?" "Darling of my existence!" exclaimed enraptured Ferdinand. "Exquisite, enchanting being! Why am I so happy? What have I done to deserve bliss so ineffable? Tell me all, Beauty, tell me how you contrive to appear and vanish without witnesses, for my inquiries were severe, and these good people must have been less artless than I imagined, to have withstood them successfully." "I came," said Miss Temple, "to pay them a visit, with me not uncommon. When I entered the porch, I beheld my Ferdinand sleeping. I looked upon him for a moment, but I was frightened, and stole away unperceived. But I left the flowers more fortunate than your Henrietta." "Sweet love!" "Never did I return home," continued Miss Temple. "Never did I return home," continued Miss Temple, "more sad and more dispirited. 1,000 times I wished that I was the flower, that I might be gathered and worn upon your heart. You smile, my Ferdinand. Indeed, I feel I am very foolish, yet I know not why. I am now neither ashamed nor afraid to tell you anything. I was so miserable when I arrived home, my Ferdinand, that I went to my room and wept. And he then came. Oh, what heaven was mine! I wiped the tears from my face and came down to see him. He looked so beautiful and happy." "And you, sweet child, oh! who could have believed at that moment that a tear had escaped from those bright eyes?" Love makes us hypocrites, I fear, my Ferdinand. For a moment before I was quite wearied, that I was lying on my sofa quite wretched, and then, when I saw him, I pretended that I had not been out, and was just thinking of a stroll. Oh, my Ferdinand, will you pardon me? It seems to me that I never loved you until this moment. Is it possible that human beings ever loved each other as we do? Now came the hour of twilight. While in this fond strain the lovers interchanged their hearts, the sun had sunk, the birds grown silent, and the star of evening twinkled over the tower of Ducie. Over the tower of Ducie, the bat and the beetle warned them to return. They rose reluctantly and retraced their steps to Ducie, with hearts softer even than the melting hour. "Must we then part?" exclaimed Ferdinand. "Oh, must we part? How can I exist even an instant without your presence, without at least the consciousness of existing under the same roof? Oh, would I were one of your serving men, to listen to your footstep, to obey your bell, and ever and anon to catch your voice. Oh, now I wish indeed Mr. Temple were here, and then I might be your guest." "My father!" exclaimed Miss Temple in a somewhat serious tone. "I ought to have written to him to day. Oh, talk not of my father, speak only of yourself." They stood in silence as they were about to emerge upon the lawn, and then Miss Temple said, "Dear Ferdinand, you must go. Indeed you must. Press me not to enter. If you love me, now let us part. I shall retire immediately, that the morning may sooner come. God bless you, my Ferdinand. May he guard over you, and keep you for ever and ever. You weep. Indeed you must not. You so distress me. Ferdinand, be good, be kind. For my sake, do not this. I love you. What can I do more? The time will come we will not part, but now we must. Good night, my Ferdinand. Nay, if you will, these lips indeed are yours. Promise me you will not remain here. Well then, when the light is out of my chamber, leave Ducie. Promise me this, and early tomorrow, earlier than you think, I will pay you a visit to your cottage. Now be good, and tomorrow we will breakfast together. There now," she added in a gay tone, "you see woman's wit has the advantage." And so, without another word, she ran away. End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Recording by Capricia Page.
Book 3, Chapter 3 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Linda Andress. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 3, Chapter 3. Which, on the whole, is found very consoling. The separation of lovers, even with an immediate prospect of union, involves a sentiment of deep melancholy, the reaction of our solitary emotions after a social impulse of such peculiar excitement very much disheartens and depresses us. Mutual passion is complete sympathy. Under such an influence there is no feeling so strong, no fancy so delicate, that it is not instantly responded to. Our heart has no secrets, though our life may. Under such an influence, each unconsciously labours to enchant the other. Each struggles to maintain the reality of that ideal which has been reached in a moment of happy inspiration. Then is this season when the voice is ever soft, the eye ever bright, and every movement of the frame airy and picturesque. Each accent is full of tenderness, each glance of affection, each gesture of grace. We live in a heaven of our own creation. All happens that can contribute to our perfect satisfaction, and can ensure our complete self complacency. We give and we receive felicity. We adore and we are adored. Love is the May Day of the heart. But a cloud nevertheless will dim the genial lustre of that soft and brilliant sky when we are alone, when the soft voice no longer sighs, and the bright eye no longer beams, and the form we worship no longer moves before our enraptured vision. Our happiness becomes too much the result of reflection. Our faith is not less devout, but it is not so fervent. We believe in the miracle, but we no longer witness it. And as the light was extinguished in the chamber of Henrietta Temple, Ferdinand Armine felt for a moment as if his sun had set for ever. There seemed to be now no evidence of her existence. Would to morrow ever come? And if it came, would the rosy hours indeed bring her in their radiant car? What if this night she died? He shuddered at his wild imagination. Yet it might be, such dire calamities had been. And now he felt his life was involved in hers, and that under such circumstances his instant death must complete the catastrophe. There was then much at stake. Had it been yet his glorious privilege that her fair cheek should have found a pillow on his heart, could he have been permitted to have rested without her door but as her guard, even if the same roof at any distance had screened both their heads, such dark conceptions would not perhaps have risen up to torture him. But as it was, they haunted him like evil spirits as he took his lonely way over the common to gain his new abode. Ah, the morning came, and such a morn, bright as his love. Ferdinand had passed a dreamy night, and when he woke he could not at first recognise the locality. It was not Armine. Could it be Ducie? As he stretched his limbs and rubbed his eyes, he might be excused for a moment fancying that all the happiness of yesterday was indeed a vision. He was, in truth, sorely perplexed as he looked around the neat but humble chamber, and caught the first beam of the sun struggling through a casement shadowed by the jessamine. But on his heart there rested a curl of dark and flowing hair, and held together by that very turquoise of which he fancied he had been dreaming. Happy, happy Ferdinand! Why shouldst thou have cares? And may not the course even of thy true love run smooth? He recks not of the future. What is the future to one so blessed? The sun is up, the lark is singing, the sky is bluer than the love jewel at his heart. She will be here soon. No gloomy images disturb him now. Cheerfulness is the dowry of the dawn. Will she indeed be here? Will Henrietta Temple indeed come to visit him? Will that consummate being, before whom, but a few days back, he stood entranced, to whose mind the very idea of his existence had not then even occurred, will she be here anon to visit him, to visit her beloved? What has he done to be so happy? What fairy has touched him and his dark fortunes with her wand? What talisman does he grasp to call up such bright adventures of existence? He does not err. He is an enchanted being. A spell indeed pervades his frame. He moves, in truth, in a world of marvels and miracles. For what fairy has a wand like love? What talisman can achieve the deeds of passion? He quitted the rustic porch and strolled up the lane that led to Ducie. He started at a sound. It was but the spring of a wandering bird. Then the murmur of a distant wheel turned him pale, and he stopped and leant on a neighbouring gate with a panting heart. Was she at hand? There is not a moment when the heart palpitates with such delicate suspense as when a lover awaits his mistress in the spring days of his passion. Man, watching the sun rise from a mountain, awaits not an incident to him more beautiful, more genial, and more impressive. With her presence it would seem that both light and heat fall at the same time upon his heart. His emotions are warm and sunny that a moment ago seemed dim and frigid. A thrilling sense of joy pervades his frame. The air is sweeter, and his ears seem to echo with the music of 1,000 birds. The sound of the approaching wheel became more audible. It drew nearer, but lost the delicacy that distance lent it. Alas, it did not propel the car of a fairy, or the chariot of a heroine, but a cart, whose taxed springs bowed beneath the portly form of an honest yeoman, who gave Captain Armine a cheerful good morrow as he jogged by, and flanked his jolly whip with unmerciful dexterity. The loudness of the unexpected salute, the crack of the echoing thong, shook the fine nerves of a fanciful lover, and Ferdinand looked so confused that if the honest yeoman had only stopped to observe him, the passenger might have really been excused for mistaking him for a poacher at the least by his guilty countenance. This little worldly interruption broke the wings of Ferdinand's soaring fancy. He fell to earth. Doubt came over him whether Henrietta would indeed come. He was disappointed, and so he became distrustful. He strolled on, however, in the direction of Ducie, yet slowly, as there was more than one road, and to miss each other would have been mortifying. His quick eye was in every quarter, his watchful ear listened in every direction. Still she was not seen, and not a sound was heard except the hum of day. He became nervous, agitated, and began to conjure up a crowd of unfortunate incidents. Perhaps she was ill. That was very bad. Perhaps her father had suddenly returned. Was that worse? Perhaps something strange had happened. Perhaps why does his face turn so pale, and why is his step so suddenly arrested? Ah, Ferdinand Armine, is not thy conscience clear? That pang was sharp. No, no, it is impossible, clearly, absolutely impossible. This is weak indeed. See, he smiles. He smiles at his weakness. He waves his arm as if in contempt. He casts away, with defiance, his idle apprehensions. His step is more assured, and the colour returns to his cheek. And yet her father must return. Was he prepared for that occurrence? This was a searching question. It induced a long, dark train of harassing recollections. He stopped to ponder. In what a web of circumstances he was now involved. Howsoever he might act, a self extrication appeared impossible. Perfect candour to Miss Temple might be the destruction of her love. Even modified to her father would certainly produce his banishment from Ducie. As the betrothed of Miss Grandison, Miss Temple would abjure him. As the lover of Miss Temple, under any circumstances, Mr. Temple would reject him. In what light would he appear to Henrietta, were he to dare to reveal the truth? Would she not look upon him as the unresisting libertine of the hour, engaging in levity her heart as he had already trifled with another's? For that absorbing and overwhelming passion, pure, primitive, and profound, to which she now responded with an enthusiasm as fresh, as ardent, and as immaculate, she would only recognise the fleeting fancy of a vain and worldly spirit, eager to add another triumph to a long list of conquests, and proud of another evidence of his irresistible influence. What security was there for her that she too should not in turn be forgotten for another, that another eye should not shine brighter than hers, and another voice sound to his ear with a sweeter tone? Oh no, he dared not disturb and sully the bright flow of his present existence. He shrank from the fatal word that would dissolve the spell that enchanted them, and introduce all the calculating cares of a harsh world into the thoughtless Eden in which they now wandered. And for her father, even if the sad engagement with Miss Grandison did not exist, with what front could Ferdinand solicit the hand of his daughter? What prospect could he hold out of worldly prosperity to the anxious consideration of a parent? Was he himself independent? Was he not worse than a beggar? Could he refer Mr. Temple to Sir Ratcliffe? Alas, it would be an insult to both. In the meantime, every hour Mr. Temple might return, or something reached the ear of Henrietta fatal to all his aspirations. Armine with all its cares, Bath with all its hopes, his melancholy father, his fond and sanguine mother, the tender hearted Katherine, the devoted Glastonbury, all rose up before him and crowded on his tortured imagination. In the agony of his mind he wished himself alone in the world. He sighed for some earthquake to swallow up Armine and all its fatal fortunes; and as for those parents, so affectionate and virtuous, and to whom he had hitherto been so dutiful and devoted, he turned from their idea with a sensation of weariness, almost of dislike. He sat down on the trunk of a tree and buried his face in his hands. His reverie had lasted some time, when a gentle sound disturbed him. He looked up. It was Henrietta. She had driven over the common in her pony chair, and unattended. She was but a few steps from him, and as he looked up he caught her fond smile. He sprang from his seat. He was at her side in an instant. His heart beat so tumultuously that he could not speak. All dark thoughts were forgotten. He seized with a trembling touch her extended hand, and gazed upon her with a glance of ecstasy. For indeed she looked so beautiful that it seemed to him he had never before done justice to her surpassing loveliness. There was a bloom upon her cheek as upon some choice and delicate fruit. Her violet eyes sparkled like gems, while the dimples played and quivered on her cheeks, as you may sometimes watch the sunbeam on the pure surface of fair water. Her countenance, indeed, was wreathed with smiles. She seemed the happiest thing on earth, the very personification of a poetic spring, lively and fresh and innocent, sparkling and sweet and soft. When he beheld her, Ferdinand was reminded of some gay bird or airy antelope, she looked so bright and joyous. He is to get in, said Henrietta with a smile, and drive her to their cottage. Have I not managed well to come alone? We shall have such a charming drive to day. You are so beautiful, murmured Ferdinand. I am content, if you but think so. You did not hear me approach. What were you doing? Plunged in meditation? Now tell me truly, were you thinking of her? Indeed, I have no other thought. Oh, my Henrietta, you are so beautiful to day. I cannot talk of anything but your beauty. And how did you sleep? Are you comfortable? I have brought you some flowers to make your room look pretty. They soon reached the farmhouse. The goodwife seemed a little surprised when she observed her guest driving Miss Temple, but far more pleased. Henrietta ran into the house to see the children, spoke some kind words to the little maiden, and asked if their guest had breakfasted. Then, turning to Ferdinand, she said, have you forgotten that you are to give me a breakfast? It shall be in the porch. Is it not sweet and pretty? See, here are your flowers, and I have brought you some fruit. The breakfast was arranged. But you do not play your part, sweet Henrietta, he said. I cannot breakfast alone. She affected to share his repast that he might partake of it, but in truth she only busied herself in arranging the flowers. Yet she conducted herself with so much dexterity that Ferdinand had an opportunity of gratifying his appetite without being placed in a position, awkward at all times, insufferable for a lover, that of eating in the presence of others who do not join you in the occupation. Now, she suddenly said, sitting by his side and placing a rose in his dress, I have a little plan to day which I think will be quite delightful. You shall drive me to Armine. Ferdinand started. He thought of Glastonbury. His miserable situation recurred to him. This was the bitter drop in the cup. Yes, in the very plenitude of his rare felicity he expressed a pang. His confusion was not unobserved by Miss Temple, for she was very quick in her perception, but she could not comprehend it. It did not rest on her mind particularly when Ferdinand assented to her proposition, but added, I forget that Armine is more interesting to you than to me.
All my associations with Armine are painful. Ducie is my delight. Ah, my romance is at Armine, yours at Ducie. What we live among we do not always value, and yet I love my home," she added, in a somewhat subdued, even serious tone. "All my associations with Ducie are sweet and pleasant. Will they always be so?" She hit upon a key to which the passing thoughts of Ferdinand too completely responded, but he restrained the mood of his mind. As she grew grave, he affected cheerfulness. "My Henrietta must always be happy," he said, "at least if her Ferdinand's love can make her so." She did not reply, but she pressed his hand. Then, after a moment's silence, she said, "My Ferdinand must not be low spirited about dear Armine. I have confidence in our destiny. I see a happy, a very happy future. Who could resist so fair a prophet? Not the sanguine mind of the enamoured Ferdinand Armine. He drank inspiration from her smiles, and dwelt with delight on the tender accents of her animating sympathy. "I never shall be low spirited with you," he replied. "You are my good genius. O Henrietta, what heaven it is to be together!" "I bless you for these words. We will not go to Armine to day. Let us walk, and to speak the truth, for I am not ashamed of saying anything to you, it would be hardly discreet, perhaps, to be driving about the country in this guise. And yet," she added, after a moment's hesitation, "what care I for what people say? Oh, Ferdinand, I think only of you." That was a delicious ramble which these young and enamoured creatures took that sunny morn. The air was sweet, the earth was beautiful, and yet they were insensible to everything but their mutual love. Inexhaustible is the converse of fond hearts. A simple story, too, and yet there are so many ways of telling it. "How strange that we should have ever met," said Henrietta Temple. "Indeed, I think it most natural," said Ferdinand. "I will believe it the fulfilment of a happy destiny. For all that I have sighed for now I meet, and more, much more than my imagination could ever hope for." "Only think of that morning drive," resumed Henrietta. "Such a little time ago, and yet it seems an age. Let us believe in destiny, dear Ferdinand, or you must think of me, I fear, that which I would not wish." "My own Henrietta, I can think of you only as the noblest and the sweetest of beings. My love is ever equalled by my gratitude." "My Ferdinand, I had read of such feelings, but did not believe in them. I did not believe, at least, that they were reserved for me, and yet I have met many persons, and seen something more, much more than falls to the lot of women my age. Believe me, indeed, my eye has hitherto been undazzled, and my heart untouched." He pressed her hand. "And then," she resumed, "in a moment, but it seemed not like common life. That beautiful wilderness, that ruinous castle, as I gazed around, I felt not as is my custom. I felt as if some fate were impending, as if my life and lot were bound up, as it were, with that strange and silent scene. And then he came forward, and I beheld him, so unlike all other men, so beautiful, so pensive. Oh, Ferdinand, pardon me for loving you," and she gently turned her head and hid her face on his breast. "Darling Henrietta," lowly breathed the enraptured lover, "best and sweetest and loveliest of women, your Ferdinand at that moment was not less moved than you were. Speechless and pale I had watched my Henrietta, and I felt that I beheld the being to whom I must dedicate my existence." "I shall never forget the moment when I stood before the portrait of Sir Ferdinand. Do you know my heart was so prophetic? I wanted not that confirmation of a strange conjecture. I felt that you must be an Armine. I had heard so much of your grandfather, so much of your family. I loved them for their glory and for their lordly sorrows. Ah, my Henrietta, 'tis that alone which galls me. It is bitter to introduce my bride to our house of cares."
You shall never think it so, she replied with animation. I will prove a true Armine, happier in the honour of that name than in the most rich possessions. You do not know me yet. Your wife shall not disgrace you or your lineage. I have a spirit worthy of you, Ferdinand. At least, I dare to hope so. I can break, but I will not bend. We will wrestle together with all our cares, and my Ferdinand, animated by his Henrietta, shall restore the house. Alas, my noble minded girl, I fear a severe trial awaits us. I can offer you only love. Is there anything else in this world? But to bear you from a roof of luxury, where you have been cherished from your cradle, with all that ministers to the delicate delights of a woman, to oh, my Henrietta, you know not the disheartening and depressing burden of domestic cares. His voice faltered as he recalled his melancholy father, and the disappointment, perhaps the destruction, that his passion was preparing for his roof. There shall be no cares. I will endure everything. I will animate all. I have energy, indeed I have, my Ferdinand. I have, young as I may be, I have often inspirited, often urged on my father. Sometimes he says that had it not been for me he would not have been what he is. He is my father, the best and kindest parent that ever loved his child. Yet what are fathers to you, my Ferdinand? And if I could assist him, what may I not do for alas, my Henrietta, we have no theatre for action. You forget our creed. It was the great Sir Ferdinand's. He made a theatre. My Henrietta is ambitious, said Ferdinand, smiling. Dearest, I would be content, nay, that is a weak phrase. I would, if the choice were in my power now to select a life most grateful to my views and feelings, choose some delightful solitude, even as Armine, and pass existence with no other aim but to delight you. But we were speaking of other circumstances. Such happiness, it is said, is not for us, and I wished to show you that I have a spirit that can struggle with adversity, and a soul prescient of overwhelming it. You have a spirit I reverence, and a soul I worship, nor is there a happier being in the world this moment than Ferdinand Armine. With such a woman as you every fate must be a triumph. You have touched upon a chord of my heart that has sounded before, though in solitude. It was but the wind that played on it before, but now that tone rings with a purpose. This is glorious sympathy. Let us leave Armine to its fate. I have a sword, and it shall go hard if I do not carve out a destiny worthy even of Henrietta Temple. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Linda Andress. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 3, Chapter 4. Henrietta visits Armine, which leads to a rather perplexing encounter. The communion of this day, of the spirit of which the conversation just noticed may convey an intimation, produced an inspiriting effect on the mind of Ferdinand. Love is inspiration. It encourages to great deeds, and develops the creative faculty of our nature. Few great men have flourished who, were they candid, would not acknowledge the vast advantages they have experienced in the earlier years of their career from the spirit and sympathy of woman. It is woman whose prescient admiration strings the lyre of their desponding poet, whose genius is afterwards to be recognised by his race, and which often embalms the memory of the gentle mistress whose kindness solaced him in less glorious hours. How many an official portfolio would never have been carried, had it not been for her sanguine spirit and assiduous love. How many a depressed and despairing advocate
has clutched the Great Seal and taken his precedence before princes, borne onward by the breeze of her inspiring hope, and illumined by the sunshine of her prophetic smile. A female friend, amiable, clever, and devoted, is a possession more valuable than parks and palaces, and without such a muse few men can succeed in life, none be content. The plans and aspirations of Henrietta had relieved Ferdinand from a depressing burthen. Inspired by her creative sympathy, a new scene opened to him, adorned by a magnificent perspective. His sanguine imagination sought refuge in a triumphant future. That love for which he had hitherto schooled his mind to sacrifice every worldly advantage appeared suddenly to be transformed into the very source of earthly success. Henrietta Temple was to be the fountain not only of his bliss but of his prosperity. In the revel of his audacious fancy he seemed, as it were, by a beautiful retribution, to be already rewarded for having devoted, with such unhesitating readiness, his heart upon the altar of disinterested affection. Lying on his cottage couch, he indulged in dazzling visions. He wandered in strange lands with his beautiful companion, and offered at her feet the quick rewards of his unparalleled achievements. Recurring to his immediate situation, he resolved to lose no time in bringing his affairs to a crisis. He was even working himself up to his instant departure, solaced by the certainty of his immediate return, when the arrival of his servant announced to him that Glastonbury had quitted Armine on one of those antiquarian rambles to which he was accustomed. Gratified that it was now in his power to comply with the wish of Henrietta to visit his home, and perhaps, in truth, not very much mortified that so reasonable an excuse had arisen for the postponement of his intended departure, Ferdinand instantly rose, and as speedily as possible took his way to Ducie. He found Henrietta in the garden. He had arrived, perhaps, earlier than he was expected, yet what joy to see him! And when he himself proposed an excursion to Armine, her grateful smile melted his very heart. Indeed, Ferdinand this morning was so gay and light hearted that his excessive merriment might almost have been as suspicious as his passing gloom the previous day. Not less tender and fond than before, his sportive fancy indulged in infinite expressions of playful humour and delicate pranks of love. When he first recognised her gathering a nosegay, too, for him, himself unobserved, he stole behind her on tiptoe, and suddenly clasping her delicate waist, and raising her gently in the air, 'Well, lady bird,' he exclaimed, 'I too will pluck a flower.' Ah! when she turned round her beautiful face, full of charming confusion, and uttered a faint cry of fond astonishment as she caught his bright glance, what happiness was Ferdinand Armine's as he felt this enchanting creature was his, and pressed to his bosom her noble and throbbing form. 'Perhaps this time next year we may be travelling on mules,' said Ferdinand, as he flourished his whip and the little pony trotted along. Henrietta smiled. 'And then,' continued he, 'we shall remember our pony chair that we turn up our noses at now. Donna Henrietta jogged to death over dull vegas, and picking her way across rocky sierras, will be a very different person from Miss Temple of Ducie Bower. I hope you will not be very irritable, my child, and pray vent your spleen upon your muleteer and not upon your husband.' 'Now, Ferdinand, how can you be so ridiculous?' 'Oh! I have no doubt I shall have to bear all the blame.' 'You brought me here, it will be. Ungrateful man! Is this your love? Not even post horses!' 'As for that,' said Henrietta, 'perhaps we shall have to walk. I can fancy ourselves, you in Andalusian jacket, a long gun, and, I fear, a cigar, and I with all the baggage. Children and all, added Ferdinand. Miss Temple looked somewhat demure, turned away her face a little, but said nothing. But what think you of Vienna, sweetest? inquired Ferdinand in a more serious tone. Upon my honour, I think we might do great things there. A regiment and a chamberlainship at the least.
In mountains or in cities I shall be alike content, provided you be my companion, replied Miss Temple.
Ferdinand let go the reins and dropped his whip. My Henrietta, he exclaimed, looking in her face, what an angel you are! This visit to Armine was so delightful to Miss Temple, she experienced so much gratification in wandering about the park and over the old castle, and gazing on Glastonbury's tower, and wondering when she would see him, and talking to her Ferdinand about every member of his family, that Captain Armine, unable to withstand the irresistible current, postponed from day to day his decisive visit to Bath, and, confident in the future, would not permit his soul to be the least daunted by any possible conjuncture of ill fortune. A week, a whole happy week, glided away, and spent almost entirely at Armine. Their presence there was scarcely noticed by the single female servant who remained, and if her curiosity had been excited, she possessed no power of communicating it into Somersetshire. Besides, she was unaware that her young master was nominally in London. Sometimes an hour was snatched by Henrietta from roaming in the pleasaunce, and interchanging vows of mutual love and admiration, to the picture gallery, where she had already commenced a miniature copy of the portrait of the great Sir Ferdinand. As the sun set, they departed in their little equipage. Ferdinand wrapped his Henrietta in his fur cloak, for the autumn dews began to rise, and, thus protected, the journey of 10 miles was ever found too short. It is the habit of lovers, however innocent their passion, to grow every day less discreet, for every day their almost constant companionship becomes more a necessity. Miss Temple had almost unconsciously contrived at first that Captain Armine, in the absence of her father, should not be observed too often at Ducie, but now Ferdinand drove her home every evening and drank tea at the Bower, and the evening closed with music and song. Each night he crossed over the common to his farmhouse, more fondly and devotedly in love. One morning at Armine, Henrietta being alone in the gallery, busied with her drawing, Ferdinand having left her for a moment to execute some slight commission for her, she heard some one enter, and, looking up to catch his glance of love, she beheld a venerable man, of a mild and benignant appearance, and dressed in black, standing, as if a little surprised, at some distance. Herself not less confused, she nevertheless bowed, and the gentleman advanced with hesitation, and with a faint blush returned her salute, and apologised for his intrusion. He thought Captain Armine might be there.
'He was here but this moment,' replied Miss Temple, 'and doubtless will instantly return.' Then she turned to her drawing with a trembling hand. 'I perceive, madam,' said the gentleman, advancing and speaking in a soft and engaging tone, while looking at her labour with a mingled air of diffidence and admiration, 'that you are a fine artist.' 'My wish to excel may have assisted my performance,' replied Miss Temple. 'You are copying the portrait of a very extraordinary personage,' said the stranger. 'Do you think that it is like Captain Armine?'
enquired Miss Temple with some hesitation. 'It is always so considered,' replied the stranger. Henrietta's hand faltered. She looked at the door of the gallery, then at the portrait. Never was she yet so anxious for the reappearance of Ferdinand. There was a silence which she was compelled to break, for the stranger was both mute and motionless, and scarcely more assured than herself.
'Captain Armine will be here immediately, I have no doubt.'
The stranger bowed. 'If I might presume to criticise so finished a performance,' he remarked, I should say that you had conveyed, madam, a more youthful character than the original presents. Henrietta did not venture to confess that such was her intention. She looked again at the door, mixed some colour, and then cleared it immediately off her palette. What a beautiful gallery is this! she exclaimed, as she changed her brush, which was, however, without a fault. It is worthy of Armine, said the stranger. Indeed there is no place so interesting, said Miss Temple. It pleases me to hear it praised, said the stranger. You are well acquainted with it? enquired Miss Temple. I have the happiness to live here, said the stranger. I am not then mistaken in believing that I speak to Mr. Glastonbury. Indeed, madam, that is my name, replied the gentleman. I fancy we have often heard of each other. This is a most unexpected meeting, madam, but for that reason not less delightful. I have myself just returned from a ramble of some days, and entered the gallery little aware that the family had arrived. You met, I suppose, my Ferdinand on the road. Ah, you wonder, perhaps, at my familiar expression, madam. He has been my Ferdinand so many years that I cannot easily school myself no longer to style him so. But I am aware that there are now other claims. My dearest Glastonbury, exclaimed Ferdinand Armine, starting as he re-entered the gallery, and truly in as great a fright as a man could well be, who perhaps but a few hours ago was to conquer in Spain or Germany. At the same time, pale and eager, and talking with excited rapidity, he embraced his tutor, and scrutinised the countenance of Henrietta to discern whether his fatal secret had been discovered. That countenance was fond, and, if not calm, not more confused than the unexpected appearance under the circumstances might account for. You have often heard me mention Mr. Glastonbury, he said, addressing himself to Henrietta. Let me now have the pleasure of making you acquainted. My oldest, my best friend, my second father, an admirable artist too, I can assure you. He is qualified to decide even upon your skill. And when did you arrive, my dearest friend? And where have you been? Our old haunts? Many sketches? What abbey have you explored? What antique treasures have you discovered? I have such a fine edition for your herbal. The Barbary cactus, just what you wanted. I found it in my volume of Shelley, and beautifully dried, beautifully. It will quite charm you. What do you think of this drawing? Is it not beautiful? Quite the character, is it not? Ferdinand paused for lack of breath. I was just observing as you entered, said Glastonbury very quietly, to Miss. I have several letters for you, said Ferdinand, interrupting him, and trembling from head to foot, lest he might say Miss Grandison. Do you know you are just the person I wanted to see? How fortunate that you should just arrive. I was annoyed to find you were away. I cannot tell you how much I was annoyed. Your dear parents? enquired Glastonbury. Are quite well, said Ferdinand, perfectly well. They will be so glad to see you, so very glad. They do so long to see you, my dearest Glastonbury. You cannot imagine how they long to see you. I shall find them within, think you? enquired Glastonbury. Oh, they are not here, said Ferdinand. They have not yet arrived. I expect them every day. Every day I expect them. I have prepared everything for them, everything. What a wonderful autumn it has been. And Glastonbury fell into the lure and talked about the weather, for he was learned in the seasons, and prophesied by many circumstances a hard winter. While he was thus conversing, Ferdinand extracted from Henrietta that Glastonbury had not been in the gallery more than a very few minutes, and he felt assured that nothing fatal had transpired. All this time Ferdinand was reviewing his painful situation with desperate rapidity and prescience. All that he had aspired to now was that Henrietta should quit Armine in as happy ignorance as she had arrived. As for Glastonbury, Ferdinand cared not what he might suspect or ultimately discover. These were future evils that subsided into insignificance compared with any discovery on the part of Miss Temple. Comparatively composed, Ferdinand now suggested to Henrietta to quit her drawing, which indeed was so advanced that it might be finished at Ducie, and, never leaving her side, and watching every look, and hanging on every accent of his old tutor, he even ventured to suggest that they should visit the Tower. The proposal, he thought, might lull any suspicion that might have been excited on the part of Miss Temple. Glastonbury expressed his gratification at the suggestion, and they quitted the gallery and entered the avenue of beech trees. 'I have heard so much of your tower, Mr. Glastonbury,' said Miss Temple. 'I am sensible, I assure you, of the honour of being admitted.' The extreme delicacy that was a characteristic of Glastonbury preserved Ferdinand Armine from the dreaded danger. It never for an instant entered Glastonbury's mind that Henrietta was not Miss Grandison. He thought it a little extraordinary, indeed, that she should arrive at Armine only in the company of Ferdinand, but much might be allowed to plighted lovers. Besides, there might be some female companion, some aunt or cousin, for aught he knew, at the place. It was only his parents that Ferdinand had said had not yet arrived. At all events, he felt at this moment that Ferdinand, perhaps, even because he was alone with his intended bride, had no desire that any formal introduction or congratulations should take place, and only pleased that the intended wife of his pupil should be one so beautiful, so gifted, and so gracious, one apparently so worthy in every way of his choice and her lot. Glastonbury relapsed into his accustomed ease and simplicity, and exerted himself to amuse the young lady with whom he had become so unexpectedly acquainted, and with whom, in all probability, it was his destiny in future to be so intimate. As for Henrietta, nothing had occurred in any way to give rise to the slightest suspicion in her mind. The agitation of Ferdinand at this unexpected meeting between his tutor and his betrothed was in every respect natural. Their engagement, as she knew, was at present a secret to all, and although, under such circumstances, she herself at first was disposed not to feel very much at her ease, still she was so well acquainted with Mr. Glastonbury from report, and he was so unlike the common characters of the censorious world, that she was from the first far less annoyed than she would otherwise have been, and soon regained her usual composure, and was even gratified and amused with the adventure. A load, however, fell from the heart of Ferdinand when he and his beloved bade Glastonbury a good afternoon. This accidental and almost fatal interview terribly reminded him of his difficult and dangerous position. It seemed the commencement of a series of misconceptions, mortifications, and misfortunes, which it was absolutely necessary to prevent by instantly arresting them with the utmost energy and decision. It was bitter to quit Armine and all his joys, but in truth the arrival of his family was very doubtful, and until the confession of his real situation was made, every day might bring some disastrous discovery. Some ominous clouds in the horizon formed a capital excuse for hurrying Henrietta off to Ducie. They quitted Armine at an unusually early hour. As they drove along, Ferdinand revolved in his mind the adventure of the morning, and endeavoured to stimulate himself to the exertion of instantly repairing to Bath, but he had not courage to confide his purpose to Henrietta. When, however, they arrived at Ducie, they were welcomed with intelligence which rendered the decision on his part absolutely necessary. But we will reserve this for the next chapter. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain.
For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Linda Andress. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 3, Chapter 5. Which contains something very unexpected. Miss Temple had run upstairs to take off her bonnet. Ferdinand stood before the wood fire in the salon. Its clear fragrant flame was agreeable after the cloudy sky of their somewhat chill drive. He was musing over the charms of his Henrietta, and longing for her reappearance, when she entered. But her entrance filled him with alarm. She was pale, her lips nearly as white as her forehead. An expression of dread was impressed on her agitated countenance. Ere he could speak, she held forth her hand to his extended grasp. It was cold, it trembled. "Good God, you are ill!" he exclaimed. "No," she faintly murmured, "not ill." And then she paused, as if stifled, leaning down her head with her eyes fixed upon the ground. The conscience of Ferdinand pricked him. Had she heard? But he was reassured by her accents of kindness. "Pardon me, dearest," she said. "I am agitated. I shall soon be better." He held her hand with firmness while she leant upon his shoulder. After a few minutes of harrowing silence, she said in a smothered voice, "Papa returns to morrow." Ferdinand turned as pale as she. The blood fled to his heart, his frame trembled, his knees tottered, his passive hand scarcely retained hers. He could not speak. All the possible results of this return flashed across his mind, and presented themselves in terrible array to his alarmed imagination. He could not meet Mr. Temple. That was out of the question. Some explanation must immediately and inevitably ensue, and that must precipitate the fatal discovery. The great object was to prevent any communication between Mr. Temple and Sir Ratcliffe before Ferdinand had broken his situation to his father. How he now wished he had not postponed his departure for Bath. Had he only quitted Armine when first convinced of the hard necessity, the harrowing future would now have been the past. The impending scenes, however dreadful, would have ensued. Perhaps he might have been at Ducie at this moment, with a clear conscience and a frank purpose, and with no difficulties to overcome but those which must necessarily arise from Mr. Temple's natural consideration for the welfare of his child. These, however difficult to combat, seemed light in comparison with the perplexities of his involved situation. Ferdinand bore Henrietta to a seat, and hung over her in agitated silence, which she ascribed only to his sympathy for her distress, but which in truth was rather to be attributed to his own uncertain purpose, and to the confusion of an invention which he now ransacked for desperate expedients. While he was thus resolving in his mind the course which he must now pursue, he sat down on the ottoman on which her feet rested, and pressed her hand to his lips, while he summoned to his aid all the resources of his imagination. It at length appeared to him that the only mode by which he could now gain time, and secure himself from dangerous explanations, was to involve Henrietta in a secret engagement. There was great difficulty, he was aware, in accomplishing this purpose. Miss Temple was devoted to her father, and though for a moment led away by the omnipotent influence of an irresistible passion, to enter into a compact without the sanction of her parent, her present agitation too clearly indicated her keen sense that she had not conducted herself towards him in her accustomed spirit of unswerving and immaculate duty; that, if not absolutely indelicate, her behaviour must appear to him very inconsiderate, very rash, perhaps even unfeeling. Unfeeling! What to that father, that fond and widowed father, of whom she was the only and cherished child? All his goodness, all his unceasing care, all his anxiety, his ready sympathy, his watchfulness for her amusement, her comfort, her happiness, his vigilance in her hours of sickness, his pride in her beauty, her accomplishments, her affection, the smiles and tears of long, long years, all passed before her, till at last she released herself with a quick movement from the hold of Ferdinand, and, clasping her hands together, burst into a sigh so bitter, so profound, so full of anguish, that Ferdinand started from his seat. "Henrietta!" he exclaimed, "my beloved Henrietta!" "Leave me," she replied, in a tone almost of sternness. He rose and walked up and down the room, overpowered by contending emotions. The severity of her voice, that voice that hitherto had fallen upon his ear like the warble of a summer bird, filled him with consternation. The idea of having offended her, of having seriously offended her, of being to her, to Henrietta, that divinity to whom his idolatrous fancy clung with such rapturous devotion, in whose very smiles and accents it is no exaggeration to say he lived and had his being. The idea of being to her, even for a transient moment, an object of repugnance, seemed something too terrible for thought, too intolerable for existence. All his troubles, all his cares, all his impending sorrows vanished into thin air, compared with this unforeseen and sudden visitation. Oh! what was future evil, what was to morrow, pregnant as it might be with misery, compared with the quick agony of the instant? So long as she smiled, every difficulty appeared surmountable. So long as he could listen to her accents of tenderness, there was no dispensation with which he could not struggle. Come what may, throned in the palace of her heart, he was a sovereign who might defy the world in arms; but, thrust from that great seat, he was a fugitive without a hope, an aim, a desire, dull, timid, exhausted, broken hearted. And she had bid him leave her. Leave her! Henrietta Temple had bid him leave her. Did he live? Was this the same world in which a few hours back he breathed and blessed his God for breathing? What had happened? What strange event, what miracle had occurred to work this awful, this portentous change? Why, if she had known all, if she had suddenly shared that sharp and perpetual woe ever gnawing at his own secret heart, even amid his joys, if he had revealed to her, if anyone had betrayed to her his distressing secret, could she have said more? Why, it was to shun this, it was to spare himself this horrible catastrophe, that he had involved himself in his agonising, his inextricable difficulties. Inextricable they must be now, for where, now, was the inspiration that before was to animate him to such great exploits? How could he struggle any longer with his fate? How could he now carve out a destiny? All that remained for him now was to die, and in the madness of his sensations, death seemed to him the most desirable consummation. The temper of a lover is exquisitely sensitive. Mortified and miserable, at any other time Ferdinand, in a fit of harassed love, might have instantly quitted the presence of a mistress who had treated him with such unexpected and such undeserved harshness; but the thought of the morrow, the mournful conviction that this was the last opportunity for their undisturbed communion, the recollection that, at all events, their temporary separation was impending, all these considerations had checked his first impulse. Besides, it must not be concealed that more than once it occurred to him that it was utterly impossible to permit Henrietta to meet her father in her present mood. With her determined spirit and strong emotions, and her difficulty of concealing her feelings, smarting, too, under the consciousness of having parted with Ferdinand in anger, and of having treated him with injustice, and therefore doubly anxious to bring affairs to a crisis, a scene in all probability would instantly ensue, and Ferdinand recoiled at present from the consequences of any explanations. Unhappy Ferdinand! It seemed to him that he had never known misery before. He wrung his hands in despair. His mind seemed to desert him. Suddenly he stopped. He looked at Henrietta. Her face was still pale, her eyes fixed upon the decaying embers of the fire, her attitude unchanged. Either she was unconscious of his presence, or she did not choose to recognise it. What were her thoughts? Still of her father? Perhaps she contrasted that fond and faithful friend of her existence, to whom she owed such an incalculable debt of gratitude, with the acquaintance of the hour, to whom, in a moment of insanity, she had pledged the love that could alone repay it. Perhaps, in the spirit of self torment, she conjured up against this too successful stranger all the menacing spectres of suspicion, distrust, and deceit, recalled to her recollection the too just and too frequent tales of man's impurity and ingratitude, and tortured herself by her own apparition, the merited victim of his harshness, his neglect, or his desertion. And when she had at the same time both shocked and alarmed her fancy by these distressful and degrading images, exhausted by these imaginary vexations, and eager for consolation in her dark despondency, she may have recurred to the yet innocent cause of her sorrow and apprehension, and perhaps accused herself of cruelty and injustice for visiting on his head the mere consequences of her own fitful and morbid temper. She may have recalled his unvarying tenderness, his unceasing admiration. She may have recollected those impassioned accents that thrilled her heart, those glances of rapturous affection that fixed her eye with fascination. She may have conjured up that form over which of late she had mused in a trance of love, that form bright with so much beauty, beaming with so many graces, adorned with so much intelligence, and hallowed by every romantic association that could melt the heart or mould the spirit of woman. She may have conjured up this form, that was the god of her idolatry, and rushed again to the altar in an ecstasy of devotion. The shades of evening were fast descending. The curtains of the chamber were not closed. The blaze of the fire had died away. The flickering light fell upon the solemn countenance of Henrietta Temple, now buried in the shade, now transiently illumined by the fitful flame. On a sudden he advanced, with a step too light even to be heard, knelt at her side, and, not venturing to touch her hand, pressed his lips to her arm, and with streaming eyes, and in a tone of plaintive tenderness, murmured, "What have I done?" She turned, her eyes met his, a wild expression of fear, surprise, delight played over her countenance. Then, bursting into tears, she threw her arms round his neck, and hid her face upon his breast. He did not disturb this effusion of her suppressed emotions. His throbbing heart responded to her tumultuous soul. At length, when the strength of her passionate affections had somewhat decreased, when the convulsive sobs had subsided into gentle sighs, and ever and anon he felt the pressure of her sweet lips sealing her remorseful love, and her charming repentance upon his bosom, he dared to say, "Oh, my Henrietta, you did not doubt your Ferdinand?" "Dearest Ferdinand, you are too good, too kind, too faultless, and I am very wicked." Taking her hand, and covering it with kisses, he said in a distinct but very low voice, "Now tell me, why were you unhappy?" "Papa," sighed Henrietta, "dearest papa,
that the day should come when I should grieve to meet him." "And why should my darling grieve?" said Ferdinand. "I know not. I ask myself, what have I done? What have I to fear? It is no crime to love. It may be a misfortune. God knows that I have almost felt to night that such it was. But no, I never will believe it can be either wrong or unhappy to love you." "Bless you for such sweet words," replied Ferdinand. "If my heart can make you happy, felicity shall be your lot." "It is my lot. I am happy, quite happy, and grateful for my happiness." "And your father, our father, let me call him," she pressed his hand when he said this, "he will be happy too?" "So I would hope." "If the fulfilment of my duty can content him," continued Ferdinand, "Mr. Temple shall not repent his son in law." "Oh, do not call him Mr. Temple. Call him father. I love to hear you call him father." "Then what alarms my child?" "I hardly know," said Henrietta, in a hesitating tone. I think it is the suddenness of all this. He has gone, he comes again; he went, he returns, and all has happened. So short a time too, Ferdinand. It is a life to us. To him, I fear," and she hid her face, "it is only a fortnight." "We have seen more of each other, and known more of each other, in this fortnight than we might have in an acquaintance which had continued a life." "That's true, that's very true. We feel this, Ferdinand, because we know it. But papa will not feel like us. We cannot expect him to feel like us. He does not know my Ferdinand as I know him. Papa, too, though the dearest, kindest, fondest father that ever lived, though he has no thought but for my happiness, and lives only for his daughter, papa naturally is not so young as we are. He is, too, what is called a man of the world. He has seen a great deal. He has formed his opinions of men and life. We cannot expect that he will change them in your, I mean in our favour. Men of the world are of the world, worldly. I do not think they are always right. I do not myself believe in their infallibility. There is no person more clever and more judicious than papa. No person is more considerate. But there are characters so rare that men of the world do not admit them into their general calculations, and such is yours, Ferdinand." Here Ferdinand seemed plunged in thought, but he pressed her hand, though he said nothing. "He will think we have known each other too short a time," continued Miss Temple. "He will be mortified, perhaps alarmed, when I inform him I am no longer his." "Then do not inform him," said Ferdinand. She started. "Let me inform him," continued Ferdinand, giving another turn to his meaning, and watching her countenance with an unfaltering eye. "Dearest Ferdinand, always prepared to bear every burthen," exclaimed Miss Temple. "How generous and how good you are! No, it would be better for me to speak first to my father. My soul, I will never have a secret from you, and you, I am sure, will never have one from your Henrietta. This is the truth. I do not repent the past. I glory in it. I am yours, and I am proud to be yours. Were the past to be acted again, I would not falter. But I cannot conceal from myself that, so far as my father is concerned, I have not conducted myself towards him with frankness, with respect, or with kindness. There is no fault in loving you, even were he to regret. He could not blame such an occurrence. But he will regret, he will blame. He has a right both to regret and blame my doing more than love you, my engagement, without his advice, his sanction, his knowledge, or even his suspicion." "You take too refined a view of our situation," replied Ferdinand. "Why should you not spare your father the pain of such a communication, if painful it would be? What has passed is between ourselves, and ought to be between ourselves. If I request his permission to offer you my hand, and he yields his consent, is not that ceremony enough?' 'I have never concealed anything from papa,' said Henrietta, 'but I will be guided by you.' 'Leave then all to me,' said Ferdinand. 'Be guided but by the judgment of your own Ferdinand, my Henrietta, and believe me, all will go right. I will break this intelligence to your father. So we will settle it?' he continued enquiringly. 'It shall be so.' 'Then arises the question,' said Ferdinand, 'when it would be most advisable for me to make the communication. Now your father, Henrietta, who is a man of the world, will of course expect that, when I do make it, I shall be prepared to speak definitely to him upon all matters of business. He will think, otherwise, that I am trifling with him. To go in request of a man like your father, a shrewd, experienced man of the world like Mr. Temple, permission to marry his daughter, without showing to him that I am prepared with the means of maintaining a family, is little short of madness. He would be offended with me, he would be prejudiced against me. I must, therefore, settle something first with Sir Ratcliffe. Much, you know, unfortunately, I cannot offer your father; but still, sweet love, there must at least be an appearance of providence and management. We must not disgust your father with our union.' 'Oh! how can he be disgusted?' 'Dear one, this then is what I propose, that as to morrow we must comparatively be separated, I should take advantage of the next few days and get to Bath, and bring affairs to some arrangement. Until my return I would advise you to say nothing to your father.' 'How can I live under the same roof with him under such circumstances?' exclaimed Miss Temple. 'How can I meet his eye? How can I speak to him with the unconsciousness of a secret engagement, with the recollection that all the time he is lavishing his affection upon me, my heart is yearning for another, and that while he is laying his plans of future companionship, I am meditating, perhaps, an eternal separation?' 'Sweet Henrietta, listen to me one moment. Suppose I had quitted you last night for Bath, merely for this purpose, as indeed we had once thought of, and that your father had arrived at Ducie before I had returned to make my communication, would you style your silence, under such circumstances, a secret engagement? No, no, dear love, this is an abuse of terms. It would be a delicate consideration for a parent's feelings.' 'Oh, Ferdinand, would we were united, and had no cares.' 'You would not consider our projected union a secret engagement, if, after passing to morrow with your father, you expected me on the next day to communicate to him our position. Is it any more a secret engagement because of 6 or 7 days are to elapse before this communication takes place instead of one? My Henrietta is indeed fighting with shadows.' 'Ferdinand, I cannot reason like you, but I feel unhappy when I think of this.' 'Dearest Henrietta, feel only that you are loved. Think, darling, the day will come when we shall smile at all these cares. All will flow smoothly yet, and we shall all yet live at Armine, Mr. Temple and all. Papa likes you so much too, Ferdinand. I should be miserable if you offended him.' 'Which I certainly should do if I were not to speak to Sir Ratcliffe first.' 'Do you, indeed, think so?' 'Indeed, I am certain.' 'But cannot you write to Sir Ratcliffe, Ferdinand? Must you really go? Must we, indeed, be separated? I cannot believe it. It is inconceivable. It is impossible. I cannot endure it.' 'It is indeed terrible,' said Ferdinand. 'This consideration alone reconciles me to the necessity. I know my father well. His only answer to a communication of this kind would be an immediate summons to his side. Now, is it not better that this meeting should take place when we must necessarily be much less together than before, than at a later period, when we may, perhaps, be constant companions with the sanction of our parents? Oh, Ferdinand, you reason, I only feel. Such an observation from one's mistress is rather a reproach than a compliment. It was made, in the present instance, to a man whose principal characteristic was, perhaps, a too dangerous susceptibility, a man of profound and violent passions, yet of a most sweet and tender temper, capable of deep reflection, yet ever acting from the impulse of sentiment, and ready at all times to sacrifice every consideration to his heart. The prospect of separation from Henrietta, for however short a period, was absolute agony to him. He found difficulty in conceiving existence without the influence of her perpetual presence. Their parting even for the night was felt by him as an onerous deprivation. The only process, indeed, that could at present prepare and console him for the impending sorrow, would have been the frank indulgence of the feelings which called it forth. Yet behold him, behold this unhappy victim of circumstances, forced to deceive, even for her happiness, the being whom he idolised, compelled, at this hour of anguish, to bridle his heart, lest he should lose for a fatal instant his command over his head, and while he was himself conscious that not in the wide world, perhaps, existed a man who was sacrificing more for his mistress, obliged to endure, even from her lips, a remark which seemed to impute to him a deficiency of feeling. And yet it was too much. He covered his eyes with his hand, and said, in a low and broken voice, Alas, my Henrietta, if you knew all, you would not say this. My Ferdinand, she exclaimed, touched by that tender and melancholy tone. Why, what is this? You weep. What have I said? What done? Dearest Ferdinand, do not do this. And she threw herself on her knees before him, and looked up into his face with scrutinising affection. He bent down his head and pressed his lips to her forehead. O Henrietta, he exclaimed, we have been so happy. And shall be so, my own. Doubt not my word, all will go right. I am so sorry, I am so miserable that I made you unhappy to night. I shall think of it when you are gone. I shall remember how naughty I was. It was so wicked, so very, very wicked, and he was so good. Gone! What a dreadful word! And shall we not be together to morrow, Henrietta? Oh, what a morrow! Think of me, dearest. Do not let me for a moment escape from your memory. Tell me exactly your road. Let me know exactly where you will be at every hour. Write to me on the road, if it be only a line, only a little word, only his dear name, only Ferdinand. And how shall I write to you? Shall I direct it to you here? Henrietta looked perplexed. Papa opens the bag every morning, and every morning you must write, or I shall die. Ferdinand, what is to be done? I will direct to you at the post office. You must send for your letters. I tremble. Believe me, it will be noticed. It will look so clandestine. I will direct them to your maid. She must be our confidante. Ferdinand, 'tis only for a week. Oh, Ferdinand, love teaches us strange things. My darling, believe me, it is wise and well. Think how desolate we should be without constant correspondence. As for myself, I shall write to you every hour, and unless I hear from you as often, I shall believe only in evil. Let it be as you wish. God knows my heart is pure. I pretend no longer to regulate my destiny. I am yours, Ferdinand. Be you responsible for all that affects my honour or my heart. a precious trust, my Henrietta, and dearer to me than all the glory of my ancestors.' The clock sounded 11. Miss Temple rose. 'It is so late, and we in darkness here. What will they think? Ferdinand, sweetest, rouse the fire. I ring the bell. Lights will come, and then ' her voice faltered. 'And then?' echoed Ferdinand. He took up his guitar, but he could not command his voice. ''Tis your guitar,' said Henrietta. 'I am happy that it is left behind.' The servant entered with lights, drew the curtains, renewed the fire, arranged the room, and withdrew. 'Little knows he our misery,' said Henrietta. 'It seemed strange, when I felt my own mind, that there could be anything so calm and mechanical in the world.' Ferdinand was silent. He felt that the hour of departure had indeed arrived, yet he had not courage to move. Henrietta, too, did not speak. She reclined on the sofa, as it were, exhausted, and placed her handkerchief over her face. Ferdinand leant over the fire. He was nearly tempted to give up his project, confess all to his father by letter, and await his decision. Then he conjured up the dreadful scenes at Bath, and then he remembered that, at all events, to morrow he must not appear at Ducie. 'Henrietta,' he at length said. 'A minute, Ferdinand, yet a minute,' she exclaimed in an excited tone. 'Do not speak. I am preparing myself.' He remained in his leaning posture, and in a few moments Miss Temple rose and said, 'Now, Ferdinand, I am ready.' He looked round. Her countenance was quite pale, but fixed and calm. 'Let us embrace,' she said, 'but let us say nothing.' He pressed her to his arms. She trembled. He imprinted 1,000 kisses on her cold lips. She received them with no return. Then she said in a low voice, 'Let me leave the room first,' and giving him one kiss upon his forehead, Henrietta Temple disappeared. When Ferdinand, with a sinking heart and a staggering step, quitted Ducie, he found the night so dark that it was with extreme difficulty he traced, or rather groped, his way through the grove. The absolute necessity of watching every step he took in some degree diverted his mind from his painful meditations. The atmosphere of the wood was so close that he congratulated himself when he had gained its skirts, but just as he was about to emerge upon the common, and was looking forward to the light of some cottage as his guide in this gloomy wilderness, a flash of lightning that seemed to cut the sky in twain, and to descend like a flight of fiery steps from the highest heavens to the lowest earth, revealed to him for a moment the whole broad bosom of the common, and showed to him that nature to night was as disordered and perturbed as his own heart. A clap of thunder, that might have been the herald of doomsday, woke the cattle from their slumbers. They began to moan and low to the rising wind, and cluster under the trees, that sent forth with their wailing branches sounds scarcely less dolorous and wild. Avoiding the woods, and striking into the most open part of the country, Ferdinand watched the progress of the tempest. For the wind had now risen to such a height that the leaves and branches of the trees were carried about in vast whirls and eddies, while the waters of the lake, where in serener hours Ferdinand was accustomed to bathe, were lifted out of their bed, and inundated the neighbouring settlements. Lights were now seen moving in the cottages, and then the forked lightning, pouring down at the same time from opposite quarters of the sky, exposed with an awful distinctness and a fearful splendour the wide spreading scene of danger and devastation. Now descended the rain in such overwhelming torrents that it was as if a waterspout had burst, and Ferdinand gasped for breath beneath its oppressive power, while the blaze of the variegated lightning, the crash of thunder, and the roar of the wind, all simultaneously in movement, indicated the fulness of the storm. Succeeded then
that strange lull that occurs in the heart of a tempest, when the unruly and disordered elements pause, as it were, for breath, and seem to concentrate their energies for an increased and final explosion. It came at last, and the very earth seemed to rock in the passage of the hurricane. Exposed to all the awful chances of the storm, one solitary being alone beheld them without terror. The mind of Ferdinand Armine grew calm as nature became more disturbed. He moralised amid the whirlwind. He contrasted the present tumult and distraction with the sweet and beautiful serenity which the same scene had presented when, a short time back, he first beheld it. His love, too, had commenced in stillness and in sunshine. Was it also to end in storm and in destruction? End of Book 3, Chapter 5.
Book 4, Chapter 1 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Asha Elizabeth Pramod. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 4, Chapter 1, which contains a love letter. Let us pause. We have endeavoured to trace in the preceding portion of this history the development of that passion which is at once the principle and end of our existence. That passion, compared to whose delights all the other gratifications of our nature, wealth and power and fame, sink into insignificance, and which, nevertheless, by the ineffable beneficence of our Creator, is open to his creatures of all conditions, qualities, and climes. Whatever be the lot of man, however unfortunate, however oppressed, if he only love and be loved, he must strike a balance in favour of existence. For love can illumine the dark roof of poverty, and can lighten the fetters of the slave. But if the most miserable position of humanity be tolerable with its support, so also the most splendid situations of our life are wearisome without its inspiration. The golden palace requires a mistress as magnificent. The fairest garden, besides the song of birds and the breath of flowers, calls for the sigh of sympathy. It is at the foot of woman that we lay the laurels that without her smile would never have been gained. It is her image that strings the lyre of the poet, that animates our voice in the blaze of eloquent faction, and guides our brain in the august toils of stately councils. But this passion, so charming in its nature, so equal in its dispensation, so universal in its influence, never assumes a power so vast, or exerts an authority so captivating, as when it is experienced for the first time. Then it is truly irresistible and enchanting, fascinating and despotic, and whatever may be the harsher feelings that life may develop, there is no one, however callous or constrained he may have become, whose brow will not go pensive at the memory of first love. The magic of first love is our ignorance that can never end. It is the dark conviction that feelings the most ardent may yet grow cold, and that emotions the most constant and confirmed are, nevertheless, liable to change, that taints the feebler spell of our later passions, though they may spring from a heart that has lost little of its original freshness, and be offered to one infinitely more worthy of the devotion that was our first idol. To gaze upon a face, and to believe that forever we must behold it with the same adoration, in whose light we live, will forever meet ours with mutual glances of rapture and devotedness. To be conscious that all conversation with others sounds vapid and spiritless compared with the endless expression of our affection. To feel our heart rise at the favoured voice, and to believe that life must hereafter consist of a ramble through the world, pressing but one fond hand, and leaning but upon one faithful breast. Oh, must this sweet credulity indeed be dissipated? Is there no hope for them so full of hope, no pity for them so abounding with love? And can it be possible that the hour can ever arrive when the former votaries of a mutual passion so exquisite and engrossing can meet each other with indifference, almost with unconsciousness, and recall with an effort their vanished scenes of felicity, that quick yet profound sympathy, that ready yet boundless confidence, all that charming abandonment of self, and that vigilant and prescient fondness that anticipates all our wants and all our wishes. It makes the heart ache but to picture such vicissitudes to the imagination. They are images full of distress and misery and gloom. The knowledge that such changes can occur flits over the mind like the thought of death, obscuring all our gay fancies with its bat-like wing, and tainting the healthy atmosphere of our happiness with its venomous expirations. It is not so much ruined cities that were once the capital glories of the world, or mouldering temples breathing with oracles no more believed, or arches of triumph which have forgotten the heroic name they were piled up to celebrate, that fill the mind with half so mournful an expression of instability of human fortunes, as these sad spectacles of exhausted affections, and as it were traditionary fragments of expired passion. The morning, which broke sweet and soft and clear, brought Ferdinand with its first glimmer a letter from Henrietta. Henrietta to Ferdinand. Mine own, I had not laid down the whole night. What a terrible, what an awful night! To think that he was in the heart of that fearful storm. What could you do? How I longed to be with you! How I could only watch the tempest from my window, and strain my eyes at every flash of lightning, in the vain hope that it might reveal him. Is he well? Is he unhurt? Until my messenger return, I can imagine only evil. How often I was on the point of sending out the household, and yet I thought it must be useless, and might displease him. I knew not what to do. I beat about my chamber like a silly bird in a cage. Tell me the truth, my Ferdinand. Conceal nothing. Do not think of moving to-day. If you feel the least unwell, send immediately for advice. Write to me one line, only one line, to tell me you are well. I shall be in despair until I hear from you. Do not keep the messenger an instant. He is on my pony. He promises to return in a very, very short time. I pray for you, as I have prayed for the whole long night, that seemed as if it would never end. God bless you, my Ferdinand. Write only one word, to your own Henrietta. Ferdinand to Henrietta. Sweetest, dearest Henrietta, I am quite well, and love you, if that could be, more than ever. Darling, to send to sea, after her Ferdinand, a wet jacket, and I experienced no greater evil, does not frighten me. The storm was magnificent. I would not have missed it for the world. But I regret it now, because my Henrietta did not sleep. Sweetest love, let me come on to you. Your page is inexorable. He will not let me write another line. God bless you, my Henrietta, my beloved, my matchless Henrietta. Words cannot tell you how I love you, how I dote upon you. My darling, thy Ferdinand. Henrietta to Ferdinand. No, you must not come here. It would be unwise. It would be silly. We could only be together a moment, and though a moment with you is heaven, I cannot endure again the agony of parting. Oh, Ferdinand, what has that separation not cost me? Pangs that I could not conceive any human misery could occasion. My Ferdinand, may we some day be happy. It seems to me now that happiness can never come again, and yet I ought to be grateful that he was uninjured last night. I dared not confess to you before what evils I anticipated. Do you know I was so foolish that I thought every flash of lightning must descend on your head. I dare not now own how foolish I was. God be praised that he is well. But is he sure that he is quite well? If you have the slightest cold, dearest, do not move. Postpone that journey on which all our hopes are fixed. Colds bring fever. But you laugh at me. You are a man and a soldier. You laugh at a woman's caution. Oh, my Ferdinand, I am so selfish that I should not care if you were ill, if I might only be a nurse. What happiness, what exquisite happiness would that be! Do not be angry with your Henrietta, but I am nervous about concealing our engagement from papa. What I have promised I'll perform. Fear not that. I'll never deceive you, no, not even for your fancied benefit. But I feel the burthen of the secrecy more than I can express, more than I wish to express. I do not like to say anything that can annoy you, especially at this moment, when I feel from my own heart how you must require all the support and solace of unbroken fondness. I have such confidence in your judgment, my Ferdinand, that I feel convinced you have acted wisely. But come back as soon as you can. I know it must be more than a week. I know that that prospect was only held out by your affection. Days must elapse before you can reach Bath. And I know, Ferdinand, I know your office is more difficult than you will confess. But come back, my own, as soon as you can, and write to me at the post office as you settled. If you are well, as you say, leave the farm directly. The consciousness that you are so near makes me restless. Remember, in a few hours papa will be here. I wish to meet him with as much calmness as I can command. Ferdinand, I must bid you adieu. My tears are too evident. See, they fall upon the page. Think of me always. Never let your Henrietta be absent from your thoughts. If you knew how desolate this house is. Your guitar is on the sofa, a ghost of departed joy. Farewell, Ferdinand. I cannot write. I cannot restrain my tears. I know not what to do. I almost wish papa would return, though I dread to see him. I feel the desolation of this house. I am so accustomed to see you here. Heaven be with you, and guard over you, and cherish you, and bless you. Think always of me. Would that this pen could express the depth and devotion of my feelings. Henrietta. End of Book 4, Chapter 1. Recording by Asha Elizabeth Pramod.
Book 4, Chapter 2 of Henrietta Temple. This is the Librivox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 4, Chapter 2. Which, supposing the reader is interested in the correspondence, pursues it. Dearest, 1,000,000 thanks, 1,000,000 blessings for your letter from Armine, dear, dear Armine, where some day we shall be so happy. It was such a darling letter, so long, so kind, and so clear. How could you for a moment fancy that your Henrietta would not be able to decipher that dear, dear handwriting? Always cross, dearest. Your handwriting is so beautiful that I never shall find the slightest difficulty in making it out, if your letters were crossed 1,000 times. Besides, to tell the truth, I should rather like to experience a little difficulty in reading your letters, for I read them so often, over and over again, till I get them by heart, and it is such a delight, every now and then, to find out some new expression that escaped me in the first fever of perusal, and then it is sure to be some darling word fonder than all the rest. Oh, my Ferdinand, how shall I express to you my love? It seems to me, now that I never loved you until this separation, that I have never been half grateful enough to you for all your goodness. It makes me weep to remember all the soft things you have said, all the kind things you have done for me, and to think that I have not conveyed to you at the time a tithe of my sense of all your gentle kindness. You are so gentle, Ferdinand. I think that that is the greatest charm of your character. My gentle, gentle love, so unlike all other persons that I have met with. Your voice is so sweet, your manner so tender. I am sure you have the kindest heart that ever existed, and then it is a daring spirit, too, and that I love. Be of good cheer, my Ferdinand, all will go well. I am full of hope, and would be of joy, if you were here, and yet I am joyful too, when I think of all your love. I can sit for hours and recall the past, it is so sweet. When I received your dear letter from Armine yesterday, and knew indeed that you had gone, I went and walked in our woods, and sat down on the very bank we loved so, and read your letter over and over again. And then I thought of all you had said. It is so strange. I think I could repeat every word you have uttered since we first knew each other. The morning that began so miserable wore away before I dreamed it could be noon. Papa arrived about an hour before dinner. So kind and good. And why should he not be? I was ashamed of myself afterwards for seeming surprised that he was the same as ever. He asked me if your family had returned to Armine. I said you had expected them daily. Then he asked me if I had seen you. I said very often, but that you had now gone to Bath, as their return had been prevented by the illness of a relative. Did I write in this? I looked as unconcerned as I could when I spoke of you, but my heart throbbed. Oh, how it throbbed! I hope, however, I did not change colour. I think not, for I had schooled myself for this conversation. I knew it must ensue. Believe me, Ferdinand, papa really likes you, and is prepared to love you. He spoke of you in a tone of genuine kindness. I gave him your message about the shooting at Armine, that you regretted his unexpected departure had prevented you from speaking before, but that it was at his entire command, only that, after Ducie, all you could hope was, that the extent of the land might make up for the thinness of the game. He was greatly pleased. Adieu.
All good angels guard over you. I will write every day to the post office, Bath. Think of me very much. Your own faithful Henrietta. Letter 2. Henrietta to Ferdinand. Oh, Ferdinand, what heaven it is to think of you, and to read your letters. This morning brought me two, the one from London, and the few lines you wrote me as the mail stopped on the road. Do you know, you will think me very ungrateful, but those dear few lines, I believe I must confess, I prefer them even to your beautiful long letter. It was so kind, so tender, so sweetly considerate, so like my Ferdinand, to snatch the few minutes that should have been given to rest and food, to write to his Henrietta. I love you for it 1,000 times more than ever. I hope you are really well. I hope you tell me truth. This is a great fatigue, even for you. It is worse than our mules that we once talked of. Does he recollect? Oh, what joyous spirits my Ferdinand was in that happy day! I love him when he laughs, and yet I think he won my heart with those pensive eyes of his. Papa is most kind, and suspects nothing. Yesterday I mentioned you first. I took up your guitar, and said to whom it belonged. I thought it more natural not to be silent about you. Besides, dearest, papa really likes you, and I am sure will love you very much when he knows all, and it is such a pleasure to me to hear you praised and spoken of with kindness by those I love. I have, of course, little to say about myself. I visit my birds, tend my flowers, and pay particular attention to all those I remember that you admired or touched. Sometimes I whisper to them, and tell them that you will soon return, for, indeed, they seem to miss you, and to droop their heads like their poor mistress. Oh, my Ferdinand, shall we ever again meet? Shall I, indeed, ever again listen to that sweet voice, and will it tell me again that it loves me with the very self-same accents that ring even now in my fascinated ear? Oh, Ferdinand, this love is a fever of health. I cannot sleep. I can scarcely countenance my father at his meals. I am wild and restless, but I am happy, happy in the consciousness of your fond devotion. To-morrow I propose visiting our farmhouse. I think papa will shoot to-morrow. My heart will throb, I fancy, when I see our porch. God bless my own love, the idol of his fond and happy Henrietta. Letter 3. Henrietta to Ferdinand. Dearest, no letter since the few lines on the road, but I suppose it was impossible. To-morrow will bring me one, I suppose, from Bath. I know not why I tremble when I write that word. All is well here. Papa most kind, the same as ever. He went a little on your land to-day, a very little, but it pleased me. He has killed an Armine hare. Oh, what a morning have I spent! So happy, so sorrowful, so full of tears and smiles. I hardly know whether I laughed or wept most. That dear, dear farmhouse! And then they all talked of you. How they do love my Ferdinand! But so must every one. The poor woman has lost her heart to you, I suspect, and I am half inclined to be a little jealous. She did so praise you, so kind, so gentle, giving such little trouble, and, as I fear, so much too generous. Exactly like my Ferdinand, but really this was unnecessary. Pardon me, love, but I am learning prudence. Do you know, I went into your room? I contrived to ascend alone. The good woman followed me, but I was there alone a moment, and what do you think I did? I pressed my lips to your pillow. I could not help it. When I thought that his dear head had rested there so often and so lately, I could not refrain from pressing my lips to that favoured resting place, and I am afraid I shed a tear besides. When mine own love receives this, he will be at Bath. How I pray that you may find all your family well and happy. I hope they will love me. I already love them, and dear, dear Armine. I shall never have courage to go there again until your return. It is night, and I am writing this in my own room. Perhaps the hour may have its influence, but I feel depressed. Oh, that I were at your side! This house is so desolate without you. Everything reminds me of the past. My Ferdinand, how can I express to you what I feel? The affection, the love, the rapture, the passionate joy with which your image inspires me? I will not be miserable, I will be grateful to heaven that I am loved by one so rare and gifted. Your portrait is before me. I call it yours, it is so like. 'Tis a great consolation. My heart is with you. Think of me as I think of you. Awake or asleep, my thoughts are alike yours, and now I am going to pray for you. Thine own Henrietta. Letter 9. My best beloved, the week is long past, but you say nothing of returning. Oh, my Ferdinand, your Henrietta is not happy. I read your dear letters over and over again. They ought to make me happy. I feel in the consciousness of your affection that I ought to be the happiest person in the world, and yet, I know not why, I am very depressed. You say that all is going well, but why do you not enter into detail? There are difficulties, I am prepared for them. Believe me, my Ferdinand, that your Henrietta can endure as well as enjoy. Your father, he frowns upon our affection? Tell me all, only do not leave me in suspense. I am entitled to your confidence, Ferdinand. It makes me hate myself to think that I do not share your cares as well as your delights. I am jealous of your sorrows, Ferdinand, if I may not share them. Do not let your brow be clouded when you read this. I could kill myself if I thought I could increase your difficulties. I love you. God knows how I love you. I will be patient, and yet, my Ferdinand, I feel wretched when I think that all is concealed from papa, and my lips are sealed until you give me permission to open them. Pray write to me, and tell me really how affairs are. Be not afraid to tell your Henrietta everything. There is no misery so long as we love. So long as your heart is mine, there is nothing which I cannot face, nothing which, I am persuaded, we cannot overcome. God bless you, Ferdinand. Words cannot express my love. Henrietta. Letter 10. Mine own, I wrote to you yesterday a letter of complaints. I am so sorry, for your dear letter has come to day, and it is so kind, so fond, so affectionate, that it makes me miserable that I should occasion you even a shade of annoyance. Dearest, how I long to prove my love! There is nothing that I would not do, nothing that I would not endure, to convince you of my devotion. I will do all that you wish. I will be calm. I will be patient. I will try to be content. You say that you are sure all will go right, but you tell me nothing. What said your dear father? Your mother? Be not afraid to speak. You bid me tell you all that I am doing. Oh, my Ferdinand, life is a blank without you. I have seen no one, I have spoken to no one save papa. He is very kind, and yet somehow or other I dread to be with him. This house seems so desolate, so very desolate. It seems a deserted place since your departure, a spot that some good genius has quitted, and all the glory is gone. I never care for my birds or flowers now. They have lost their music and their sweetness. And the woods, I cannot walk in them, and the garden reminds me only of the happy past. I have never been to the farmhouse again. I could not go now, dearest Ferdinand. It would only make me weep. I think only of the morning, for it brings me your letters. I feed upon them. I live upon them. They are my only joy and solace, and yet, but no complaints to day, no complaints, dearest Ferdinand. Let me only express my devoted love. Oh, that my weak pen could express a tithe of my fond devotion. Ferdinand, I love you with all my heart, and all my soul, and all my spirit's strength. I have no thought but for you. I exist only for your idea. Write, write, tell me that you love me. Tell me that you are unchanged. It is so long since I heard that voice, so long since I beheld that fond, soft eye. Pity me, my Ferdinand. This is captivity. 1,000,000 loves. Your devoted Henrietta. Letter 11. Ferdinand, dearest Ferdinand, the post to-day has brought me no letter. I cannot credit my senses. I think the postmaster must have thought me mad. No letter. I could not believe his denial. I was annoyed, too, at the expression of his countenance. This mode of correspondence, Ferdinand, I wish not to murmur, but when I consented to this clandestine method of communication, it was for a few days, a few days, and then, but I cannot write. I am quite overwhelmed. Oh, will tomorrow ever come? Henrietta. Letter 12. Dearest Ferdinand, I wish to be calm. Your letter occasions me very serious uneasiness. I quarrel not with its tone of affection. It is fond, very fond, and there were moments when I could have melted over such expressions. But, Ferdinand, it is not candid. Why are we separated? For a purpose. Is that purpose effected? Were I to judge only from your letters, I should even suppose that you had not spoken to your father. But that is, of course, impossible. Your father disapproves of our union. I feel it. I know it. I was even prepared for it. Come then and speak to my father. It is due to me not to leave him any more in the dark. It will be better, believe me, for yourself, that he should share our confidence. Papa is not a rich man, but he loves his daughter. Let us make him our friend. Ah, why did I ever conceal anything from one so kind and good? In this moment of desolation I keenly feel my folly, my wickedness. I have no one to speak to, no one to console me. This constant struggle to conceal my feelings will kill me. It was painful when all was joy, but now, oh Ferdinand, I can endure this life no longer. My brain is weak, my spirit perplexed and broken. I will not say if you love, but Ferdinand, if you pity me, write, and write definitely, to your unhappy Henrietta. Letter 18. You tell me that, in compliance with my wishes, you will write definitely. You tell me that circumstances have occurred since your arrival at Bath of a very perplexing and annoying nature, and that they retard that settlement with your father that you had projected and partly arranged, that it is impossible to enter into detail in letters, and assuring me of your love, you add that you have been anxious to preserve me from sharing your anxiety. Oh, Ferdinand, what anxiety can you withhold like that you have occasioned me? Dearest, dearest Ferdinand, I must still believe that you are faultless. But, believe me, a want of candour in our situation, and I believe in every situation, is a want of common sense. Never conceal anything from your Henrietta. I now take it for granted that your father has forbidden our union. Indeed, this is the only conclusion that I can draw from your letter. Ferdinand, I can bear this, even this. Sustained by your affection, I will trust to time, to events, to the kindness of my friends, and to that overruling Providence, which will not desert affections so pure as ours, to bring about, sooner or later, some happier result. Confident in your love, I can live in solitude, and devote myself to your memory. Oh, Ferdinand, kneel to your father, kneel to your kind mother. Tell them all. Tell them how I love you, how I will love them. Tell them your Henrietta will have no thought but for their happiness. Tell them she will be as dutiful to them as she is devoted to you. Ask not for our union. Ask them only to permit you to cherish our acquaintance. Let them return to Armine. Let them cultivate our friendship. Let them know papa. Let them know me. Let them know me as I am, with all my faults. I trust not worldly, not selfish, not quite insignificant, not quite unprepared to act the part that awaits a member of their family, either in its splendour or its proud humility, and, if not worthy of their son, as who can be, yet conscious, deeply conscious, of the value and blessing of his affection, and prepared to prove it by the devotion of my being. Do this, my Ferdinand, and happiness will yet come. But, my gentle love, on whatever course you may decide, remember your Henrietta. I do not reproach you, never will I reproach you, but remember the situation in which you have placed me. All my happy life I have never had a secret from my father, and now I am involved in a private engagement and a clandestine correspondence. Be just to him, be just to your Henrietta. Return, I beseech you on my knees. Return instantly to Ducie. Reveal everything. He will be kind and gracious. He will be our best friend. In his hand and bosom we shall find solace and support. God bless you, Ferdinand. All will yet go well, mine own love. I smile amid my tears when I think that we shall so soon meet. Oh, what misery can there be in this world if we may but share it together? Thy fond, thy faithful, thy devoted Henrietta. End of Book 4, Chapter 2.
Book 4, Chapter 3 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Robin Cotter. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 4, Chapter 3. Containing the arrival at Ducie of a distinguished guest. It was about 3 weeks after Ferdinand Armine had quitted Ducie that Mr. Temple entered the breakfast-room one morning with an open note in his hand, and told Henrietta to prepare for visitors, as her old friend Lady Bellair had written to apprise him of her intention to rest the night at Ducie, on her way to the north. "She brings with her also the most charming woman in the world," added Mr. Temple with a smile. "I have little doubt Lady Bellair deems her companion so at present," said Miss Temple, "whoever she may be; but, at any rate, I shall be glad to see her ladyship, who is certainly one of the most amusing women in the world." This announcement of the speedy arrival of Lady Bellair made some bustle in the household of Ducie Bower, for her ladyship was in every respect a memorable character, and the butler, who had remembered her visits to Mr. Temple before his residence at Ducie, very much interested the curiosity of his fellow servants by his intimations of her lady's eccentricities. "You will have to take care of the parrot, Mary," said the butler, "and you, Susan, must look after the page. We shall all be well cross-examined as to the state of the establishment, and so I advise you to be prepared. Her ladyship is a rum one, and that's the truth." In due course of time a handsome travelling chariot, emblazoned with a viscount's coronet, and carrying on the seat behind a portly manservant and a lady's maid, arrived at Ducie. They immediately descended, and assisted the assembled household of the Bower to disembark the contents of the chariot. But Mr. Temple and his daughter were too well acquainted with Lady Bellair's character to appear at this critical moment. First came forth a stately dame, of ample proportions and exceedingly magnificent attire, being dressed in the extreme of gorgeous fashion, and who, after being landed on the marble steps, was for some moments absorbed in the fluttering arrangement of her plumage, smoothing her maroon pelisse, shaking the golden riband of her emerald bonnet, and adjusting the glittering pelerine of point device that shaded the fall of her broad but well-formed shoulders. In one hand the stately dame lightly swung a bag that was worthy of holding the Great Seal itself, so rich and so elaborate were its materials and embroidery. In the other she at length took a glass which was suspended from her neck by a chain cable of gold, and glanced with a flashing eye, as dark as her ebon curls and as brilliant as her well-rouged cheek, at the surrounding scene. The green parrot in its sparkling cage followed next, and then came forth the prettiest, liveliest, smallest, best dressed, and, stranger than all, oldest little lady in the world. Lady Bellair was of childlike stature, and quite erect, though 90 years of age. The tasteful simplicity of her costume, her little plain white silk bonnet, her grey silk dress, her apron, her grey mittens, and her Cinderella shoes, all admirably contrasted with the vast and flaunting splendour of her companion, not less than her ladyship's small yet exquisitely proportioned form, her highly finished extremities, and her keen, sarcastic, grey eye. The expression of her countenance now, however, was somewhat serious. An arrival was an important moment that required all her practised circumspection. There was so much to arrange, so much to remember, and so much to observe. The portly serving man had advanced, and taking his little mistress in his arms, as he would a child, had planted her on the steps. And then her ladyship's clear, shrill, and now rather fretful voice was heard. "Here, where's the butler? I don't want you, stupid," addressing her own servant, "but the butler of the house, Mister's butler. What is his name? Mr. Two Shoes' butler. I cannot remember names. Oh, you are there, are you? I don't want you. How is your master? How is your charming lady? Where is the parrot? I don't want it. Where's the lady? Why don't you answer? Why do you stare so? Miss Temple! No, not Miss Temple. The lady, my charming friend, Mrs. Floyd. To be sure so. Why did you not say so before? But she has got 2 names. Why don't you say both names, my dear?" continued Lady Bellair, addressing her travelling companion. "I don't know your name. Tell all these good people your name, your 2 names. I like people with 2 names. Tell them, my dear, tell them. Tell them your name, Mrs. Thingabob, or whatever it is, Mrs. Thingabob Two Shoes." Mrs. Montgomery Floyd, though rather annoyed by this appeal, still contrived to comply with the request in the most dignified manner, and all the servants bowed to Mrs. Montgomery Floyd. To the great satisfaction of this stately dame, Lady Bellair, after scanning everything and everybody with the utmost scrutiny, indicated some intention of entering, when suddenly she turned round. "Men, there's something wanting. I had 3 things to take charge of, the parrot and my charming friend. That is only 2. There is a 3rd. What is it? You don't know? Here, you man, who are you?" "Mr. Temple's servant. I knew your master when he was not as high as that cage. What do you think of that?" continued her ladyship with a triumphant smile. "What do you laugh at, sir? Did you ever see a woman 90 years old before? That I would wager you have not. What do I want? I want something. Why do you tease me by not remembering what I want? Now I knew a gentleman who made his fortune by once remembering what a very great man wanted. But then the great man was a minister of state. I dare say, if I were a minister of state instead of an old woman 90 years of age, you would contrive somehow or other to find out what I wanted. Never mind, never mind. Come, my charming friend, let me take your arm. Now I will introduce you to the prettiest, the dearest, the most innocent and charming lady in the world. She is my greatest favourite. She is always my favourite. You are my favourite too, but you are only my favourite for the moment. I always have two favourites, one for the moment and one that I never change, and that is my sweet Henrietta Temple. You see, I can remember her name, though I couldn't yours. But you are a good creature, a dear good soul, though you live in a bad set, my dear, a very bad set indeed. Vulgar people, my dear. They may be rich, but they have no ton. This is a fine place. Stop, stop! Lady Bellair exclaimed, stamping her little foot and shaking her arm. Don't drive away. I remember what it was. Gregory, run, Gregory, it is the page. There was no room for him behind, and I told him to lie under the seat. Poor dear boy! He must be smothered. I hope he is not dead. Oh, there he is. Has Miss Temple got a page? Does her page wear a feather? My page has not got a feather, but he shall have one, because he was not smothered. Here, woman, who are you? The housemaid. I thought so. I always know a housemaid. You shall take care of my page. Take him at once, and give him some milk and water. And, page, be very good, and never leave this good young woman unless I send for you. And, woman, good young woman, perhaps you may find an old feather of Miss Temple's page. Give it to this good little boy, because he was not smothered. End of Book 4, Chapter 3.
Book 4, Chapter 4 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 4, Chapter 4. Containing some account of the Viscountess Dowager Bellair. The Viscountess Dowager Bellair was the last remaining link between the two centuries. Herself born of a noble family, and distinguished both for her beauty and her wit, she had reigned for a quarter of a century, the favourite subject of Sir Joshua, had flirted with Lord Carlisle, and chatted with Dr. Johnson. But the most remarkable quality of her ladyship's destiny was her preservation. Time, that had rolled on nearly a century since her birth, had spared alike her physical and mental powers. She was almost as active in body, and quite as lively in mind, as when 70 years before she skipped in Marylebone Gardens, or puzzled the gentlemen of the Tuesday night club at Mrs. Cornely's masquerades. These wonderful 70 years, indeed, had passed to Lady Bellair like one of those very masked balls in which she had formerly sparkled. She had lived in a perpetual crowd of strange and brilliant characters. All that had been famous for beauty, rank, fashion, wit, genius, had been gathered round her throne, and at this very hour a fresh and admiring generation, distinguished for these qualities, cheerfully acknowledged her supremacy, and paid to her their homage. The heroes and heroines of her youth, her middle life, even her old age, had vanished. Brilliant orators, profound statesmen, inspired bards, ripe scholars, illustrious warriors, beauties whose dazzling charms had turned the world mad, choice spirits whose flying words or whose fanciful manners made every saloon smile or wonder, all had disappeared. She had witnessed revolutions in every country in the world. She remembered Brighton, a fishing town, and Manchester, a village. She had shared the pomp of nabobs and the profusion of loanmongers. She had stimulated the early ambition of Charles Fox, and had sympathized with the last aspirations of George Canning. She had been the confidante of the loves alike of Byron and Alfieri, had worn mourning for General Wolfe, and given a festival to the Duke of Wellington, had laughed with George Selwyn, and smiled at Lord Alvanley. had known the first macaroni and the last dandy, remembered the Gunnings and introduced the Sheridans. But she herself was unchanged, still restless for novelty, still eager for amusement, still anxiously watching the entrance on the stage of some new stream of characters, and indefatigable in attracting the notice of everyone whose talents might contribute to her entertainment, or whose attention might gratify her vanity. And really, when one recollected Lady Bellair's long career, and witnessed at the same time her diminutive form and her unrivalled vitality, he might almost be tempted to believe that if not absolutely immortal, it was at least her strange destiny not so much vulgarly to die as to grow like the heroine of the fairy tale, each year smaller and smaller, fine by degrees and beautifully less, until her ladyship might at length subside into airy nothingness, and so rather vanish than inspire. It was the fashion to say that her ladyship had no heart, in most instances an unmeaning phrase, in her case certainly an unjust one. 90 years of experience had assuredly not been thrown away on a mind of remarkable acuteness, but Lady Bellair's feelings were still quick and warm, and could be even profound. Her fancy was so lively that her attention was soon engaged, her taste so refined that her affection was not so easily obtained. Hence she acquired a character for caprice, because she repented at leisure those first impressions which with her were irresistible. For in truth Lady Bellair, though she had nearly completed her century, had passed her whole life in the most artificial circles, was the very creature of impulse. Her first homage, she always declared, was paid to talent, her second to beauty, her third to blood. The favoured individual who might combine these three splendid qualifications was, with Lady Bellair, a nymph or a demigod. As for mere wealth, she really despised it, though she liked her favourites to be rich. Her knowledge of human nature, which was considerable, her acquaintance with human weaknesses, which was unrivalled, were not thrown away upon Lady Bellair. Her ladyship's perception of character was fine and quick, and nothing delighted her so much as making a person a tool. Capable, where her heart was touched, of the finest sympathy and the most generous actions, where her feelings were not engaged she experienced no compunction in turning her companions to account, or, indeed, sometimes in honouring them with her intimacy for that purpose. But if you had the skill to detect her plots, and the courage to make her aware of your consciousness of them, you never displeased her, and often gained her friendship. For Lady Bellair had a fine taste for humour, and when she chose to be candid, an indulgence which was not rare with her, she could dissect her own character and conduct with equal spirit and impartiality. In her own instance it cannot be denied that she comprised the three great qualifications she so much prized, for she was very witty, had blood in her veins, to use her own expression, and was the prettiest woman in the world for her years. For the rest, though no person was more highly bred, she could be very impertinent, but if you treated her with civility, she absolutely loathed you. Lady Bellair, after the London season, always spent 2 or 3 months at Bath, and then proceeded to her great grandson's, the present Viscount's, seat in the north, where she remained until London was again attractive. Part of her domestic diplomacy was employed each year, during her Bath visit, in discovering some old friend, or making some new acquaintance, who would bear her in safety, and save her harmless, from all expenses and dangers of the road, to Northumberland, and she displayed often in these arrangements talents which Talleyrand might have envied. During the present season, Mrs. Montgomery Floyd, the widow of a rich East Indian, whose intention it was to proceed to her estate in Scotland at the end of the autumn, had been presented to Lady Bellair by a friend well acquainted with her ladyship's desired arrangements. What an invaluable acquaintance at such a moment for Lady Bellair! Mrs. Montgomery Floyd, very rich and very anxious to be fashionable, was intoxicated with the flattering condescension and anticipated companionship of Lady Bellair, At first Lady Bellair had quietly suggested that they should travel together to Northumberland. Mrs. Montgomery Floyd was enchanted with the proposal. Then Lady Bellair regretted that her servant was very ill, and that she must send her to town immediately in her own carriage. And then Mrs. Montgomery Floyd insisted, in spite of the offers of Lady Bellair, that her ladyship should take a seat in her carriage, and would not for an instant hear of Lady Bellair defraying, under such circumstances, any portion of the expense. Lady Bellair held out to the dazzled vision of Mrs. Montgomery Floyd a brilliant perspective of the noble lords and wealthy squires whose splendid seats, under the auspices of Lady Bellair, were to make their resting places during their progress, and in time Lady Bellair, who had a particular fancy for her own carriage, proposed that her servants should travel in that of Mrs. Montgomery Floyd. Mrs. Montgomery Floyd smiled a too willing assent. It ended by Mrs. Montgomery Floyd's servants travelling to Lord Bellair's, where their mistress was to meet them in that lady's own carriage, and Lady Bellair travelling in her own chariot with her own servants, and Mrs. Montgomery Floyd defraying the expenditure of both expeditions. End of Book 4, Chapter 4.
Book 4, Chapter 5 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli, Book 4, Chapter 5, in which Lady Bellair gives some account of some of her friends. Lady Bellair really loved Henrietta Temple. She was her prime and her permanent favourite, and she was always lamenting that Henrietta would not come and stay with her in London and marry a duke. Lady Bellair was a great matchmaker. When, therefore, she was welcomed by the fair mistress of Ducie Bower, Lady Bellair was as genuine as she was profuse in her kind phrases. "My sweet, sweet young friend," she said, as Henrietta bowed her head and offered her lips to the little old lady. "It is something to have such a friend as you. What old woman has such a sweet friend as I have? Now let me look at you. It does my heart good to see you. I feel younger. You are handsomer than ever, I declare you are. Why will you not come and stay with me, and let me find you a husband? There is the Duke of Durendal. He is in love with you already, for I do nothing but talk of you. No, you should not marry him. He is not good enough. He is not good enough. He is not refined. I love a duke, but I love a duke that is refined more. You shall marry Lord Fitzwarren. He is my favourite. He is worthy of you. You laugh. I love to see you laugh. You are so fresh and innocent. There is your worthy father talking to my friend, Mrs. Twoshoes, a very good creature, my love, a very worthy soul, but not ton. I hate French words, but what other can I use? And she will wear gold chains, which I detest. You never wear gold chains, I am sure. The Duke of would not have me, so I came to you," continued her ladyship, returning to the salutation of Mr. Temple. "Don't ask me if I am tired. I am never tired. There is nothing I hate so much as being asked whether I am well. I am always well. There, I have brought you a charming friend. Give her your arm, and you shall give me yours," said the old lady, smiling, to Henrietta. "We make a good contrast. I like a good contrast, but not an ugly one. I cannot bear anything that is ugly, unless it is a very ugly man indeed, who is a genius and very fashionable. I liked Wilkes, and I liked Curran, but they were famous, the best company in the world. When I was as young as you, Lady Lavington and I always hunted in couples, because she was tall, and I was called the Queen of the Fairies. Pretty women, my sweet child, should never be alone. Not that I was very pretty, but I was always with pretty women, and at last the men began to think that I was pretty too. A superbly pretty place, simpered the magnificent Mrs. Montgomery Floyd to Mr. Temple, and of all the sweetly pretty persons I ever met, I assure you I think Miss Temple the most charming. Such a favourite too with Lady Bellair. You know she calls Miss Temple her real favourite, added the lady with a playful smile. The ladies were ushered to their apartments by Henrietta, for the hour of dinner was at hand, and Mrs. Montgomery Floyd indicated some anxiety not to be hurried in her toilet. Indeed, when she reappeared, it might have been matter of marvel how she could have effected such a complete transformation in so short a period. Except a train, she was splendid enough for a birthday at St. James, and wore so many brilliants that she glittered like a chandelier. However, as Lady Bellair loved a contrast, this was perhaps not unfortunate, for certainly her ladyship, in her simple costume which had only been altered by the substitution of a cap that should have been immortalised by Mieris or Gerard Dow, afforded one not a little startling to her sumptuous fellow traveller. "Your dinner is very good," said Lady Bellair to Mr. Temple. "I eat very little and very plainly, but I hate a bad dinner. It dissatisfies everybody else, and they are all dull. The best dinners now are a new man's. I forget his name, the man who is so very rich. You never heard of him, and she, pointing with her fork to Mrs. Montgomery, knows nobody. What is his name? Gregory, what is the name of the gentleman I dine with so often? The gentleman I send to when I have no other engagement, and he always gives me a dinner, but who never dines with me. He's only rich, and I hate people who are only rich, but I must ask him next year. I ask him to my evening parties, mind. I don't care about them, but I will not have stupid people who are only rich at my dinners. Gregory, what is his name?" "Mr. Million de Stockville, my lady." "Yes, that is the man. Good Gregory! You have no deer, have you?" inquired her ladyship of Mr. Temple. "I thought not. I wish you had deer. You could send a haunch in my name to Mr. Million de Stockville, and that would be as good as dinner to him. If your neighbour, the Duke, had received me, I should have sent it from thence. I will tell you what I will do. I will write a note from this place to the Duke, and get him to do it for me. He will do anything for me. He loves me, the Duke, and I love him, but his wife hates me." "And have you had a gay season in town this year, Lady Bellair?" inquired Miss Temple. "My dear, I always have a gay season. What happiness!" softly exclaimed Mrs. Montgomery Floyd. "I think nothing is more delightful than gaiety. And how is our friend Mr. Bon Mot this year?" said Mr. Temple. "My dear, Bon Mot is growing very old. He tells the same stories over again, and therefore I never see him. I cannot bear wits that have run to seed. I cannot ask Bon Mot to my dinners, and I told him the reason why, but I said I was at home every morning from 2 till 6, and that he might come then, for he does not go out to evening parties, and he is huffy, and so we have quarrelled." "Poor Mr. Bon Mot," said Miss Temple. "My dear, there is the most wonderful man in the world. I forget his name, but everybody is mad to have him. He is quite the fashion. I have him to my parties instead of Bon Mot, and it is much better. Everybody has Bon Mot, but my man is new, and I love something new. Lady Frederick Barrington brought him to me. Do you know Lady Frederick Barrington? Oh, I forgot, poor dear, you are buried alive in the country. I must introduce you to Lady Frederick. She is charming, she will taste you, she will be your friend. And you cannot have a better friend, my dear, for she is very pretty, very witty, and has got blood in her veins. I won't introduce you to Lady Frederick," continued Lady Bellair to Mrs. Montgomery Floyd. "She is not in your way. I shall introduce you to Lady Splash and Dashaway. She is to be your friend." Mrs. Montgomery Floyd seemed consoled by the splendid future of being the friend of Lady Splash and Dashaway, and easily to endure, with such a compensation, the somewhat annoying remarks of her noble patroness. "But as for Bon Mot," continued Lady Bellair, "I will have nothing to do with him. General Faneville, he is a dear good man, and gives me dinners. I love dinners. I never dine at home, except when I have company. General Faneville not only gives me dinners, but lets me always choose my own party. And he said to me the other day, 'Now, Lady Bellair, fix your day and name your party.' I said directly, 'General, anybody but Bon Mot.' You know Bon Mot is his particular friend." "But surely that is cruel," said Henrietta Temple, smiling. "I am cruel," said Lady Bellair. "When I hate a person I am very cruel, and I hate Bon Mot. Mr. Fox wrote me a copy of verses once, and called me 'cruel fair;' but I was not cruel to him, for I dearly loved Charles Fox, and I love you, and I love your father. The first party your father ever was at my house. There, what do you think of that? And I love my grandchildren. I call them all my grandchildren. I think great grandchildren sound silly. I am so happy that they have married so well. My dear Selina is a countess. You shall be a countess too," added Lady Bellair, laughing. "I must see you a countess before I die. Mrs. Grenville is not a countess, and is rather poor, but they will be rich some day. And Grenville is a good name. It sounds well. That is a great thing. I hate a name that does not sound well." End of Book 4, Chapter 5. Book 4, Chapter 6 of Henrietta Temple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 4, Chapter 6. Containing a conversation not quite so amusing as the last. In the evening, Henrietta amused her guests with music. Mrs. Montgomery Floyd was enthusiastically fond of music, and very proud of her intimate friendship with Pasta. "Oh, you know her, do you?" "Very well. You shall bring her to my house. She shall sing at all my parties. I love music at my evenings, but I never pay for it, never. If she will not come in the evening, I will try to ask her to dinner, once at least. I do not like singers and tumblers at dinner, but she is very fashionable, and young men like her, and what I want at my dinners are young men of very great fashion. I rather want young men at my dinners. I have some. Lord Languid always comes to me, and he is very fine, you know, very fine indeed. He goes to very few places, but he always comes to me." Mrs. Montgomery Floyd quitted the piano and seated herself by Mr. Temple. Mr. Temple was gallant, and Mrs. Montgomery Floyd anxious to obtain the notice of a gentleman whom Lady Bellair had assured her was of the first ton. Her ladyship herself beckoned Henrietta Temple to join her on the sofa, and taking her hand very affectionately, explained to her all the tactics by which she intended to bring about a match between her and Lord Fitzwarren, very much regretting, at the same time, that her dear grandson, Lord Bellair, was married, for he, after all, was the only person worthy of her. He would taste you, my dear. He would understand you. Dear Bellair. He is so very handsome, and so very witty. Why did he go and marry? And yet I love his wife. Do you know her? Oh, she is charming, so very pretty, so very witty, and such good blood in her veins. I made the match. Why were you not in England? If you had only come to England a year sooner, you should have married Bellair. How provoking! But really, dear Lady Bellair, your grandson is very happy. What more can you wish? Well, my dear, it shall be Lord Fitzwarren then. I shall give a series of parties this year, and ask Lord Fitzwarren to every one. Not that it is very easy to get him, my child. There is nobody so difficult as Lord Fitzwarren. That is quite right. Men should always be difficult. I cannot bear men who come and dine with you when you want them. What a charming place is Ducie, sighed Mrs. Montgomery Floyd to Mr. Temple. The country is so delightful. But you would not like to live in the country only, said Mr. Temple. Ah, you do not know me, sighed the sentimental Mrs. Montgomery Floyd. If you only knew how I love flowers. I wish you could but see my conservatory in Park Lane. And how did you find Bath this year, Lady Bellair? inquired Miss Temple. Oh, my dear, I met a charming man there. I forget his name, but the most distinguished person I ever met. So very handsome, so very witty, and with blood in his veins. Only I forget his name, and it is a very good name too. My dear, addressing herself to Mrs. Montgomery Floyd, tell me the name of my favourite. Mrs. Montgomery Floyd looked a little puzzled. My great favourite, exclaimed the irritated Lady Bellair, rapping her fan against the sofa. Oh, why do you not remember names? I love people who remember names. My favourite, my Bath favourite. What is his name? He is to dine with me in town. What is the name of my Bath favourite, who is certainly to dine with me in town? Do you mean Captain Armine? inquired Mrs. Montgomery Floyd. Miss Temple turned pale. That is the man, said Lady Bellair. Oh, such a charming man! You shall marry him, my dear. You shall not marry Lord Fitzwarren. But you forget he is going to be married, said Mrs. Montgomery Floyd. Miss Temple tried to rise, but she could not. She held down her head. She felt the fever in her cheek. Is our engagement then so notorious? She thought to herself. Ah, yes, I forgot he was going to be married, said Lady Bellair. Well, then, it must be Lord Fitzwarren. Besides, Captain Armine is not rich, but he has got a very fine place, though, and I will go and stop there some day. And besides, he is over head and ears in debt, so they say. However, he is going to marry a very rich woman, and so all will be right. I like old families in decay to get round again. Henrietta dreaded that her father should observe her confusion. She had recourse to every art to prevent it. Dear Ferdinand, she thought to herself, thy very rich wife will bring thee, I fear, but a poor dower. Ah, would he were here. Whom is Captain Armine going to marry? inquired Mr. Temple. Oh, a very proper person, said Lady Bellair. I forget her name, Miss Twoshoes or something. What is her name, my dear? You mean Miss Grandison, madame? responded Mrs. Montgomery Floyd. To be sure, Miss Grandison. the great heiress, the only one left of the Grandisons. I knew her grandfather. He was my son's schoolfellow."
"Captain Armine is a near neighbour of ours," said Mr. Temple.
"Oh, you know him!" said Lady Bellair. "Is not he charming?"
"Are you certain he is going to be married to Miss Grandison?" inquired Mr. Temple.
"Oh, there is no doubt in the world," said Mrs. Montgomery Floyd. "Everything is quite settled. My most particular friend, Lady Julia Harteville, is to be one of the bridesmaids. I have seen all the presents. Both the families are at Bath at this very moment. I saw the happy pair together every day. They are related, you know. It is an excellent match for the Armines. It is an excellent match, for the Armines have great estates mortgaged to the very last acre. I have heard that Sir Ratcliffe Armine has not 1,000 a year he can call his own. We are all so pleased," added Mrs. Montgomery Floyd, as if she were quite one of the family. "Is it not delightful?" "They are to be married next month," said Lady Bellair. "I did not quite make the match, but I did something. I love the Grandisons, because Lord Grandison was my son's friend 50 years ago. I never knew a person so pleased as Lady Armine is," continued Mrs. Montgomery Floyd. "The truth is, Captain Armine has been wild, very wild indeed, a little of a roue, but then such a fine young man, so very handsome, so truly distinguished, as Lady Bellair says, what could you expect? But he has sown his wild oats now. They have been engaged these 6 months, ever since he came from abroad. He has been at Bath all the time, except for a fortnight or so, when he went to his place to make the necessary preparations. We all so missed him. Captain Armine was quite the life of Bath. I am almost ashamed to repeat what was said of him," added Mrs. Montgomery Floyd, blushing through her rouge, "but they said every woman was in love with him."
"Fortunate man!" said Mr. Temple, bowing, but with a grave expression.
"And he says he is only going to marry because he is wearied of conquests," continued Mrs. Montgomery Floyd. "How impertinent, is it not? But Captain Armine says such things. He is quite a privileged person at Bath." Miss Temple rose and left the room. When the hour of general retirement had arrived, she had not returned. Her maid brought a message that her mistress was not very well, and offered her excuses for not again descending. End of Book 4, Chapter 6. Book 4, Chapter 7 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 4, Chapter 7, in which Mr. Temple pays a visit to his daughter's chamber. Henrietta, when she quitted the room, never stopped until she had gained her own chamber. She had no light, but a straggling moonbeam revealed sufficient. She threw herself upon her bed, choked with emotion. She was incapable of thought. A chaos of wild images flitted over her brain. Thus had she remained, perchance an hour, with scarcely self-consciousness, when her servant entered with the light to arrange her chamber, and nearly shrieked when, on turning round, she beheld her mistress. This intrusion impressed upon Miss Temple the absolute necessity of some exertion, if only to preserve herself at this moment from renewed interruptions. She remembered where she was. She called back with an effort some recollection of her guests, and she sent that message to her father which we have already noticed. Then she was again alone. How she wished at that moment that she might ever be alone, that the form and shape of human being should no more cross her vision, that she might remain in this dark chamber until she died. There was no more joy for her. Her sun was set. The lustre of her life was gone. The lute had lost its tone, the flower its perfume, the bird its airy wing. What a fleet as well as fatal tragedy! How swift upon her improvidence had come her heart-breaking pang! There was an end of faith, for he was faithless. There was an end of love, for love had betrayed her. There was an end of beauty, for beauty had been her bane. All that hitherto made life delightful, all the fine emotions, all the bright hopes, and the rare accomplishments of our nature, were dark delusions now, cruel mockeries, and false and cheating phantoms. What humiliation! What despair! And he had seemed so true, so pure, so fond, so gifted. What could it be? Could it be that a few short weeks back this man had knelt to her, had adored her, and she had hung upon his accents, and lived in the light of his enraptured eyes, and pledged to him her heart, dedicated to him her life, devoted to him all her innocent and passionate affections, worshipped him as an idol? Why, what was life that it could bring upon its swift wing such dark, such agonizing vicissitudes as these? It was not life, it was frenzy. Someone knocked gently at her door. She did not answer, she feigned sleep. Yet the door opened, she felt, though her eyes were shut and her back turned, that there was a light in the room. A tender step approached her bed. It could be but one person, that person whom she had herself deceived. She knew it was her father. Mr. Temple seated himself by her bedside. He bent his head and pressed his lips upon her forehead. In her desolation someone still loved her. She could not resist the impulse. She held forth her hand without opening her eyes. Her father held it clasped in his. "Henrietta," he said at length in a tone of peculiar sweetness. "Oh, do not speak, my father, do not speak. You alone have cause to reproach me. Spare me, spare your child." "I came to console, not to reproach," said Mr. Temple. "But if it please you, I will not speak. Let me, however, remain." "Father, we must speak. It relieves me even to confess my indiscretion, my fatal folly. Father, I feel, yet why I know not, I feel that you know all." "I know much, my Henrietta, but I do not know all." "And if you knew all, you would not hate me?" "Hate you, my Henrietta! These are strange words to use to a father. To a father, I would add, like me. No one can love you, Henrietta, as your father loves you. Yet speak to me not merely as a father. Speak to me as your earliest, your best, your fondest, your most faithful friend." She pressed his hand, but answer that she could not. "Henrietta, dearest, dearest Henrietta, answer me one question." "I tremble, sir." "Then we will speak to morrow." "Oh, no, to night. To morrow may never come. There is no night for me.
I cannot sleep. I should go mad if it were not for you. I will speak. I will answer any questions. My conscience is quite clear, except to you. No one, no power on earth or heaven, can reproach me except my father. He never will. But, dearest, tell me, summon up your courage to meet my question. Are you engaged to this person? I was. Positively engaged? Long ere this I had supposed we should have claimed your sanction. He left me only to speak to his father. This may be the idle tattle of women. No, no, said Henrietta, in a voice of deep melancholy. My fears had foreseen this dark reality. This week has been a week of terror to me, and yet I hoped, and hoped, and hoped. Oh, what a fool have I been! I know this person was your constant companion in my absence, that you have corresponded with him. Has he written very recently? Within 2 days. And his letters? Have been of late most vague. Oh, my father, indeed, indeed, I have not conducted myself so ill as you perhaps imagine. I shrunk from this secret engagement. I opposed by every argument in my power this clandestine correspondence. But it was only for a week, a single week, and reasons, plausible and specious reasons, were plentiful. Alas, alas, all is explained now. All that was strange, mysterious, perplexed in his views and conduct, and which, when it crossed my mind, I dismissed with contempt, all is now too clear. Henrietta, he is unworthy of you. Hush, hush, dear father. An hour ago I loved him. Spare him, if you only wish to spare me. Cling to my heart, my child. A father's love has comfort. Is it not so? I feel it is. I feel calmer since you came and we have spoken. I never can be happy again. My spirit is quite broken. And yet I feel I have a heart now, which I thought I had not before you came. Dear, dear father, she said, rising and putting her arms round Mr. Temple's neck and leaning on his bosom, and speaking in a sweet yet very mournful voice. Henceforth your happiness shall be mine. I will not disgrace you. You shall not see me grieve. I will atone. I will endeavour to atone for my great sins, for sins they were towards you. My child, the time will come when we shall remember this bitterness only as a lesson. But I know the human heart too well to endeavour to stem your sorrow now. I only came to soothe it. My blessing is upon you, my child. Let us talk no more, Henrietta. I will send your maid to you. Try to sleep. Try to compose yourself. These people, tomorrow, what shall I do? Leave all to me. Keep your chamber until they have gone. You need appear no more. Oh, that no human being might again see me. Hush, that is not a wise wish. Be calm. We shall yet be happy. Tomorrow we will talk. And so good night, my child. Good night, my own Henrietta. Mr. Temple left the room. He bade the maid go to her mistress in as calm a tone as if indeed her complaint had been only a headache, and then he entered his own apartment. Over the mantelpiece was a portrait of his daughter, gay and smiling as the spring. The room was adorned with her drawings. He drew the chair near the fire, and gazed for some time abstracted upon the flame,
and then hid his weeping countenance in his hands. He sobbed convulsively. End of Book 4, Chapter 7.
Book 4, Chapter 8 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 4, Chapter 8, in which Glastonbury is very much astonished. It was a gusty autumnal night. Glastonbury sat alone in his tower. Every now and then the wind, amid a chorus of groaning branches and hissing rain, dashed against his window. Then its power seemed gradually lulled, and perfect stillness succeeded, until a low moan was heard again in the distance, which gradually swelled into storm. The countenance of the good old man was not so serene as usual. Occasionally his thoughts seemed to wander from the folio open before him, and he fell into fits of reverie, which impressed upon his visage an expression rather of anxiety than study. The old man looked up to the portrait of the unhappy Lady Armine, and heaved a deep sigh. Were his thoughts of her or of her child? He closed his book. He replaced it upon its shelf, and taking from a cabinet an ancient crucifix of carved ivory, he bent down before the image of his Redeemer. Even while he was buried in his devotions, praying perchance for the soul of that sinning yet sainted lady, whose memory was never absent from his thoughts, or the prosperity of that family to whom he had dedicated his faithful life, the noise of ascending footsteps was heard in the sudden stillness, and immediately a loud knocking at the door of his outer chamber. Surprised at this unaccustomed interruption, Glastonbury rose and inquired the object of his yet unseen visitor. But, on hearing a well-known voice, the door was instantly unbarred, and Ferdinand Armine, pale as a ghost and deluged to the skin, appeared before him. Glastonbury ushered his guest into his cell, replenished the fire, retrimmed the lamp, and placed Ferdinand in his own easy seat. "You are wet, I fear, thoroughly." "It matters not," said Captain Armine, in a hollow voice. "From Bath?" inquired Glastonbury, but his companion did not reply. At length he said, in a voice of utter wretchedness, "Glastonbury, you see before you the most miserable of human beings." The good father started. "Yes," continued Ferdinand, "this is the end of all your care, all your affection, all your hopes, all your sacrifices. It is over. Our house is fated. My life draws to an end." "Speak, my Ferdinand," said Glastonbury, for his pupil seemed to have relapsed into moody silence. "Speak to your friend and father. Disburden your mind of the weight that presses on it. Life is never without hope, and while this remains," pointing to the crucifix, "never without consolation." "I cannot speak. I know not what to say. My brain sinks under the effort. It is a wild, complicated tale. It relates to feelings with which you cannot sympathise, thoughts you cannot share. Oh, Glastonbury, there is no hope, there is no solace." "Calm yourself, my Ferdinand. Not merely as your friend, but as a priest of our holy church, I call upon you to speak to me. Even to me, the humblest of its ministers, is given a power that can sustain the falling and make whole the broken in spirit. Speak, and speak fearlessly, nor shrink from exposing the very inmost recesses of your breast, for I can sympathise with your passions, be they even as wild as I believe them." Ferdinand turned his eyes from the fire on which he was gazing, and shot a scrutinising glance at his kind confessor. But the countenance of Glastonbury was placid, though serious. "You remember," Ferdinand at length murmured, "that we met unexpectedly some 6 weeks back." "I have not forgotten it," replied Glastonbury. "There was a lady," Ferdinand continued, in a hesitating tone. "Whom I mistook for Miss Grandison," observed Glastonbury, "but who, it turned out, bore another name. You know it." "I know all, for her father has been here." "Where are they?" exclaimed Ferdinand eagerly, starting from his seat and seizing the hand of Glastonbury. "Only tell me where they are. Only tell me where Henrietta is, and you will save me, Glastonbury. You will restore me to life, to hope, to heaven." "I cannot," said Glastonbury, shaking his head. "It is more than 10 days ago that I saw this lady's father for a few brief and painful moments. For what purpose your conscience may inform you. From the unexpected interview between ourselves in the gallery, my consequent misconception, and the conversation which it occasioned, I was not so unprepared for this interview with him as I otherwise might have been. Believe me, Ferdinand, I was as tender to your conduct as was consistent with my duty to my God and to my neighbour." "You betrayed me then," said Ferdinand. "Ferdinand," said Glastonbury reproachfully, "I trust that I am free from deceit of any kind. In the present instance I had not even to communicate anything. Your own conduct had excited suspicion. Some visitors from Bath to this gentleman and his family had revealed everything, and, in deference to the claims of an innocent lady, I could not refuse to confirm what was no secret to the world in general, what was already known to them in particular, what was not even doubted, and, alas, not dubitable. Oh, my father, pardon me, pardon me, pardon the only disrespectful expression that ever escaped the lips of your Ferdinand towards you. Most humbly do I ask your forgiveness. But if you knew all— God, my heart is breaking. You have seen her, Glastonbury, you have seen her. Was there ever on earth a being like her, so beautiful, so highly gifted, with a heart as fresh, as fragrant as the dawn of Eden, and that heart mine, and all lost, all gone and lost. Oh, why am I alive?" He threw himself back in his chair and covered his face and wept. "I would that deed or labour of mine could restore you both to peace," said Glastonbury, with streaming eyes. "So innocent, so truly virtuous," continued Ferdinand. "It seemed to me I never knew what virtue was till I knew her. So frank, so generous. I think I see her now, with that dear smile of hers, that never more may welcome me. My child, I know not what to say. I know not what advice to give. I know not what even to wish. Your situation is so complicated, so mysterious, that it passes my comprehension. There are others, whose claims, whose feelings should be considered. You are not, of course, married." Ferdinand shook his head. "Does Miss Grandison know all?" "Nothing." "Your family?" Ferdinand shook his head again. "What do you yourself wish? What object are you aiming at? What game have you yourself been playing? I speak not in harshness, but I really do not understand what you have been about. If you have your grandfather's passions, you have his brain too. I did not ever suppose that you were infirm of purpose. I have only one wish, only one object. Since I first saw Henrietta, my heart and resolution have never for an instant faltered, and if I do not now succeed in them, I am determined not to live. The God of all goodness have mercy on this distracted house," exclaimed Glastonbury, as he piously lifted his hands to heaven. "You went to Bath to communicate this great change to your father," he continued. "Why did you not? Painful as the explanation must be to Miss Grandison, the injustice of your conduct towards her is aggravated by delay." "There were reasons," said Ferdinand, "reasons which I never intended any one to know. But now I have no secrets. Dear Glastonbury, even amid all this overwhelming misery, my cheek burns when I confess to you that I have, and have had for years, private cares of my own of no slight nature." "Debts?" enquired Glastonbury. "Debts," replied Ferdinand, "and considerable ones." "Poor child!" exclaimed Glastonbury. "And this drove you to the marriage?" "To that every worldly consideration impelled me. My heart was free then. In fact, I did not know I had a heart, and I thought the marriage would make all happy. But now, so far as I am myself concerned, oh, I would sooner be the commonest peasant in this country, with Henrietta Temple for the partner of my life, than live at Armine with all the splendour of my ancestors." "Honour be to them, they were great men," exclaimed Glastonbury. "I am their victim," replied Ferdinand. "I owe my ancestors nothing. Nay, worse than nothing. I owe them—" "Hush, hush," said Glastonbury. "If only for my sake, Ferdinand, be silent." "For yours, then, not for theirs." "But why did you remain at Bath?" required Glastonbury. "I had not been there more than a day or two when my principal creditor came down from town and menaced me. He had a power of attorney from a usurer at Malta, and talked of applying to the Horse Guards. The report that I was going to marry an heiress had kept these fellows quiet, but the delay and my absence from Bath had excited his suspicion. Instead, therefore, of coming to an immediate explanation with Catherine, brought about as I had intended by my coldness and neglect, I was obliged to be constantly seen with her in public, to prevent myself from being arrested. Yet I wrote to Ducie daily. I had confidence in my energy and skill. I thought that Henrietta might be for a moment annoyed or suspicious. I thought, however, she would be supported by the fervour of my love. I anticipated no other evil. Who could have supposed that these infernal visitors would have come at such a moment to this retired spot? "And now? Is all known now?" enquired Glastonbury. "Nothing," replied Ferdinand. "The difficulty of my position was so great that I was about to cut the knot by quitting Bath and leaving a letter addressed to Catherine, confessing all. But the sudden silence of Henrietta drove me mad. Day after day elapsed, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, and I heard nothing. The moon was bright, the mail was just going off. I yielded to an irresistible impulse. I bid adieu to no one. I jumped in. I was in London only 10 minutes. I dashed to Ducie. It was deserted. An old woman told me the family had gone, had utterly departed. She knew not where, but she thought for foreign parts. I sank down. I tottered to a seat in that hall where I had been so happy. Then it flashed across my mind that I might discover their course and pursue them. I hurried to the nearest posting town. I found out their route. I lost it for ever at the next stage. The clue was gone. It was market day, and in a great city, where horses are changed every minute, there is so much confusion that my inquiries were utterly baffled. And here I am, Mr. Glastonbury," added Ferdinand, with a kind of mad smile. "I have travelled 4 days. I have not slept a wink. I have tasted no food, but I have drunk well. Here I am, and I have half a mind to set fire to that accursed pile called Armine Castle for my funeral pyre." "Ferdinand, you are not well," said Mr. Glastonbury, grasping his hand. "You need rest. You must retire. Indeed you must." "I must be obeyed. My bed is yours." "No, let me go to my own room," murmured Ferdinand in a faint voice. "That room where my mother said the day would come. Oh, what did my mother say? Would there were only mother's love, and then I should not be here, or thus. I pray you, my child, rest here. No, let us to the Place for an hour. I shall not sleep more than an hour. I am off again directly the storm is over. If it had not been for this cursed rain, I should have caught them. And yet, perhaps, they are in countries where there is no rain. Ah, who would believe what happens in this world? Not I, for one. Now, give me your arm, good Glastonbury. You are always the same. You seem to me the only thing in the world that is unchanged." Glastonbury, with an air of great tenderness and anxiety, led his former pupil down the stairs. The weather was more calm. There were some dark blue rifts in the black sky which revealed a star or two. Ferdinand said nothing in their progress to the Place except once, when he looked up to the sky, and said as it were to himself, "She loved the stars." Glastonbury had some difficulty in rousing the man and his wife, who were the inmates of the Place, but it was not very late, and fortunately they had not retired for the night. Lights were brought into Lady Armine's drawing-room. Glastonbury led Ferdinand to a sofa, on which he rather permitted others to place him than seated himself. He took no notice of anything that was going on, but remained with his eyes open, gazing feebly with a rather vacant air. Then the good Glastonbury looked to the arrangement of his sleeping-room, drawing the curtains, seeing that the bed was well aired and warmed, and himself adding blocks to the wood fire which soon kindled. Nor did he forget to prepare, with the aid of the good woman, some hot potion that might soothe and comfort his stricken and exhausted charge, who in this moment of distress and desolation had come, as it were, and thrown himself on the bosom of his earliest friend. When all was arranged, Glastonbury descended to Ferdinand, whom he found in exactly the same position as that in which he left him. He offered no resistance to the invitation of Glastonbury to retire to his chamber. He neither moved nor spoke, and yet seemed aware of all they were doing. Glastonbury and the stout serving-man bore him to his chamber, relieved him from his wet garments, and placed him in his earliest bed. When Glastonbury bade him good night, Ferdinand faintly pressed his hand, but did not speak, and it was remarkable that while he passively submitted to their undressing him, and seemed incapable of affording them the slightest aid, yet he thrust forth his hand to guard a lock of dark hair that was placed next to his heart. End of Book 4, Chapter 8. Book 4, Chapter 9 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 4, Chapter 9. In which Glastonbury finds that a serene temper does not always bring a serene life. Those quiet slumbers that the regular life and innocent heart of the good Glastonbury generally ensured were sadly broken this night, as he lay awake meditating over the distracted fortunes of the Armine house. They seemed now to be most turbulent and clouded, and that brilliant and happy future in which of late he had so fondly indulged offered nothing but gloom and disquietude. Nor was it that the menaced disruption of those ties, whose consummation was to restore the greatness and splendour of the family, and all the pain and disappointment and mortification and misery that must be its consequence, that alone made him sorrowful. Glastonbury had a reverence for that passion which sheds such a lustre over existence, and is the pure and prolific source of much of our better conduct. The time had been when he, too, had loved, and with a religious sanctity worthy of his character and office. He had been for a long life the silent and hopeless votary of a passion almost ideal, yet happy, though he never told his love, and indeed, although the unconscious mistress of his affections had been long removed from that world where his fidelity was almost her only comfort, that passion had not waned, and the feelings that had been inspired by her presence were now cherished by her memory. His tender and romantic nature, which his venerable grey hairs had neither dulled nor hardened, made him deeply sympathise with his unhappy pupil. The radiant image of Henrietta Temple, too, vividly impressed on his memory as it was, rose up before him. He recollected his joy that the chosen partner of his Ferdinand's bosom should be worthy of her destiny. He thought of this fair creature, perchance in solitude and sickness, a prey to the most mortifying and miserable emotions, with all her fine and generous feelings thrown back upon herself, deeming herself deceived, deserted, outraged, where she had looked for nothing but fidelity and fondness and support, losing all confidence in the world and the world's ways, but recently so lively with expectation and airy with enjoyment, and now aimless, hopeless, wretched, perhaps broken-hearted. The tears trickled down the pale cheek of Glastonbury as he revolved in his mind these mournful thoughts, and almost unconsciously he wrung his hands as he felt his utter want of power to remedy these sad and piteous circumstances. Yet he was not absolutely hopeless. There was ever open to the pious Glastonbury one perennial source of trust and consolation. This was a fountain that was ever fresh and sweet, and he took refuge from the world's harsh courses and exhausting cares in its salutary flow and its refreshing shade, when, kneeling before his crucifix, he commended the unhappy Ferdinand and his family to the superintending care of a merciful Omnipotence. The morning brought fresh anxieties. Glastonbury was at the place at an early hour, and found Ferdinand in a high state of fever. He had not slept an instant, was very excited, talked of departing immediately, and rambled in his discourse. Glastonbury blamed himself for having left him a moment, and resolved to do so no more. He endeavoured to soothe him, assured him that if he would be calm all would yet go well, and they would consult together what was best to be done, and that he would make inquiries after the Temple family. In the meantime he dispatched the servant for the most eminent physician of the county, but as hours must necessarily elapse before his arrival, the difficulty of keeping Ferdinand still was very great. Talk he would, and of nothing but Henrietta. It was really agonising to listen to his frantic appeals to Glastonbury to exert himself to discover her abode. Yet Glastonbury never left his side, and with promises, expressions of confidence, and the sway of an affected calmness, for in truth dear Glastonbury was scarcely less agitated than his patient. Ferdinand was prevented from rising, and the physician at length arrived. After examining Ferdinand, with whom he remained a very short space, this gentleman invited Glastonbury to descend, and they left the patient in charge of a servant. "This is a bad case," said the physician. "Almighty God preserve him!" exclaimed the agitated Glastonbury. "Tell me the worst. Where are Sir Ratcliffe and Lady Armine?" "At Bath." "They must be sent for instantly. Is there any hope?" "There is hope, that is all. I shall now bleed him copiously, and then blister, but I can do little. We must trust to nature. I am afraid of the brain. I cannot account for his state by his getting wet or his rapid travelling. Has he anything on his mind?" "Much," said Glastonbury. The physician shook his head. "It is a precious life," said Glastonbury, seizing his arm. "My dear doctor, you must not leave us." They returned to the bedchamber. "Captain Armine," said the doctor, taking his hand and seating himself on the bed, "you have a bad cold and some fever. I think you should lose a little blood." "Can I leave Armine to day if I am bled?" enquired Ferdinand eagerly, "for go I must." "I would not move to day," said the doctor. "I must indeed, I must. Mr. Glastonbury will tell you I must. If you set off early to morrow, you will get over as much ground in 24 hours as if you went this evening," said the doctor, fixing the bandage on the arm as he spoke, and nodding to Mr. Glastonbury to prepare the basin. "To morrow morning," said Ferdinand. "Yes, to morrow," said the physician, opening his lancet. "Are you sure that I shall be able to set off to morrow?" said Ferdinand. "Quite," said the physician, opening the vein. The dark blood flowed sullenly. The physician exchanged an anxious glance with Glastonbury. At length the arm was bandaged up. A composing draught, with which the physician had been prepared, given to his patient, and the doctor and Glastonbury withdrew. The former now left Armine for 3 hours, and Glastonbury prepared himself for his painful office of communicating to the parents the imminent danger of their only child. Never had a more difficult task devolved upon an individual than that which now fell to the lot of the good Glastonbury, in conducting the affairs of a family labouring under such remarkable misconceptions as to the position and views of its various members. It immediately occurred to him that it was highly probable that Miss Grandison at such a crisis would choose to accompany the parents of her intended husband. What incident under the present circumstances could be more awkward and more painful? Yet how to prevent its occurrence? How crude to communicate the real state of such affairs at any time by letter? How impossible at the moment he was preparing the parents for the alarming, perhaps fatal illness of their child, to enter on such subjects at all, much more when the very revelation, at a moment which required all their energy and promptitude, would only be occasioning at Bath scenes scarcely less distracting and disastrous than those occurring at Armine. It was clearly impossible to enter into any details at present, and yet Glastonbury, while he penned the sorrowful lines and softened the sad communication with his sympathy, added a somewhat sly postscript, wherein he impressed upon Lady Armine the advisability, for various reasons, that she should only be accompanied by her husband. End of Book 4, Chapter 9.
Book 4, Chapter 10 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Gonzalez. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 4, Chapter 10, in which Ferdinand Armine is much concerned. The contingency which Glastonbury feared surely happened. Miss Grandison insisted upon immediately rushing to her Ferdinand, as the maiden aunt was still an invalid, and was incapable of enduring the fatigues of a rapid and anxious journey. She was left behind. Within a few hours of the receipt of Glastonbury's letter, Sir Ratcliffe and Lady Armine and their niece were on the way. They found letters from Glastonbury in London, which made them travel to Armine even though denied. In spite all of his remedies, the brain fever which the physician foresaw had occurred, and when his family arrived, the life of Ferdinand was not only in danger but desperate. It was impossible that even the parents could see the child, and no one was allowed to enter his chamber but his nurse, the physician, and occasionally Glastonbury, for this name, and with others less familiar to the household, sounded so often on the frenzied lips of a sufferer, that it was recommended that Glastonbury should often be at his bedside. Yet he must leave it, to receive the wretched Sir Ratcliffe and his wife and a disconsolate companion. Never was so much unhappiness congregated together under one roof, and yet, perhaps Glastonbury, though the only one who retained the least command over himself, was, with his sad secret, the most woebegone of the tribe. As for Lady Armine, she sat without the door of her son's chamber the whole day and night, clasping a crucifix in her hands, and absorbed in silent prayer. Sir Ratcliffe remained below prostrate. The unhappy Catherine in vain offered the consolation she herself so needed, and would have wondered about that Armine of which she had heard so much, and where she was to have been so happy, a forlorn and solitary being, had it not been for the attentions of the considerate Glastonbury, who embraced every opportunity of her being her companion. His patience, his heavenly resignation, his pious hope, his vigilant care, his spiritual consolation, occasionally even the glimpse of the agreeable converse with which he attempted to divert her mind, consoled and maintained her. How often did she look at his benignant countenance, and not wonder that the Armines were so attached to his engaging and devoted friend. For 3 days did the unhappy family expect in terrible anticipation that each moment would witness the last event in the life of their son. His distracted voice called too often the vigilant and agonized ear of his mother, yet she gave no evidence of the pang, except by clasping the crucifix with increased energy. She had promised the physician that she would command herself, that no sound should escape her lips, and she was rigidly fulfilled the contract on which she was permitted to remain. On the eve of the 4th day, Ferdinand, who had never yet closed his eyes, but who had become during the last 12 hours somewhat more composed, fell into a slumber. The physician lightly dropped the hand which he had scarcely ever quitted, and stealing out of the room, beckoned, his fingers pressed to his lips, to Lady Armine, who followed him. Assured by the symbol that the worst had not yet happened, she followed the physician to the end of the gallery, and he then told her that immediate danger was past. "And now, dear madam," said the physician to her, "you must breathe some fresh air. Oblige me by descending." Lady Armine no longer refused. She repaired with a slow step to Sir Ratcliffe. She leaned upon her husband's breast as she murmured to him her hopes. They went forth together. Catherine and Glastonbury went into the garden. The appearance of Lady Armine gave them hopes. There was a faint smile on her face which needed not words to explain it. Catherine sprang forward, and threw her arms round her aunt's neck. "He may be saved! He may be saved!" whispered the mother, for in this hushed house of impending death they had lost almost the power as well as the habit of speaking in any other tone. "He sleeps," said the physician. "All the present danger is past." "It is too great joy," murmured Catherine, and Glastonbury advanced and caught in his arms the insensible form. End of Book 4, Chapter 10. Recording by April Gonzalez. Cavite, Philippines.
Book 4, Chapter 11 of Henrietta Temple. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Asha Elizabeth Pramod. Henrietta Temple by Benjamin Disraeli. Book 4, Chapter 11, in which Ferdinand begins to be a little troublesome. From the moment of this happy slumber, Ferdinand continued to improve. Each day the bulletin was more favourable, until his progress, though slow, was declared certain, and even relapse was no longer apprehended. But his physician would not allow him to see any one of his family. It was at night, and during his slumbers, that Lady Armine stole into his room to gaze upon her beloved child, and if he moved with the slightest degree, faithful to her promise and the injunction of the physician, she instantly glided behind his curtain, or a large Indian screen which she had placed there purposely. Often indeed did she remain in this fond lurking place, silent and trembling, when her child was even awake, listening to every breath, and envying the nurse that might gaze on him undisturbed. Nor would she allow any sustenance that he was ordered to be prepared by any but her own fair, fond hands, and she brought it herself even to his door. For Ferdinand himself, though his replies to the physician sufficiently attested the healthy calmness of his mind, he indeed otherwise never spoke, but lay on his bed without repining, and seemingly plunged in mild and pensive abstraction. At length one morning he inquired for Glastonbury, who, with the sanction of the physician, immediately attended him. When he met the eye of that faithful friend, he tried to extend his hand. It was so worn that Glastonbury trembled while he touched it. "I have given you much trouble," he said in a faint voice. "I think only of the happiness of your recovery," said Glastonbury. "Yes, I am recovered," murmured Ferdinand. "It was not my wish." "Oh, be grateful to God for this great mercy, my Ferdinand." "You have heard nothing?" inquired Ferdinand. Glastonbury shook his head. "Fear not to speak. I can struggle no more. I am resigned. I am very much changed." "You'll be happy, dear Ferdinand," said Glastonbury, to whom this mood gave hopes. "Never," he said, in a more energetic tone. "Never." "There are so many that love you," said Glastonbury, leading his thoughts to his family. "Love!" exclaimed Ferdinand, with a sigh, and in a tone almost reproachful. "Your dear mother," said Glastonbury. "Yes, my dear mother," replied Ferdinand musingly. Then in a quicker tone, "Does she know of my illness? Did you write to them?" "She knows of it." "She'll be coming, then." "I dread her coming. I can bear to see no one." "You, dear Glastonbury, you. It is a consolation to see you, because you have seen." And here his voice faltered. "You have seen her." "My Ferdinand, think only of your health, and happiness, believe me, will yet be yours." "If you could only find out where she is," continued Ferdinand, "and go to her. Yes, my dear Glastonbury, good, dear Glastonbury, go to her," he added in an imploring tone. "She would believe you. Everyone believes you. I cannot go. I am powerless. And if I went, alas, she would not believe me." "It is my wish to do everything you desire," said Glastonbury. "I should be content to be ever labouring for your happiness, but I can do nothing unless you are calm." "I am calm. I will be calm. I will act entirely as you wish. Only, I beseech you, see her." "On that head let us at present say no more," replied Glastonbury, who feared that excitement might lead to relapse. Yet anxious to soothe him, he added, "Trust in my humble services ever, and in the bounty of a merciful Providence. I have had frightful dreams, said Ferdinand. "I thought I was in a farmhouse. Everything was so clear, so vivid. Night after night she seemed to be sitting on this bed. I touched her. Her hand was in mine. It was so burning hot. Once, oh, once I thought she had forgiven me." "Hush, hush, hush! No more. We will speak of her no more. When comes my mother? You may see her to-morrow, or the day after." "Ah, Glastonbury, she is here." "She is." "Is she alone?" "Your father is with her." "My mother and my father? It is well." Then after a minute's pause he added with some earnestness, "Do not deceive me, Glastonbury. See what deceit has brought to me. Are you sure that they are quite alone?" "There are none here but your dearest friends, none whose presence should give you the slightest care." "There is one," said Ferdinand. "Dear Ferdinand, let me now leave you, or sit by your side in silence. To-morrow you will see your mother." To-morrow! Ah, to-morrow! Once to me to-morrow was brighter even than to-day. He turned his back and spoke no more. Glastonbury glided out of the room. End of Book 4, Chapter 11. Recording by Asher Elizabeth Pramod.